The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to
the Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 12, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Lori Trahan to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. So the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, our economy is still recovering from 2 years of a once-in-a-generation pandemic that basically shut down our economy. As Americans stopped going out and spending money, companies slowed production, not only meet this change in demand, but also to allow for social distancing and COVID safety protocols for workers. Now, as Americans have started to resume their normal lives, companies are struggling to keep up with the increased demand for goods. These supply chain issues and a worker shortage has resulted in higher prices across the economy. These issues do not fully explain some of the skyrocketing prices that we're seeing. The pandemic and the ensuing recovery have laid bare systemic problems in our economy, including market consolidation and price gouging. As our economy works to recover from the pandemic and the shocks to our supply chain, and as the world responds to Putin's reckless invasion of Ukraine, food and energy costs have skyrocketed for people around the world, including here in America and including in my district in Rhode Island. While President Biden has taken a number of steps to tackle costs for Americans, including releasing millions of barrels of petroleum from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, expanding access to gasoline with 15% ethanol, and additional investments in the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program to help those most in need, systemic imbalances in our economy are enabling companies to further drive up costs. Put simply, they're taking advantage of hardworking Americans and raising prices just because they can, all for the sake of extraordinary profits. As Americans are working to recover from 2 years of an unprecedented health crisis and the economic downturn it caused, companies are reporting record profits as worker pay remains stagnant and families feel the squeeze on their pocketbooks. This is especially true in the case of gas prices. Exxon, for example, is reporting that in the first quarter of 2022, its net profits have more than doubled to $5.5 billion compared to last year. And Chevron has reported its highest quarterly profit in nearly a decade. These record profits are a direct result of record gas prices. If these prices were solely based on inflation or supply chain issues, these companies wouldn't be seeing these obscene increases in profits. To make matters worse, these record profits aren't being invested in new drilling sites to help us deal with energy shortages brought on by Putin's invasion of Ukraine, but instead are going to massive company stock buybacks, shareholder dividends, and salary bonuses. This is pandemic war profiteering. In grocery stores across America, the cost of food continues to rise. And as prices for goods like pork, chicken, and beef have spiked dramatically, and while some may point solely to inflation for these increased prices, there is once again a larger systemic problem. In the meatpacking industry, for example, the top 4 companies are estimated to control up to 85% of the industry. And in industries all across the economy, the story is the same. 3 firms control 93% of the soft drink industry. 3 firms control 85% of the baby formula industry. 3 firms control 93% of the baby food industry. 4 firms control 79% of the beer industry. 3 firms control 79% of the dry pasta industry, and 3 firms control 73% of the cereal industry. If history has taught us anything, this kind of market consolidation hurts product quality, market competition, and worker safety, all the things we need to have an equitable economy. As simply put by President Biden, capitalism without competition is exploitation. So as we look to recover from this pandemic, and in a way that creates an economy that works for everyone, for the people of this country, we need to hold these monopolistic giants accountable. To start, Congress must pass the big oil windfall profits tax. Companies that have taken advantage of this moment and have taken advantage of the American people in a time of crisis shouldn't be raking in record profits, and those profits should be returned to the consumers that they gouged. We also should pass H.R. 7688 to be sure that we are taking on in a serious way price gouging in the energy sector. And I'm working with Congresswoman Schakowsky on an economy-wide anti-price gouging bill. We need to be sure that we're funding the FTC to do this work so it can conduct rigorous investigations and look carefully at this kind of market consolidation. But look, this is about corporate greed, about people taking advantage of this moment. As the American people are recovering from a very difficult couple of years, we should not, in addition to that, allow them to be victims of this kind of price gouging. We have the ability to do something about it. We have bills that I hope will bring to the floor, return what was improperly taken from consumers at the gas pump, return it back to them, and also want to thank President Biden for the work that he's doing to bring down gas prices, to focus relentlessly on inflation, both for food and gas. This is the #1 concern of my constituents in Rhode Island, and it will remain the #1 concern in the weeks ahead as we do something to be sure that we're taking on these profiteers and pandemic profiteers and war profiteers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Nurses Week. We all know a nurse that has helped us throughout our time in life, and I'm no different. You know, my story starts with my grandfather. You know, he had an 8th grade education. When he was a rancher, when his country called, he proudly served in World War II. He came home and he became a civil servant at Kelly Air Force Base. He went off to raise 7 beautiful children. One of those was my aunt, who became a nurse. And I have 2 cousins, Natalie and Sandy, that are nurses. But the story for me is much more personal than that. About 3 years ago, 10 days from now would be my three-year anniversary of life. I went into BAMC Medical Facility for a routine procedure. I was intubated incorrectly. I coded. I had brain trauma. I had kidney failure. I was in a coma for 3 days. I was in the hospital for 23 days. And I praise God that those nurses at BAMC brought me back to life. In particular, there were 3 nurses, Monica, Alicia, and Jenna. Alicia was my day nurse. She's the one that kept me alive in daytime. Jenna kept me alive at night. And without nurses, I wouldn't be here. Many of us have similar stories. Many of us know of similar stories. You know, in this institution, we lose sight sometimes of the everyday people that roll up their sleeves and go to work and make this country better. You know, this partisanship that divides this country does not happen in the nursing world. Nurses don't care who you voted for. They don't care your color, your skin. They don't care who you pray to. They care about life and protecting life, making sure those have all the opportunities for a great quality of life. And I am grateful to all the nurses out there, in particular those serving at BAMC. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I would like to rise today in recognition of Cody Rouge Community Action Alliance for their outstanding service on behalf of our communities across Michigan's 13th district. They are celebrating their 15th year anniversary. The Cody Rouge Community Alliance was founded to serve the needs and goals of the neighborhood residents, businesses, and community-based organizations. They have worked so tirelessly to create pathways to greater community engagement and to build future leaders through its youth programming and to create a better quality of life for all of our residents. Cody Rouge Action Alliance has been able to successfully connect thousands of residents to critical resources, especially during this pandemic. We have supported this organization and continue to welcome them as they continue to expand and do more. The Alliance, as many know, includes multitude of instrumental churches and various faith leaders, as well as neighborhood organizations and associations. So please join me in recognizing the numerous contributions of the Cody Rouge Community Alliance on behalf of the Michigan's 13 District Strong. Madam Chair, I stand here today to celebrate the passage in this chamber, the House of Representatives, of our bill, H.R. 6614, to honor the mother of the civil rights movement. and the beloved resident of 13th Congressional District, Rosa Parks. I am proud to lead this effort in partnership with her family to rename a United States Postal Office near her Detroit home after this incredible leader. This comes at a time when the radical love and beautiful strength embodied in leaders like Rosa Louise Parks and so many others whose footsteps we march in today, like Dr. King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Congressman Cummings, and John Lewis, is really under extreme attack. We can't allow any of our beloved civil rights leaders to be erased. We know our struggle against racism is a lifelong pursuit. And as Mother Rosa Parks would say, and she wrote, "Freedom fighters never retire." And as her memory continues to guide us, I will add the spirit of freedom fighters never die. So I urge my colleagues in the Senate to please pass this bill, H.R. 6614. Madam Chair, I rise today in opposition of the simply draconian efforts to overturn the historic landmark of decision of Roe versus Wade and express disappointment in the failure of the Senate to codify Roe. Without widespread access to abortion care, millions of women in our communities all across our country will be deprived of their human rights, especially those pertaining to privacy. By no means is an abortion an easy choice, but it should be a guaranteed right within our healthcare system to prevent unnecessary trauma for our women across our country. It is truly, truly disappointing to see efforts of those that claim they're pro-life but do not pass the child tax credit expansion, or don't support the End Child Poverty Act, or don't address infant mortality crisis in our country. If they truly cared, they'd be working on those issues. No matter how much others want to silence us, I want to remind women across the country that we will not be silent. We will continue to fight from the streets of our communities in our district to keep voicing our opposition to right here in the halls of Congress. We are with you. We're going to continue to fight. And again, they will not silence us. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the 2022 Georgia High School Association 5A state champions, the Johnson Knights boys soccer team. Last week, the Knights appeared in their 5th finals since 2014 and earned their 2nd state championship. After having a player sustain an injury that took him out of the game and then trailing behind in the second half, the Knights focused on the remaining time they had and turned the game around. Fueled by adrenaline and filled with talent, these determined young men, led by Coach Frank Zamora, ultimately went on to defeat the St. Pius Golden Lions, boasting a final score of 4-2. Congratulations to the Johnson High School boys soccer team on an impressive win and another exciting state championship title. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor our brave men and women in blue. Our nation is blessed with heroic law enforcement officers who pursue a thankless career dedicated to maintaining law and order, keeping our communities safe, and answering the call when criminals strike. Law enforcement officers are heroes in our communities. They are the heroes that are desperately needed, but they don't often receive the recognition that they deserve. This week, National Police Week, we honor our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers. As far as I'm concerned, every week should be National Police Week. These men and women always deserve gratitude for their service and sacrifice. Yet law enforcement officers nationwide are facing increasingly challenging conditions, forcing many to leave the force and causing others to avoid it altogether, leaving police departments across the country struggling to keep staff and to fill vacant positions. The horrendous conditions that are generating the low morale are skyrocketing crime rates, rising attacks on law enforcement, and growing calls from the left to advance soft-on-crime agendas. In fact, last year alone, a record-breaking 73 police officers were tragically killed in the line of duty. As of this month, 123 have already been shot in 2022, including 9 murdered by criminals. Unfortunately, my home district, Georgia's 9th, knows this horrific reality all too well. Back in November of last year, my home county, Jackson County, lost both a mother and a heroic law enforcement officer, Deputy Lena Marshall, after responding to a domestic call that escalated to a violent shootout. Deputy Marshall's life was taken while serving to keep Georgians safe. Make no mistake, this attack and any attack of criminal violence toward law enforcement is an assault on justice. Despite the radical left's persistent efforts to disarm, demonize, and defund the police, policies that weaken law enforcement simply empower criminals, worsening the ongoing crime crisis. In contrast, I remain dedicated to providing our law enforcement officers with the community support, the resources, and the political backing needed to address surging crime across the country. Undermining the authority of the heroes that protect and serve is despicable, which is why we continue the fight to ensure that all law enforcement officers are fully equipped in their mission to keep our communities safe. May God bless all the men and women in blue who willingly put their lives on the line for ours, and may we honor all of the fallen officers who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And may God bless all of the loved ones of current, fallen, and future law enforcement officers who provide tremendous support both on and off duty. We thank you, and we honor you for your selfless service. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Demings, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week of May 15 as National Police Week. Established in 1962 by a joint resolution of this body, National Police Week pays special recognition to law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty. Last year, in my home state of Florida, we lost 51 law enforcement officers. I pause to honor them today. I was sworn in as a police officer in 1984. I shall never forget my oath or the indescribable feeling of being a police officer. Police officers do it all. They coach Little League baseball, football, basketball. They deliver meals to seniors, mentor teens, and buy teddy bears for abused and neglected children. But we also know they run to murders, rapes, robberies, burglaries, other vicious assaults, including domestic violence calls. They respond without hesitation, hoping and praying for a peaceful resolution, but never really knowing what the outcome will be. This year, 617 new names will be added to the memorial wall. Fallen officers who lost their lives through violence, crashes, assaults. 439 lost their lives to COVID-19 while doing everything they could to protect and serve their communities. Representing Central Florida, I want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to remember my brother, Orange County Deputy First Class, Craig Sejos. Every day, Deputy Sejos went to work, making a difference, serving the Orange County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Orange County, Florida, for 30 years. He is gone, but will never be forgotten. 62 law enforcement officers added to the memorial wall this year lost their lives through gunfire. As the 36th Chief of Police of the Orlando Police Department, I would like to tell you about one of them, Officer Kevin Valencia. On June 11th of 2018, Officer Valencia responded to a domestic violence call involving a convicted felon holding a woman and 4 children at gunpoint. While attempting to rescue those children, the gunman shot through the door, critically injuring Kevin. Kevin fought hard, but succumbed to his injuries last year. Kevin Valencia, only 29 years of age, was a good police officer, one full of courage, full of pride, and commitment. Officer Valencia is gone, but he will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, as we honor these men and women for their service, we here in this body, the same one in 1962 who passed the joint resolution, have an obligation to continue to support legislation that will help keep our law enforcement officers safe and will give them the tools needed to perform the tough job, the dangerous job that they do every day. Protectors, guardians when they need to be, warriors when they need to be, public servants, America law enforcement officers, my brothers and sisters in blue. Many have given much, but these officers whose names appear on the memorial wall have given all. Let's honor their memories, their service, their sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and congratulate the men and the women of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi for taking first place in the U.S. Navy's Installation Excellence Award. Awarded by the Commander of Naval Installations Command, this achievement rightfully recognizes Naval Air Station Corpus Christi for superior performance, installation management, program excellence, and community outreach. This honor is a true testament to the hard work and devotion to mission success that's put forth daily by so many. Residing along the Corpus Christi Bay, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi has been home to naval pilot training since 1941. Along with producing the finest naval aviators in the world, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi serves as a major hub of military activity in South Texas. From the newest graduates arriving from recruit training to the installations commander, Captain Christopher Jason, I have witnessed professionalism and dedication of the individuals who have earned this distinction. I want to thank everyone stationed at NAS Corpus Christi for their service and extend my congratulations to NAS Corpus Christi on this achievement. I wish Captain Jason the best as he represents the U.S. Navy in competition for the 2022 Commander-in-Chief's Award for Installation Excellence. And I look forward to the NAS Corpus Christi's continued excellence and achievement and couldn't be prouder to represent this installation, service members, and community. Today I rise to honor a pillar of our community, Mayor Pat Rios of Rockport, Texas. Pat has led the city of Rockport as a mayor for the past 4 years, and his term ends this month. This position was the culmination of a decade-long elected public service, where he previously served as Ward 3 council member and mayor pro tem from 2012 to 2018. Before public service, Pat was an entrepreneur and small business owner. He eventually entered the healthcare industry and rose to senior levels before his retirement in 2010. Anyone who's met him knows Pat is a fierce advocate for the city of Rockport. This was evident from the moment he took helm in his role as mayor, a moment that was characterized by Hurricane Harvey's havoc and devastation in 2017. The hurricane made landfall along the charm of the Texas coast, and under Pat's leadership, the city that was first hit aggressively moved forward with the first to recover mantra that speaks to the heart of the resolute Texas spirit. Due to Pat, the city's made remarkable progress in rebuilding and is poised to be stronger than ever. Pat's a shining example of community leadership and stewardship, and I've greatly enjoyed working with him, especially in this recovery effort during his tenure as mayor, and wish him and his wife, Patricia Ann, and his entire family the best during his well-deserved retirement from public service. I rise today to honor the life of Luis Angel Valls of Corpus Christi, Texas. Born in 1928 in Sinton, Texas, and raised in Alice, Luis answered the nation's call by enlisting in the United States Navy during World War II. At the age of 17, he was sent to service in the Pacific Theater. With the onset of the Korean War, Luis's overwhelming sense of duty and selfless service saw him answering the nation's call once more. He served in the Navy until he was honorably discharged in 1954. And after his Navy service, Luis relocated to Corpus Christi, Texas, and joined the Corpus Christi Fire Department, where he served for 29 years, being one of the first Mexican Americans to join CCFD. During his time with the fire department, he was recognized twice for the valor and has distinction of making the first ambulance call for the CCFD's newly formed EMT ambulance program. Luis married the love of his life, Olga Peña, in 1958 in Alice. Together they had 4 sons and were happily married for 64 years. Luis was a proud member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Disabled American Veterans, and the Pan American Gulf Association. He's a loyal parishioner of Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church in Corpus Christi for over 60 years. Luis was an avid golfer, deer hunter, and voracious reader of history, including military, Western and Texas history. As a proud father and grandfather, his greatest joy during retirement was spending time with his family. Our nation is indeed indebted to Mr. Valls, and I ask that you please join me in honoring and remembering his magnificent life. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Miguel Gonzalez, a charismatic and innovative entrepreneur from the San Fernando Valley who was recently taken from us in a fatal car accident. Miguel was one of the founders and owners of the Vallarta Supermarkets, a chain of family-owned grocery stores committed to offering the best quality products from Mexico and Latino America. Originally from Jalostotitlan, Jalisco, Mexico, he immigrated to the San Fernando Valley with his family and graduated from Van Nuys High School. As a young man, Miguel had an eye for buildings and design. He pursued his passion in architecture after receiving his associate's arts degree. This led him to begin a career at Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, a quality assurance technician who worked on parts for the Space Shuttle program. In 1985, his brother Enrique Sr. started the family business. He opened a carniceria called Vallarta in about 1,000-square-foot market in Van Nuys, California. Enrique soon expanded the business to a second location and got his 4 brothers to join, including Miguel. They focused on selling traditional cuts of popular Mexican meats. The brothers would put in 18-hour days, 7 days a week to make sure the business succeeded. Miguel brought his passion in design and helped develop the signature architecture and interior design of the Vallarta stores. He created the trademark Vallarta aesthetic with the focus of modern and nostalgic references to his hometown in Jalisco. Anyone in our community can recognize the iconic design when they're driving around the neighborhood. And when they go in, they forget they're in California and they're taken directly back to Mexico. That's what Miguel did. He made a simple shopping experience feel like home. And he was always pushing the envelope to make sure every store completed its mission to serve our community with respect and pride, while providing authentic, traditional, fresh products that brings families together over a meal. One of his last projects was Sayulita Tap Room, established in October of 2020 in Indio, California. This project epitomized his vision of spending quality time with loved ones, excellent food and drinks, and live music. When he pitched this idea to his family, they all had doubts and concerns. They asked, a bar at a grocery store? Miguel said, if Whole Foods can do it, so can I. This project represented Miguel's vision and entrepreneurial spirit to make his dreams a reality. But Miguel wasn't just a shining example of the American dream. He inspired countless others to work hard and play hard as well, which was his motto. He left a legacy of 52 stores throughout Southern and Central California, all which provide jobs to more than 8,000 hardworking people. Miguel had a deep passion and love for the employees and families at Vallarta Supermarkets. He was heavily involved in the Gonzalez Family Foundation, which offered scholarships to its employees and their children. The foundation has given thousands of dollars to help their families pursue higher education. On top of that, he was a supporter and donor to the St. Jude Children's Center. For this and so much more, I know that his legacy will continue to inspire Latinos and countless others in our community and across the country. And I know that his designs will be seen and appreciated by more and more people every day. Miguel leaves behind his high school sweetheart and wife, Maria Teresa, his two sons, Cristian and Luis Angel, granddaughter, Aria Soleil, his mother, Eva, and father, Felix, and his brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, and uncles, and many of us who are his dear friends. Many of Miguel's family made the trip to Washington, D.C. to watch him be honored in this body. I've had the honor of knowing Miguel and his family, admiring his wonderful work, his work ethic. Miguel came to the United States not speaking English. Miguel's first language was Spanish. So with that, I want to honor him and all those who come to this country and give so much to the United States of America. A la familia de Miguel, muchísimas gracias por dar tanto de él a la comunidad. También quiero agradecer al Miguel por ser tan buen hombre, esposo, padre, hijo, amigo. Es muy importante que todos sepan que en los Estados Unidos todos somos iguales. Y Miguel, en él creó muchos sueños y vivió esos sueños y también dio miles y miles de sueños a familias, no nomás los que trabajaban en Vallarta, pero también las personas que ellos sirven. So today I honor the life of my dear friend Miguel Gonzalez, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will provide a translation of his remarks. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year there were over 60,000 police officers that were assaulted in the line of duty. Over 60,000 were assaulted. 295 of those officers died. This year already, we've had 123 police officers that have been shot. This is National Police Week. This is the time when we need to reflect upon the difference between total chaos in our community and civilized order, holding people accountable for the crimes that they commit, ensuring that we're not defunding the police, but we're lifting up the police, that we're holding these peacekeepers in our prayers and their families. Mr. Speaker, on July 17th of 2016, we had 5 police officers, my hometown of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, shot. Brad Garafello, Matthew Gerald, and Montrell Jackson died that day. They died. Bruce Simmons and Brad Montgomery were both injured. Nick Touye was an East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy. Nick took 3 bullets, one to the head, one to the chest, and one to the abdomen. Every single medical professional, doctor's nurse, hospital official, everyone said that he wasn't going to make it through the rest of that day, July 17th. 6 years later, nearly, Nick Touye was still fighting for his life. He sat there for 2,119 days. 2,119 days. With his father James and his mother Mary by his side, fighting, and Nick was unbelievable. This shooting was designed to rip our community apart. It was designed to attack law enforcement, to attack peacekeepers, to offend the police, to intimidate the police, and it did completely the opposite. Rather than ripping our community apart, it brought all of us together, no matter political party, race, socioeconomic situation, neighborhood. Everyone came together in support of these officers, their families, their departments, and what they did, their sacrifice. These people are underpaid, overworked, and every single day when they leave the house, kissing loved ones, kissing dependents, because it may be the last time they come home. Mr. Speaker, Nick Touye, he didn't let the evil win. He didn't let the bad guys win. Nick was completely a fighter. And he sat there and against all odds, he refused to let death prevail. The inspiration that Nick gave to our entire community, to our state, these bracelets, you saw them all over the place. Pray for Nick Touye, or Nick Touye Strong. Even the president signed a note to him a few years ago. And it was a rallying cry for our community. Mr. Speaker, the numbers that we have seen, the numbers that we've seen this year alone, in not lifting up the police, supporting these peacekeepers, but rather disrespecting them, it is absolutely inexcusable. These people, I can't say it enough, they put their lives on the line for our communities so we can be safe. Nick Touye fought and he beat that evil. He defied all odds. But sadly, on Tuesday of this week, he was buried. After 6 years of fighting death, of saying no, of upholding good, of bringing our community together. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the amazing work of his parents again, Mary and James Touye, every single day at his side, making it clear to Nick that not just they were there for him, but the entire community was, that their boundless love for this man, it was so clear to him throughout this process. So clear. I want to thank his sons, Trenton and Gage, and I want to remind you, your father was a role model for our community. To his brothers, Jamie and Shannon, please don't let the void that Nick's passing to the Father has created, do not let that become a void here on earth. Continue his mission, the Nick Touye Foundation, St. Jude, and others. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say, the difference between chaos and order is what our peacekeepers do. Underpaid, underappreciated, overworked. These are great people. We cannot allow this trend of seeing an increase in shootings, over 60,000 attacks against our law enforcement officers last year alone. We cannot allow this to continue. Yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Latino service members have been vital to the defense of our country, including the thousands who have made the ultimate sacrifice. It's important that our communities and our government pay tribute to the diverse history of Latinos in the United States military, which is why I'm proud that the House passed my bill, H.R. 5900, honoring World War II hero Private Jacob Cruz, an Angelino, a Boa Heights resident, and a United States Marine Corps Reserve private. Private Cruz was 17 years old and a junior at Roosevelt High School when he asked his single immigrant mother, Gracia Cruz, a custodian at White Memorial Medical Center, for permission to enlist. After initial training, Private Cruz shipped off to the Pacific, where he gave his life running ammunition boxes to gunners amid enemy fire during the Battle of Tarawa in 1943. Private Cruz's heroic devotion to duty earned him the Silver Star and the Purple Heart. Unfortunately, his remains were not recovered after he was killed. And then, just as Mother Nature brushed away during a storm a house where the battle took place, the remains of Mr. Cruz were found in 2019. And then in 2020, they were identified, and in 2021, were finally returned to Private Cruz's family for a long-awaited proper burial with full military honors. In recognition of Private Cruz's service and sacrifice, the House passed H.R. 5900, designating the Boyle Heights Post Office as a Marine Corps Reserve Private Jacob Cruz Post Office. And I want to take a moment to give thanks to Private Cruz's family, including his brother Isaac, his sister Ruth, his nephews Mike and Isaac, and his niece Alta, who have kept Private Cruz's legacy alive in Boyle Heights for almost 8 decades. and never gave up the fight to bring him home. As we approach Memorial Day, I urge the Senate to pass H.R. 5900 to honor Private Cruz's sacrifice and those of other Latino military heroes, both fallen and alive in Los Angeles and across the country for the decades to come. Roosevelt High School, where Private Cruz attended, has a long history, as well as Garfield High School, in giving up boys to go to fight the world wars. And during World War II, there was a football game called the East LA Classic between Roosevelt and Garfield. And during World War II, during those 4 years, were the only years that they couldn't field a team on either side. So this is in honor of Private Cruz, but it's also in honor of just all the Latino men who gave their lives during our conflicts, especially during World War II. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
So the recent numbers on our trade deficit for this country, which ties in strongly with our supply chain issues we've been facing during COVID and during this new administration, we've reached a new record of just right at $110 billion for 1 month of March of our trade deficit. So why are we in this precarious situation? We're not producing the way we need to in this country. I just spoke with some dairy folks a while ago from California. They're having more and more difficulty in producing, but also exporting. We're not adhering to our trade regulations, our trade agreements. Basically, the USTR is saying we're not being empowered to make new trade agreements. We're instead more worried about other things, such as climate change and things like that. How are we supposed to compete? How are our small towns and small town economies supposed to keep going when we cannot produce here? When we can't have trade agreements that are adhered to? Under the Trump agreements with China, we're $300 billion behind because they're not being enforced. How are we supposed to have the means of production in this country when we don't enforce our trade laws, our trade agreements? We have shiploads that come over here full of more electronic gadgetry or what have you from China and others, and then they leave our ports a lot of times empty. They don't even fulfill obligations when they leave the ports in Southern California. They're supposed to stop in the port of Oakland, for example, and pick up our ag products, almonds, etc., and take them back, yet they don't, because they're not being enforced. What's that mean for our economy? Bad things. Bad things for our rural ag economy. Bad things for the overall trade deficit. And so if we don't have the means of production here, if we're not sustaining them, we will not have food, we will not have the other things that Americans produce as part of our trade agreements. And then we'll be even more dependent on imported food, imported products that have already put us over a barrel. When somewhere around 90% of our pharmaceuticals, for example, are produced in China, what if they decide to cut off their export to us and keep us over a barrel on that? How are we supposed to continue to compete? How are we supposed to have an economy? We need the president and his U.S. trade reps to adhere to enforcing our trade agreements because it means so much to our jobs. It means so much to our economy. It means if they're not producing for export, then they're probably not going to be around to produce for domestic use. So as we see the world food crisis mount up, and we haven't seen anything yet. Indeed, as the water is being cut off in California, for example, because BOR and others are not finding that a priority over fish and over salinity in the Delta, we're going to find ourselves in 2023 without the food that we should have been growing in 2022. It's not that tough. It's pretty simple. You need to plan a year ahead in agriculture, in food supply, to have what you're going to need next year. But we don't, because we're after pie in the sky, other priorities. So electrification of tractors they're talking about. I mean, no farmer's going to be able to change his fleet out, get rid of his trucks, get rid of his tractors to meet these goals set by somebody in Washington, D.C. or Sacramento. We need to get back to basics. We're coming out of 2 years of COVID. We're coming out of a timeline where the economy has been harmed greatly by overbearing COVID regulations and taking people out of the production chain. And so we're all feeling the effects of that. Unemployment. Yeah, there's many, many employment opportunities out there, and we're not taking advantage of the ability to fill them because instead we're mailing out $1,200 checks. We're prioritizing other things. I just do not understand how we have a strong country, a strong economy, when we don't prioritize domestic production, keeping the supply chains filled. We're having difficulty getting railroad bookings to move our products back and forth between the coast and the Midwest to feed ethanol plants in California, for example. We want this newer, cleaner fuel, yet we can hardly get the grain there. What's going on with that? Why can't we have train track time in order to move these very needed products? Why are our ports so balled up and yet being on the receiving end of imports but not being able to get our exports out because we're not being more forceful on our trade agreements? How long are we going to keep doing this? It makes me wonder if the administration is actually on the side of the American people or other interests. We're not going to be in a good way as we already suffer higher costs for food, empty shelves, and so we need the Biden administration to
Gentleman's time has
focus
expired.
on full shelves and not empty shelves. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to join the city of Selma, Alabama, in celebrating May 14th, 2022 as Dr. Bernard Lafayette Jr. Day, honoring the extraordinary contributions of civil rights leader, activist, and advocate of nonviolence, Reverend Dr. Bernard Lafayette Jr. Dr. Lafayette has made his mark in history as a civil rights organizer, minister, educator, and lecturer whose contributions to the civil rights movements have garnered him national recognition as a leading authority on the strategy of nonviolent social change. As a student advocate in the 1960s, he played a leading role in the early organizing of the Selma voting rights movement. Dr. Lafayette was an active participant in the sit-in campaign and the Nashville student movement, and he worked closely throughout the 1960s with groups such as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and the American Friends Service Committee. Dr. Lafayette began his activism as a student at American Baptist Theological Seminary in Nashville, Tennessee, where he was taught by teacher and SCLC mentor James Lawson the techniques of nonviolence. Dr. Lafayette learned alongside fellow students John Lewis, James Bevel, and Diane Nash before participating in the Nashville student lunch counter sit-ins in the 1960s. From there, his passion for civil rights continued to blossom, leading him to become one of the co-founders of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. As the director of SNCC's Alabama Voter Registration Project in 1962, Dr. Lafayette relocated to my hometown of Selma, Alabama, where he worked with the Dallas County Voters League to open voter registration clinics throughout the city of Selma. Gaining a reputation as a fiery organizer and passionate proponent of nonviolence, Dr. Lafayette expanded his work from Alabama to Chicago, working with the American Friends Service Committee, Dr. Martin Luther King, and the SCLC's Chicago campaign. He later became an ordained Baptist minister and served as president of his alma mater, the American Baptist Theological Seminary. Dr. Lafayette is recognized as one of the leading proponents of nonviolence direct action in the world. He has taught and preached the philosophy of nonviolence in many colleges, universities across the globe. And he was a recipient of numerous honorary degrees, including one from Mount Holyoke College, the University of Rhode Island, and Antioch College's Coretta Scott King Center for Cultural and Intellectual Freedom. Dr. Lafayette has written several books about his experience in the civil rights movement and books covering his views and thoughts on nonviolence. These books include The Leader's Manual, a structured guide and introduction to Keynesian nonviolence, the briefing booklet, an orientation on nonviolence, and most recently, in Peace and Freedom, My Journey in Selma. For over 50 years, Dr. Lafayette has remained dedicated to equality and justice for all, lecturing at various universities and traveling internationally to train the next generation on how to achieve social change using the philosophy of Dr. King and nonviolence. I ask my colleagues to join me, the citizens of the city of Selma and Dallas County, Alabama, in declaring May 14th, 2022 as Dr. Bernard Lafayette Jr. Day, in celebration of the extraordinary life and legacy of the Reverend Dr. Bernard Lafayette Jr., an Alabama gem and an American treasure. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been here probably about 16 months now, and I'm really getting tired of being right on so many issues. And I think, in general, just the things we talk about, from sort of the right of the political perspective. But, we warned that if we spent trillions and trillions of dollars, on COVID, that we would see inflation. And as a result, that now the American people are feeling that pain. And we warned that if we shut down the Keystone Pipeline and then we had to beg OPEC to increase production, we'd see an increase in prices. And we continue to see that impact the American families. But today, I'm here to yield another warning, and I hope I'm wrong on this. I really do. I had an opportunity to go down to the border, and I've been down a couple of times. And, one of the things that I found was very interesting is that people coming to this country are having to deal with the drug cartel. We no longer have operational control of the southern border, no matter what Secretary Mayorkas says. We don't have control of the southern border. And what's happening is now we have people coming to this country, and they have a couple of different options. And depending on where they're coming from, if you're coming from Mexico just south of the border, you can pay the drug cartel approximately $4,000 to $5,000. Those prices, I think, are changing gradually. But if you want to come from the Triangle Nations a little further south, it'll cost you about $8,000 to come to America. Syria, the last price I heard was $20,000. And this week we had a sheriff's department in Texas on a random traffic stop, had two Chinese people who they arrested and detained who had paid $80,000 each to come to our country. But what do the people do that don't have the money to come to our country? What do they do? What is the policies of Biden's southern border? What do? They have a couple of options. One option is they can become drug mules. If you want to pay passage to the drug cartel, you have an option. You can backpack heroin, fentanyl, or cocaine across the U.S. southern border to pay your passage to the Mexican drug cartel. Now, the thing we need to be reminded of is those drugs are not going to stay in those border towns. We saw that this year. We're losing about one person every 5 minutes to fentanyl overdoses in our country. We're setting a new record level there, and there were a lot of sad mothers on Mother's Day this past Sunday. And I talked to a physician friend of mine in a college town, and she warned me. She said, Barry, we're seeing a lot of young people who see these drugs online. They might think they're getting a Xanax, and they're getting something laced with fentanyl. That's one of the warnings that we're issuing here today. The drugs are coming to a town near you. The other thing that this policies of crossing our southern border and this open border policy of the Biden administration, the other thing it's doing, it's creating human trafficking. We heard a briefing yesterday morning, and what happens now is used to they would at least separate the child from the mother and do an interview to try to get to the bottom of, are these people really related, or are these children being trafficked into America? The Border Patrol agents are so overwhelmed right now on our southern border. The text I heard was broken arrow, I believe was the term. They don't even interview now. We're putting these children on buses. We don't know what cities we're sending them to. I remember asking an admiral at Fort Bliss, I said, sir, what are we doing with these children? Where are they going? And he said, well, we're shipping them to addresses. And my question was, why don't we send them back to where they came from? Now, these are kids who 14 to 17 years of age. And his response to me was, well, they don't really have an address where they came from. But you're telling me they lived there most of their life, but we're going to send them to a Google address in America? We are creating a crisis in this nation, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid I'm not. The drugs are coming to your community as the left wants to defund police. And these people are making payments. Most of this money now, the indentured servants and the human traffic, the ones who don't traffic the drugs across in a backpack, they're making installment payments to the cartel south of the border. So most of the money that's being made is being sent south of the border. And we got a ton of statistics here, and I don't want to try to go through this, but let me say this. Under this administration, we have a historic event now. Instead of every 30 years, about every 30 to 40 days, we're seeing a new historic event, whether it's inflation or gas prices, the border crisis, the numbers of death as a result of drug overdoses. And again, I hope I'm wrong on this, but let me say this, and for all of our friends, I hope you'll go see the border. I'd encourage the president, the vice president, please go see what's going on. We have an invasion on the southern border. We do not have operational control anymore of the southern border. The drug cartel are controlling our southern border, and it's estimated that they're going to make close to $100 billion on just human trafficking across the border alone. That does not count their drug profits. We have a crisis on our southern border, and I will say this, a closed border is a compassionate border. And thank you with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, our colleagues in the Senate held a key vote on legislation to codify women's reproductive rights that have been guaranteed under Roe v. Wade for the past 50 years. Senators had the opportunity to go on the record to show their support for protecting the health and safety of every woman in America. That vote failed. 51 senators voted against the Women's Health Protection Act, joining the 211 House members who, in the wake of the Supreme Court's draft opinion overturning Roe, support rolling back women's rights. Madam Speaker, as a woman, I'm horrified by what's taken place in the past week. As a mom, I'm terrified for what the future holds for my 2 young girls. And as a member of this body, I'm infuriated by those who will stand here on this floor in the People's House and tell women that the rights we've cherished for the past 50 years were a mistake, that they should be undone with the stroke of a pen. Make no mistake, this decision from the Supreme Court, or anything remotely close to it, is extremely dangerous. For tens of millions of women, it will mean losing access to life-saving reproductive health services, and it'll happen overnight. In states like Texas and Alabama, it'll mean that the victims of rape or incest will be forced to carry their traumatic, unwanted pregnancies to term. To my colleagues who support that kind of future, I ask you, if you can face your mother and explain to her why, if you can look at your daughter or your granddaughter in the eyes and say that she doesn't deserve the same rights as her brothers or her male classmates. Over the past week, I've heard those who support Judge Alito's draft opinion in my home state say that we live in Massachusetts and we don't have anything to worry about. However, that stance is flawed. Yes, women in Massachusetts and other states that have done the right thing by codifying Roe will be safe. But for how long? Anti-choice activists and elected officials across the country, including many in this chamber, have made it clear that they want to ban every woman in America for accessing abortion care. They don't care about states' rights. They want to override state laws that protect our reproductive rights because they want to eliminate our ability to control our own bodies. Well, I have news for those folks. History has shown us with brutal clarity that you will never ban abortions. You'll just ban the safe ones. Women, particularly women of color, and those from low-income backgrounds will be forced into the alley for their abortion care. And many women will die from unsafe procedures. And while families mourn an empty seat at the dinner table, the wealthiest in America, including many who cheered on Judge Alito, will find ways to access that same care. But they'll do it in secret to avoid the prosecution they want for others and the display of their own hypocrisy. That's not the America I want my girls to grow up in. It's not the country I want for any of our daughters to grow up in. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop thinking about the political ramifications of supporting women and to start thinking about what could happen to the women in your own life if you succeed. There's still time to do the right thing. So join us, or at the very least, get out of our way. Our daughters are depending on us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the accomplishments of some outstanding students in my district. Recently, the Principles of Engineering class at Pella High School won the high school division of the Build Iowa's Future Design Challenge. This design challenge asks students to create innovative projects to improve their community. Now, Pella is the home of some global, worldwide excellent manufacturing facilities, such as Pella Windows and Vermeer Manufacturing, so the students drew inspiration from their own hometown. The class designed an advanced manufacturing lab to be created at the Career Academy of Pella to provide experiences and opportunities for students looking to pursue a career in manufacturing. Congratulations to Isaac, Krista, Jack, Stephen, Kaiser, Emily, Grace, Wyatt, and Jackson on the win. I am thrilled to acknowledge these high school students and to see them introduce innovative solutions to the growing field of manufacturing, and I'm excited to see these students become leaders of tomorrow. I rise today to recognize Sarah Watson. Sarah is a University of Iowa graduate where she was editor of the student-run newspaper, The Daily Iowan. Sarah took her talents to the Quad City Times following graduation, where she reports on politics and elections. During Sarah's time at the Quad City Times, she has reported on pertinent veterans issues and the full breakdown of legislation introduced at the local, state, and federal levels. Sarah's commitment to journalism has not gone unnoticed. Recently, Sarah was awarded the J.P. Wagner Prize for Young Journalist by the Iowa Newspaper Association. This award is dedicated to the late J.P. Wagner, an Iowa newspaper reporter and editor who had a passion for encouraging young reporters to report on local communities. This award is awarded to journalists 30 years or younger who display a deep passion and love for Iowa and its people. I can think of no person more deserving of this award than Sarah. Her drive to inform the community on issues and topics in their government is unmatched, and I'm proud to have journalists like her reporting on issues in my district. I'd also like to take a minute to recognize the birthday of my nephews, Joseph and Matthew Martino. Happy birthday, Joseph and Matthew.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The memorial service for former Vice President Walter Mondale was held last week. Unbeknownst to him, Mondale had a major impact on my life and on the lives of other refugees fleeing violence and oppression in Southeast Asia. The moral courage he displayed then should influence and inspire world leaders now as we confront a new refugee crisis spawned by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Carter-Mondale administration took office in 1977 in the aftermath of the end of the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. And because my parents had worked with American and South Vietnamese forces during the war, they faced persecution by the communist government that had taken over. In 1979, we were finally able to escape by boat. And unfortunately for us, we ran out of fuel in international waters. But fortunately, a U.S. Navy ship responded to our distress call, and the sailors gave us the fuel and supplies we needed to reach a Malaysian refugee camp. We were the beneficiaries of American power and generosity. My family's physical journey from Vietnam to America and our emotional journey from darkness to light was only possible because of policy decisions made by this nation's leaders. After Saigon fell to communist forces in 1975, President Ford permitted about 130,000 South Vietnamese citizens into the United States. But after that, America's gates were essentially closed to refugees from Southeast Asia, even though the situation on the ground continued to deteriorate. Former U.S. allies were being sent to what was called re-education camp. They were essentially hard labor camps, and many of them didn't survive. When Carter and Mondale entered the White House, many Vietnamese families, including mine, were taking their chances on the high seas. We were collectively known as the Vietnamese boat people. There was debate within the U.S. government about what to do. Some policymakers thought America had done enough. Others believed that this country could do more. And Carter and Mondale ultimately sided with the advocates for additional action, even though the weight of public opinion was against them. Mondale chaired a meeting during which he grew impatient with the officials from Defense and State Department. Are you telling me that we have thousands of people drowning in the open sea, and we have the 7th Fleet right there, and we can't help them, he asked. And although some Navy officials were reluctant to use American ships to rescue refugees, Mondale overruled them. And the Navy soon came to cherish their humanitarian role. As one ship commander involved in a rescue operation told Mondale, "I thought it would demoralize my sailors, but I was dead wrong. It's going to make a difference to the way those people think about America, because when their life was at risk, they saw this ship with an American flag come up and these young guys go down and pick them up. It's hard to stay mad at a policy like that." Of course, saving refugees was only half the battle. Refugees needed to find countries willing to accept them. And here again, Mondale led the country and the world. In July 1979, Carter sent Mondale to Geneva to address a UN conference, where Mondale delivered an eloquent and effective speech. He invoked the inadequate efforts taken by the international community to assist European Jews fleeing Nazi Germany. In that case, the consequences of inaction were the death camps. "Let us not reenact their error," he told the delegates. "Let us not be heirs to their shame. We face a world problem. Let us fashion a world solution. History will not forgive us if we fail. History will not forget us if we succeed." Mondale's speech prompted a standing ovation. More importantly, it prompted many nations to increase the number of refugees they accepted. The record is clear. The only reason my family and families like ours were given sanctuary and opportunity in America was because of leaders like Mondale, who chose to do what was morally right over what was politically popular. While history does not repeat itself, it does rhyme. And today, a new refugee crisis has emerged. Millions of families have fled Ukraine in the face of Russian savagery. To date, the response from the international community has mostly been in the mold of Mondale. World leaders have spent political and financial capital to help fellow human beings. And we must continue to meet the moral moment. We must follow the Mondale model. Thank God for Walter Mondale. Rest in peace, Mr. Vice President. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the historic commission of the USS Frank E. Peterson, Jr. The brave servicemen and women of the United States Navy are now in command of an impressive vessel with an equally impressive namesake. Lieutenant General Frank E. Peterson, Jr. was an all-American hero who served with distinction for 38 years. As the first African-American Marine Corps aviator and the first African-American Marine Corps general officer, Lieutenant General Peterson went above and beyond the call of duty as a fighter pilot in over 350 combat missions in both the Korean and Vietnam War. For this exemplary service, Lieutenant General Peterson was well decorated, receiving his Distinguished Service Medal, the Superior Service Medal, the Purple Heart, as well as numerous others. His service was exemplary, and the American people are eternally grateful to him and his commitment to our country. This vessel will be a mainstay of the U.S. Armed Forces, and as its namesake did, will overcome all in the pursuit of excellence, as soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines have done for generations. The crew members will continue to carry the torch of liberty and defend our great nation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Low Country's best, the Parris Island Marine Corps Band, for their Emmy-nominated original composition called "You Were There." This piece salutes the first responders who continued to work at the height of the pandemic, honoring their commitment to serve and their dedication to serve. This piece was inspired by Mrs. Lakin Pellin, the wife of the band director, Chief Warrant Officer Mark Pellin, who worked with COVID-19 patients at the height of the pandemic in LA, Beaufort, and Hilton Head Island. Her bravery during the pandemic exemplifies the spirit of first responders across the nation. Ms. Pellin was, as well as so many other first responders from communities just like the Lowcountry, made sacrifices every day for us, and we owe them an enormous debt. The Marines who perform this touching piece are the first responders for the nation when we have dangers abroad, but it is remarkable to see their tribute to our first responders at home. Congratulations on this tremendous honor. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a tribute to first responders in Charleston during National Police Week. Charleston Mayor John Tecklenburg partnered with visual artist Kelvin Bluffton and numerous current and former law enforcement officials from across the Lowcountry for unveiling of Escape. Escape is an exhibit of original paintings of first responders by Mr. Bluffton that's meant to educate young people on the principles of civil service and the subsequent responsibility of serving in our community. Escape stands for East Side Civic Art Public Engagement and is tailored to encourage young people to aspire to be first responders in order to better serve the Lowcountry. Mayor Tecklenburg and Mr. Bluffton are helping to raise the next generation of public servants, and we couldn't be more thrilled with the progress they're making. Congratulations to you both on this amazing unveiling. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Battery Creek High School, a fantastic Lowcountry school in Beaufort, South Carolina, with an excellent wildlife habitat education program that's recently won the South Carolina State Championship and will be sending 4 young men to the national competition in London, Kentucky. The Wildlife Habitat Education Program is a hands-on environmental education program that provides students an opportunity to test their wildlife knowledge. This knowledge is invaluable to young people, particularly in the Lowcountry, as they learn important lessons about wildlife management and conservation. Conservation is an important value we all share in our community, and these young men are helping to lead and charge in conservation efforts throughout the Lowcountry and throughout the state of South Carolina. This championship has been a great deal to the Beaufort community, and we couldn't be more proud of our young students. Congratulations again to Hunter Smith, Diego Vega, Hunter Hollingsworth, Tanner McCracken, and Ms. Beth Ann Melton. We wish all of you the best at Nationals in July and August. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of the Lowcountry's business owners, Chris and Sheila Porzuchek of Tortugas Mexican Grill on Edisto Beach. Last week, Tortugas donated their proceeds from an event with the Edisto Beach Loggerhead Turtle Project held during Cinco de Mayo, and it's called Tacos for Turtles. The event not only helped to raise money, but helped raise awareness of the importance of turtle conservation and keeping the lights off at night to prevent confusion for newly hatched turtles on their way into the ocean. Despite staffing shortages which are affecting businesses across the Lowcountry right now, Chris and Sheila are known as hard workers and support local nonprofits in the Lowcountry often. Thank you, Chris and Sheila, for your hard work and your contributions to the Lowcountry, and I yield back.
Yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support and in defense of women's reproductive freedom and equal rights to comprehensive health care. The leaked Alito opinion shows the Supreme Court is likely to overturn Roe v. Wade, the critical precedent that has protected a woman's right to bodily autonomy for nearly 50 years. Suddenly, millions of women across America are on the brink of being denied their fullness of rights, and America is about to become less free. Undeterred, Republicans are now publicly talking about a national abortion ban, states' rights notwithstanding. We are staring down an emergency. I was a young teen when the Supreme Court ruled on Roe v. Wade. That remarkable ruling meant that my generation would not have to suffer the cruel and dangerous world where abortion was illegal. My generation and all who have come after have benefited beyond measure from ensuring that women have control over their bodies and are able to make their personal health care decisions in private counsel with their families and their doctors without having to risk their safety or their lives. In the House, we passed the Women's Health Protection Act to codify Roe. Across the Capitol, Yesterday, 51 senators turned their back on women's rights and voted against this legislation. It is shameful. I am calling on the Senate to work together to protect women across the country. We cannot afford to backslide. We must preserve access to safe medical procedures and respect women's bodily autonomy. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month. As President Biden declared in his proclamation this month, each May, we raise awareness about the importance of mental health and its impact on the well-being of all Americans, including children, adults, families, and communities across our nation. We also give thanks to the dedicated mental health providers whose service and support improve the lives of so many Americans. We stand in solidarity with those who are experiencing mental health conditions, renewing our commitment to providing them with the support they need and deserve. Madam Speaker, every day, Americans bear a tremendous mental health burden exacerbated by COVID-19. The pandemic has increased daily challenges for all of us, and for so many have pushed us to our limits. Frontline workers, seniors forced into isolation, parents juggling work and teaching our kids from home, and especially our young people navigating life's decisions, often without the basic support systems they deserve and need. We feel the impact of our daily interaction with family, friends, neighbors, and even strangers, and we see the impact in the numbers: increased demand for mental health services, rising incidents of domestic violence, and far too often stories of people, old and young, losing all hope and dying by suicide. I've heard from the Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago about the severity of the pediatric mental health crisis. Prior to the pandemic, Lurie Children's used to get 50 calls per week for new appointments for mental health services. They are now getting 50 calls a day. Their emergency department treated a pre-pandemic 2 to 3 suicide attempts each month. That number has jumped to 2 or 3 attempts each day. Countless teachers have come to me telling me about the struggles their students are facing and the increasing difficulties they endure simply managing their classrooms. A study found that the mental health of college students declined between 2013 and 2021, with a 135% increase in depression and a 110% increase in anxiety. According to the CDC, during the pandemic, 18 to 24-year-olds became 25% more likely to report they'd seriously considered suicide. In my district, Dylan Buckner, a star quarterback due to graduate with honors in mere months, was lost to suicide in January of 2021, devastating his family, friends, and community. More recently, my community lost a shining light, Orly Sheffy, to suicide this spring. She was a wonderful young woman I had the privilege of knowing her entire life. Her parents, Steve and Timna, her sisters, Ariel and Ayelet, are heartbroken, but are also committed to helping others get the mental health care they need. Steve specifically asked that Congress take up the issue of mental health on college campuses. Another of my constituents lost their son, Washington Metropolitan Police Officer Jeff Smith, due to physical and mental injuries incurred on January 6th. Officer Smith's father shared with me that the stigma around mental health and the lack of access to care contributed to his tragic loss. Orly, Dylan's, and Jeff's stories, like everyone's, are specific to their individual circumstance. But the tragedy of young lives cut short and the incidents of people of all ages not able to get the care they need reflect our national failure to meet this mental health moment. As a nation, we desperately need more mental health awareness, education, and better mental health services. We need more mental health providers and residents available to both adults and to children to address and access the gap that so many families confront. Getting America healthy requires that we get those facing these challenges the resources they need. Or, if we as a nation are going to achieve our greatest potential, then we must help the sickest among us get healthy so they can reach their full potential. In Illinois, you can use the Call for Calm text line. If you have a loved one or are struggling with stress related to the COVID pandemic and need emotional support, text TALK to 552-020. It's free and it's anonymous. Veterans can call 1-800-273-8255 or text 838-255. The number for the National Suicide Prevention Hotline is 800-273-8255. Madam Speaker, thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the body for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks. Madam Speaker, I'm here this morning to talk about Social Security. Madam Speaker, first I would like to submit 2 articles for the record. It's time for the U.S. Congress to debate Social Security and reform it in the light of day by New York Times reporter Mark Miller. And also the early impact of COVID-19 on job losses amongst black women in the United States, submitted by Michelle Holder. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, as Martin Luther King would say, it's the fierce urgency of now that we're dealing with. And by that, I mean the fierce urgency being the pandemic that this country is currently going through. That pandemic has taken more than 740,000 Americans over the age of 65. That same group over the age of 65 is the group that is hurt most by inflation. Why? Because they are on fixed incomes. They are Social Security recipients, and they need our help now. The good news, thanks to the efforts of Chairman Neal and the Ways and Means Committee, we've established both a racial equity task force, and Terry Sewell, Stephen Horsford, Jim Gomez have all put together extensive reporting that talks about the inequality that exists and what our colleague John Lewis said was the next civil rights movement, and that's to make sure we uplift everybody in this country who's worked all their lives, paid into a system, and get below poverty level checks from their government. That is about to end with the passage of Social Security 2100, a sacred trust, called the sacred trust by President Biden because it is. We no longer have to go back to the Great Depression to talk about the impact of Social Security and why it came into prominence. You only have to go back as far as 2008, 2009 and understand that during that recession, people saw their 401k become a 101k. During that same time period, Social Security never missed a payment, not a spousal, not a dependent coverage payment, not a pension payment, and not a disability payment. With Memorial Day approaching, it was good listening to the members come and talk about honoring our veterans on Memorial Day. And several came down this week and honoring in Police Week as well, talking about police officers who need help. Millions of police officers across this country, because of WEP and GPO, are penalized and don't receive the Social Security benefits, neither they or their spouse, that they richly deserve. President Biden has put an end to that. Rich Neal, has also introduced legislation as well with respect to that. So is Mr. Davis and Mr. Brady on the Republican side. It's long overdue. If you want to help police officers, if you want to help our veterans, so many of whom more rely on Social Security disability than they do on the VA. Congress has not enhanced Social Security in more than 51 years. A gallon of milk in 1971 cost 72 cents. Look at the cost now, not only of milk, but of bread and butter and gas and rent, and understand the absolute necessity to help out the people who, during this pandemic, need it the most. Congress can no longer kick the can down the road. This is our responsibility on our watch. And on Memorial Day, every citizen in this country ought to be asking Congress what it's going to do. And what do we have to do? A very simple thing, that we take an oath of office and raise our hands and pledge allegiance to the Constitution, and that's vote. Vote on an issue that will help the people of this great nation out. People that have been neglected, more than 3 million who have paid in all their lives and get below poverty level checks. Millennials and Gen Xers who are going to need Social Security even more than the 10,000 baby boomers a day who become eligible for Social Security. The time to act is now. Let's heed the words of Martin Luther King and understand the fierce urgency of now, so that people won't have to put food back on the shelves that they can't afford, or be turned back from the drugs that they need to purchase, and that they have a quality of life that they richly deserve in the wealthiest nation in the world. And we can pay for this all by just simply raising the cap on people over $400,000. Those wealthy people can afford to pay the same level that people making $50,000. It's long overdue. The time to act is now. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Oh, I don't have it. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of 3 critical pieces of legislation that are in the House this week. I proudly endorsed and co-sponsored all 3 of them to keep our promise to essential workers and support communities across the country. It's time for Congress to start delivering the results that we have promised to the American people. First, I'd like to begin by praising the passage of H.R. 2499, the Federal Firefighters Fairness Act of 2022. There are over 15,000 firefighters employed by the federal government. Each of them is at greater risk of developing illnesses due to their job. These hazards include diesel emissions, carbon monoxide, and other cancer-causing chemicals released by fires that they combat on a regular basis. 48 states have compensation laws that provide firefighters with a presumption that certain diseases were contracted on the job. However, no such rule applies so far to federal firefighters, and it's time we correct this wrong and stand behind the brave men and women who protect us. I'd also like to urge the pass of H.R. 903, the right for the Transportation Security Administration Workforce Act. 365 days a year, TSA agents across the country ensure safe travel to all of us. Despite working through COVID-19 pandemics and government shutdowns, agents face stagnant pay. These brave men and women deserve better, which is why I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 903. This legislation will put TSA agents on a level playing field with other federal employees, and we need to do this today. Finally, Madam Speaker, I urge the passage of H.R. 5129, the Community Services Block Grants Modernization Act of 2022. This bill reauthorizes the community service block grants for the next 10 years that improve the lives of Americans across the country and have done so much in my district. Just this year, over $3 million of these grants help improve the lives of communities in South Texas, in my district. This is a product of the war on poverty. These grants support poverty reduction, increase in health access, and many other benefits. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and continue the program for South Texans and Americans across this country. I urge the House to pass these bipartisan pieces of legislation so we can get them to the President's desk, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I've instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer today will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Stir up our hearts, O Lord, this day, that we may prepare ourselves for the work you have laid before us. Wake our minds, that they would be alert and fully open to living into the hope you reveal to us. Strengthen our bodies, that they would stand tireless in the face of the challenges that lie ahead. Reach into our souls, that we would be moved to live boldly into the morals with which you have inspired us. Then may we, with the whole of our heart, mind, body, and soul, dedicate ourselves to the commonwealth of the people you have called us to serve. May we show sincere love for one another in our obedience to the truth. May our love for our country and our communities be faithful to your living and enduring word in our lives. Be this day, Holy God, the foundation of all our efforts, and we, the reflection of your perfect love. In your powerful name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by my friend and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to S-Con-Res 20, concurrent resolution condemning the October 25, 2021 military coup in Sudan and standing with the peoples of Sudan, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
the chair requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we observe National Police Week, I'm here today to honor and celebrate the life and service of Southgate Police Detective Alexis Gonzalez of Southgate, California. Detective Gonzalez tragically passed away on April 25th. Detective Gonzalez first joined the police department in 2013 as a police explorer. He graduated from the Rio Hondo Police Academy in 2017, realizing his dream of becoming a Southgate police officer. At the age of 27, Detective Gonzalez was a 5-year veteran of the police force and a hero in Southgate. He was a shining star and will be sorely missed by family, friends, and the entire community. We honor the life and service of Detective Gonzalez and his family, and of every police officer who has put their life at risk to protect our communities. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Road Patrol Corporal Christopher Dye. Christopher dedicated his life to the people of Walker County and our nation, making the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Christopher worked at the Hayes State Prison and the Walker County Sheriff's Office until the tragic events of 9/11 struck our country. In October 2001, Christopher joined the Army and dedicated the next 12 years to serving our country. Christopher was a member of the 118th Airborne Infantry, performing tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Even after developing lymphoma, he never gave up his post. Christopher was highly decorated for his valiant service and returned to the Walker County Sheriff's Office to work alongside his family. In November 2020, Corporal Dye encountered fentanyl on a drug arrest. This exposure caused him to suffer a massive heart attack, and he passed away that evening. Corporal Dye was awarded the Walker County Sheriff's Office Employee of the Year Award later that year. He is survived by his wife, Kelly Jo, and their 5 children. Today, I'm introducing a resolution honoring Corporal Dye for his selfless sacrifice to the people of Walker County, Northwest Georgia, and the nation. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the extraordinary and impactful life of Gloria Langston, community advocate and co-founder of Rochester's first black-owned radio station, who sadly passed away last week. Founded in 1974, WDKX was one of the first black-owned stations in New York State. Their call sign is a tribute to Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King Jr., and Malcolm X, demonstrating their commitment to uplifting the black community. Together with her husband, Andrew Langston, Gloria established WDKX as a fixture in the Rochester radio space, bringing people together and keeping our community engaged. My heart goes out to her beloved son, Andre, and the entire Langston family during this difficult time. May you find peace in knowing her legacy will live on through the good works of those she has inspired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the national average cost for a gallon of gasoline hit an all-time high of $4.37. At this rate, American families will spend an extra $2,000 on gasoline this year on top of already historic inflation. President Biden has tried to shift the blame on this issue, taking no responsibility for the crisis that he and his administration have created. Let's be clear, this is not transitory inflation. This is not the Putin price hike. This is what happens when you dismantle American energy independence, a war on fossil fuel. That's what the president has done, and that's why energy costs are started rising long before the Russian invasion ever began. The solution to rising prices is more domestic production, but President Biden would rather cling to his Green New Deal agenda than admit that his policies have failed. America is home to an abundance of energy resources. We have the solutions to this crisis right here under our feet. What we lack is an administration with the political willpower to do what is right. Until that changes, we will continue to suffer the consequences of President Biden's anti-energy agenda. And thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the National Transportation Safety Board found that pilot error was a major factor in the 2009 fatal crash of Flight 3407. In the months following the tragedy, the families of the Flight 3407 fought for safety standards and improvements which were signed into law and have saved lives. Now an application before the Federal Aviation Administration to cut the minimum standard for pilot training in half. We are calling on the Federal Aviation Administration to categorically reject this request and any attempt to circumvent pilot training requirements. Families in my Western New York community will never have their loved ones back, but we can ensure that every family moving forward is stepping onto an airplane with a fully trained pilot. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss the economic crisis that is pummeling Florida's families. This week's financial reports show that inflation continues to hammer Americans, growing by 8.3% over April of 2021. When coupled with workforce shortages and supply chain disruptions, the result has been catastrophic for small businesses. Every sector of our economy is impacted. I'm also gravely concerned that we are spiraling toward a recession, and yet many of my colleagues seem to think the only answer is to spend more. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, we cannot spend our way out of this crisis. We must stop the reckless spending that is fueling this problem and make tough choices about our priorities.
just as each and every one of our constituents are being forced to do. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized. Without objection, the gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. Members, today, just like I did 1 year ago to this day, I rise with extraordinary pride to congratulate the 2022 NCAA Men's Volleyball National Champions, the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. This past Saturday, our Hawaii Rainbows defended their title on the legendary court of Pauley Pavilion against Long Beach State University. Emulating their victory in 2021, they proved that lightning can strike twice by sweeping their opponent in a decisive 3-set match. Our Warriors displayed acute focus, tenacity, and bold dominance, boasting a 27-5 record while remaining undefeated at home. As a proud alumni and former Rainbow Warrior volleyball player, I, along with the rest of Hawaii, congratulate our back-to-back national champions. Mahalo nui loa to head coach Charlie Waite, the coaching staff, the UH athletics program, the Manoa Antis, our loyal boosters and dedicated fans who support our players on and off the court, and to our 2022 NCAA Men's Volleyball Championship team, Noka Oi, and Go Bows. Mahalo.
Gentleman from Hawaii yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the 148th Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, and Rich Strike's owner, OU grad and Edmond native Rick Dawson. Rich Strike made history at the 148th Kentucky Derby, overcoming an 80-1 odds. This monumental victory is even more impressive as Rich Strike was not originally supposed to be in the Derby, entering only after another horse was scratched. Rich Strike was added a mere 34 hours before the race was set to begin. Congratulations to Rich Strike and Rick Dawson for bringing the Kentucky Derby Championship to Oklahoma's 5th Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week we marked Teachers Appreciation Week. This week and every week we say thank you to the educators who help our students learn and grow. We also honor their sacrifices and tireless efforts to carry our students forward during the last 2 difficult years. From engineering and business to public service and journalism, all professions depend on the profession of teaching. I will always remember the teachers who made a difference in my life, and I am so grateful for the teachers who put their heart and soul into inspiring students in my district and each and every day. I would also like to thank our teachers union, including those in my district like the Cleveland Teachers Union and the Akron Education Association, for their efforts to advocate for educators and to fulfill the promise of high-quality public education for every student. Again, thank you to all the teachers in Ohio's 11th Congressional District and across America. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of Dr. Frank M. Barker, Jr., who passed away on December 27, 2021. Dr. Barker was a humble man of great faith who lived his life in faithful service to his Savior, Jesus Christ, loving and serving others, giving to those in need, and sharing the good news that God sent his only Son to earth to save those who could not save themselves. A lifelong resident of Birmingham, Alabama, Dr. Barker was a graduate of Ramsey High School in 1949 and a graduate of Auburn University with a degree in engineering and a lifelong Auburn Tiger fan. He served his country as a jet fighter pilot in the U.S. Navy during service during the Korean War. After attending seminary, Dr. Barker founded Briarwood Presbyterian Church in America, leading a congregation that was committed to reaching the world for Christ. Through his leadership, Dr. Barker played an important role in the formation of the Presbyterian Church of America, a denomination that remains committed to the inerrancy and authority of the Holy Scripture. I know that Dr. Barker's life and legacy will continue to be an inspiration to others and a model for living a life of generosity and faithfulness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mayor Clarence Fields of Pineville, Louisiana, who is entering his final weeks in office after an extraordinary career. A lifelong resident of Pineville, Mayor Fields has led the city for nearly 22 years. If you need any indicator of the amazing work he has done, look no further than the fact that he was reelected to the City Hall 6 times and was unopposed in his last 4 elections. During his time in office, Mayor Fields has been committed to attracting investment to the community and creating good-paying jobs for residents. He is also known as a bridge builder, working across racial, political, and geographic lines to deliver results for Pineville and Rapides Parish. He has been an outstanding public servant, and our region is better because he chose to share his talents with the people of his hometown. The mayor had planned on running again this year, but decided to retire to spend more time with his grandchildren. While I will miss working with Mayor Fields, I wish him the best in his very well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Louisiana yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
A lot has been said in the last 48 hours in this floor with regard to the Ukraine-Russian conflict. However, I think there's some things that should be added that maybe can be talked about a little bit more as we try to find the end here. And I hope the Biden administration does not give up at all on trying to negotiate some sort of peace. First of all, I'm going to address Russia. Russia has a very low birth rate now of 1.5. In addition to that, people right now are leaving Russia. I was on the San Diego border about 8 months ago, and at that time, just in that region, one of 10 regions along the Mexican border, the second biggest nationality to cross was Russian. And it was recently reported that in the 6-month period ending January, 8,600 Russians entered this country. I would bet because of the war, Russian immigration has only increased. With regard to Ukraine, its birth rate is even lower. Of approximately 180 countries of size in the world, Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate to South Korea at 1.1%. It has recently been reported that the United States will accept up to 100,000 Ukrainians in our country, and well, it is certainly the intent that they return. We all know that many of them don't. Given this situation, I hope the Biden administration does what they can to make sure that
Gentleman's
the few
time
number
has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this week as we commemorate National Police Week, for those with us and for those that are fallen, I think we find different ways to honor them. One of the ways we can honor them is also to make their job easier. And unfortunately, with the Biden border crisis, the numbers are devastating. Nearly 250,000 migrant encounters in March because it's a green light, because it's a magnet at our border. 68% drop in deportations in 2021. Where are we going to put folks like this when we're overwhelming the ability to have the judges and have their cases heard? It's not helping. And so we have sanctuary cities all across the U.S. that are making it more acceptable for illegal immigration to happen and making it very difficult for the law enforcement to figure out how to process and how to deal in the interaction with local police and ICE. So we have to have a much more coherent policy on our border, help complete the fence, make these gaps go away that so many are pouring through and giving us such huge numbers here. 42 arrested on terror watch list under Biden. Let's make the job for our police, our border police, and our city police much easier and have a coherent border policy. I'll yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of Orange County families to share the frustration and outrage that they are feeling because of the skyrocketing gas prices in this country. While this administration refuses to embrace full energy independence and instead continues relying on foreign dictators for oil, Southern Californians are paying more for gas than anywhere else in the country. On the top of that, despite what could be a $68 billion surplus, Governor Newsom and Sacramento Democrats have decided to raise gas taxes on July 1st. My constituents simply can't afford another day under the policies that are forcing them to pay more while getting less. Enough is enough. Whether it's here in Washington, D.C. or in Sacramento, President Biden and Governor Newsom need to commit to unleashing energy independence today. The people of this great country need relief today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before the House, a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 of May 15, 2019, with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain is to continue in effect beyond May 15, 2022. The unrestricted acquisition or use in the United States of information and communications technology or services designed, developed, manufactured, or supplied by persons owned by, controlled by, or subject to the jurisdiction or direction of foreign adversaries augments the ability of these foreign adversaries to create and exploit vulnerabilities in information and communications technology or services with potentially catastrophic effects. This threat continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 with respect to securing information and communications technology and services supply chain. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 12, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1097, I call up H.R. 903 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 230, H.R. 903. A bill to enhance the security operations of the Transportation Security Administration and stability of the transportation security workforce by applying the personnel system under Title V, United States Code, to employees of the Transportation Security Administration who provide screening of all passengers and property and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 117-40, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-320, is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 903, the Rights for Transportation Security Administration Workforce Act. This critical legislation will bring equity and improve working conditions to the Transportation Security Administration by providing better pay, expanded collective bargaining rights, and basic civil service protection to the agency's workforce. The essential employees of the TSA have continued to work throughout the pandemic, never relenting in their mission to secure air travel despite the risks to their health. They did so before the pandemic and continue to do so now, despite enduring 2 decades of low pay and a lack of basic workplace rights enjoyed by most other federal employees. These shortcomings have led to low morale and high turnover, impacting TSA's ability to cultivate a mature workforce that can skillfully combat the constantly evolving threats to our nation's transportation systems. In 2020, TSA ranked dead last on pay satisfaction as part of the annual Best Places to Work in the Federal Government survey. In addition, the most recent analysis done on employer turnover at TSA shows that over a 2-year span, 1 in 3 security officers or TSOs quit. That analysis also revealed that in a single year, TSA spent approximately $16 million to hire and onboard nearly 2,000 people who left just months after they got the job. This revolving door of recruiting, training, and then losing TSOs is unsustainable and underscores the need to find a permanent solution that will ensure TSA lives up to its critical national security mission. H.R. 903 would permanently move TSA under Title V of U.S. Code and eliminate the existing personnel management system that is the source of many of the problems I've enumerated. This bill will result in better pay and regular salary increases for workers who too often live paycheck to paycheck and experience long paths to career advancement despite years on the job. Employees will benefit from the same collective bargaining rights under H.R. 903 that other federal employees have, empowering them to collaborate with TSA's management to improve working conditions at the agencies. Employees who believe they have experienced wrongful discipline could appeal their case to a neutral party to be heard, just as other federal employees are able to do. It will eliminate TSA's leadership's ability to abuse special personnel authorities in ways that have historically benefited those at the top. In other words, Mr. Speaker, people at the top get big raises, but people at the bottom get the short end of the stick. TSA's management would still be able to remove employees from duties if they could compromise the mission of the agency. Furthermore, just like any other unionized federal agency, TSA's security procedures would not be subject to collective bargaining with the workforce. We are fortunate to have an administration in the White House that understands the importance of making these changes. This week, the Biden administration issued a statement of administration policy voicing strong support for the bill and noting it is in line with the president's budget requests for 2023. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the statement of administration policy.
Without objection.
I also applaud the Biden administration for the steps it has taken on its own over the last year to expand employees' access to the Merit Systems Protection Board and explore expanded collective bargaining and increased pay for the workforce. About a year ago, the Secretary of Homeland Security released a memo that instructed the TSA administrator to make progress on improving pay, collective bargaining, and third-party appeals rights. And laudably, the President's budget for FY23 includes a historic proposal to invest in the TSA workforce in these ways. But crucially, these changes would only apply to the coming fiscal year. That is why it is so essential to pass H.R. 903 so that future administrations cannot turn back the clock on these frontline aviation security workers. We all know that the nature of an investment is that you have to put some money in up front and see the returns later. Unlike a typical investment, however, we already have a snapshot into the financial benefit this legislation would yield to workers. Earlier this year, TSA shared with us that the passage of H.R. 903 would result in a 30% salary increase for the entire TSO workforce and a 21% increase for federal air marshals and other law enforcement officers within the agency, bringing them in line with their peers doing similar work at other agencies. That is astounding, Mr. Speaker, on its face. And it is at least we can do for the men and women who see us each week as we pass through our home airports on the way to Washington, and most members, Republicans and Democrats, thank them for the job that they're doing. Say, if there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. Well, Mr. Speaker, passing this bill would do exactly that. H.R. 903 has 231 bipartisan co-sponsors and is strongly supported by the American Federation of Government Employees, the Air Marshals Association, the Association of Flight Attendants, the Transport Workers Union of America, the Transportation Trades Department, the AFL-CIO, and the National Urban League. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record letters of support from these organizations.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. The momentum we need to vote this legislation over the finish line is there. And I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will honor the work of our brave TSOs and the commitment they've made to them by voting for this bill. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 903. When Congress created the Transportation Security Administration more than 20 years ago, in the wake of the attacks on 9/11, this body provided the TSA administrator with unique authorities in the management of its personnel. H.R. 903 would eliminate this vital flexibility and infringe upon TSA's ability to immediately respond to evolving threats and to protect the traveling public. This bill goes against Congress' intent by moving an entire agency into an antiquated 1940 system of Title V of the U.S. Code. TSA will not be able to take emerging intelligence and quickly change security screening procedures at airport without unnecessary and dangerous delays due to the collective bargaining requirements of this bill. Since 9/11, TSA has kept our nation's transportation system secure. Airport screeners and federal air marshals have responded time and time again to emerging threats. For example, checkpoint screening procedures were changed almost overnight in response to the liquid explosive plot in 2006 and the personal electronic device threat in 2017. Such immediate and agile responses will be severely hindered under H.R. 903. Security policy should not be subject to union bargaining. In addition, TSA will no longer be able to easily remove employees who have committed serious misconduct. If a TSA screener is caught smuggling drugs or weapons, it will be nearly impossible for TSA to immediately terminate them due to the layers of bureaucracy in the Title V system. According to TSA, this bill will cost an astronomical amount of almost $8 billion over a 5-year period, and much of that money won't go to the frontline personnel. The amount of overhead costs associated with moving an entire agency to Title V means that billions of dollars will be spent on the transition and will require the hiring of hundreds of new employees, not frontline line workers who would be protecting the traveling public, but instead bureaucrats who will facilitate this massive labor relations effort. If we actually want to address the needs of frontline workers, we would focus on securing more funding for their pay. Instead, H.R. 903 will waste billions in taxpayer dollars to create more bureaucracy and provide even more money to headquarters and those who work there, who already have a much higher salary than the dedicated frontline personnel. I'm extremely concerned that passing this bill would create a massive unfunded mandate that will ultimately divert critical funding from other important DHS priorities like border security, cybersecurity, and emergency response. If my friends in the majority were truly focused on prioritizing and improving the pay of TSA frontline workers rather than prioritizing and empowering the unions, they would support frontline pay raises without the expense and the unnecessary bureaucracy of Title V. Unfortunately, the majority rejected an amendment by Ranking Member Katko at the markup that would have done just that: improve the pay of frontline screeners and air marshals, not the high-paid bureaucrats at headquarters without all the waste that Title V would provide. I and many of my colleagues stand ready to raise pay for frontline workers, but I cannot in good conscience support a bill that is physically irresponsible, undermines our national security, hinders the agency's missions and flexibility, and prioritizes the interest of the unions over the interests of dedicated frontline workforce and the traveling public. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 903, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Guest reserves. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 903, the Transportation Security Administration Workforce Act of 2022. This bill would provide the TSA workforce with the opportunities to increase pay, engage in collective bargaining, and appeal disciplinary actions. It gives TSA workers the same workplace rights and protection as other federal workers. Currently, the TSA workforce suffers from low employee morale and high turnover. This bill would allow the TSA to better recruit and retain high-skilled workers. Most important for me, it gives a COVID-19 hazard bonus pay to employees who had substantial contact with the public during the initial pandemic. And it gives them resources to keep them safe on the job. This bill requires coordination between the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention with other leading medical agencies to provide TSA proper guidance on how best to protect its workforce. I have been a strong supporter of more protections and benefits for our critical TSA workforce. The chairman has made it clear early on in my arriving here in Congress that this issue needed to be addressed. So I introduced a bill, the Hazardous Duty Pay for Frontline Federal Workers Act, to give this hazard bonus to TSA workers during the pandemic. In addition, I helped pass the Rights for Transportation Security Officers Act to provide TSA workers full collective bargaining and whistleblower protections. As I co-sponsored the Rights of the TSA Workforce Act to provide them the same protections as other federal workers. Plus, I also supported President Biden's efforts to increase pay for TSA employees and hire more officers at airports. TSA workers are critical to the safety of American passengers, our transportation network, and our nation. We need to make sure they get the same rights and protections they deserve to keep us safe and to continue to keep our nation safe for the traveling public. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why this one group of federal workers has been pointed out not to deserve the same rights as every other federal worker has in their position. It makes no sense. And for whatever reason, it was not initially there. It is time for them to be brought in to a system that the rest of our workforce is protected by. So, and I'd like to respond to my colleague's argument that TSA should not move to Title V because the system is somehow antiquated or imperfect. I understand that the prior administration stood up a blue ribbon panel that recommended against moving the TSA workforce to Title V, arguing that it would deny the administrator the flexibility to make TSA's personnel system better. Is it worth nothing that the Blue Ribbon Panel did not include a single labor representative or expert with labor background? This omission is very telling. The truth of the matter is, Title V offers structured rules for pay, raises, bonuses, collective bargaining rights, disciplinary actions, and grievances that TSA currently lacks in the system. Why? Why should they be omitted? Title V is a time-tested and has been developed and tweaked carefully over the decades. While not a perfect system, Title V is significantly better than TSA's current system, in which TSA makes up its own rules as it goes along. TSA has had more than 20 years to develop a system that delivers better benefits, protections, and compensation than Title V, and it couldn't do it. How much longer should they wait? Notably, even TSA Blue Ribbon Panel recognized that TSA has only used its statutory authorities to benefit management and not the frontline workers. That said, I am pleased to hear interest from my colleagues in improving Title V. I would be happy to work with them in a bipartisan way to address the issues for workers across the federal government. In the meantime, we should put TSA under the time-tested system that has worked so well for most federal workers. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Thompson reserves. Mr. Guest is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Ranking Member John Katko.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in opposition to H.R. 903, the Rights for the TSA Workforce Act of 2022. Let me be clear. I strongly and emphatically support increasing funding for the frontline TSA workforce. I strongly support funding for them. They have been severely underpaid for far too long. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there was a blue ribbon panel that came out that my colleague referenced that recommended against moving them to the Title V workforce. That blue ribbon panel, to correct the record, included the Chief Human Capital Officer for the Department of Homeland Security under former President Obama. One of his top men at the Homeland Security Department for President Obama was part of a blue ribbon panel that recommended against that. Even with that recommendation, I am so sick and tired of these frontline workers not getting their proper pay that I was willing to move Title V funding for them. This bill doesn't do that. This bill goes far beyond that. Bureaucrats that are sitting in offices nowhere near the front lines, that are not exposed to COVID on a daily basis, that aren't fishing live loaded guns out of handbags and subject to all kinds of abuse by the traveling public, are going to get Title V status. And they get paid a hell of a lot more. Why? Why do we need that? And that is a question, that's a problem I have with this bill. The men and women protecting America's transportation system every day deserve to be compensated fairly for the critical security mission they fulfill. Unfortunately, despite robust efforts to improve this legislation markup and limit it to the terms I articulated, my fellow committee members and I on the Republican side were not granted the adoption of a single proposed amendment. Among the improvements we suggested were quite simply an amendment to limit the scope of the bill exclusively to the frontline TSA workforce, the men and women who really need better pay, rather than already high-paid TSA headquarters personnel. And I'm telling you on the record today, if the bill was limited to just them, I would support it. Why do we have to make it for everyone else? 60,000 people, why? It makes no sense. Our proposed amendments also sought to grant increased pay directly to the front line without the need for a cumbersome and costly bureaucratic conversion to Title V. Uncharacteristically, the message from the majority was clear that it was take it or leave it, and that's very uncharacteristic because the chairman and I enjoy a very good working relationship. And for that reason, though, I'm unable to support the legislation in its current form. With that said, however, I do hope to work in a bipartisan manner to secure much-needed funding increases for TSA in order to lift pay and benefits for the frontline screener workforce, as well as procure cutting-edge technologies to address evolving threats to aviation security. I am pleased to see dedicated funding for significant screener pay increases in this year's budget request to Congress. I stand ready to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to engage our colleagues on the House Appropriations Committee in an effort to secure funding for transportation security officer pay. In fact, I have a letter to our friends and colleagues on the Appropriations Committee outlining just that, and I ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Vice-Ranking Member of the Homeland Security Committee, Representative Guest, for his leadership on this issue. I also thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for engaging in conversations, even when we disagree on policy. But here I really feel that the bill in its current form will go over to the Senate and it'll be dead on arrival. And that serves nobody. No one wins in that, and certainly the frontline workers don't win. If we could get a more bipartisan bill with a lot more of us that want to be on this and want to help the frontline workers, I think we'd have a better product and we could put more pressure on the Senate to do their job. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Katko yields. Mr. Guest reserves. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see my colleague, the ranking member. But let me just correct him on his correction of the gentleman from New Jersey. A person that works in the Department of DHS is not a labor representative. The labor representative that Mr. Payne referenced is organized labor representative with the AFL-CIO. The other thing my ranking member can do, you'll have a chance to vote on the president's budget. The raise for the employees is in the budget. I look forward to that opportunity presenting itself. Our TSOs need a raise. If we don't, the gymnastics here on the floor doesn't pay rent, doesn't pay mortgage, doesn't pay tuition, doesn't even buy groceries. So at the end of the day, let's give these good folk who do a good job an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. And that's the spirit in which this legislation is put forward. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a senior member of the Homeland Security Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman of this committee and as well the ranking member on the floor. Let me express my appreciation for his acknowledgement and recognition that we should do something, and I know he wants to do something. I'm going to try and encourage him to do something, to alter his position and to stand with this legislation. I want to take a moment to present tribute and accolades as should be, though he never asked for such, and that is our chairman. I cannot remember a day that he did not gather us to meet with the transportation security officers, the American Federation of Government Employees, and others over a decade maybe, as I chaired the Transportation Security Committee on this Homeland Security Committee, where he has not worked without ceasing. We have not joined him without ceasing to be able to rectify this injustice. That's what it is. It is a plain and simple injustice. And I stand on this floor in the name of Geraldo Hernandez, Los Angeles Airport, who died in the line of duty, as a TSO officer. We met his family, we mourned with them, we mourned with those who suffered. We mourned with those who lost their lives in the pandemic. Front line, really front line, because before this was even diagnosed, there were COVID patients or COVID-infected persons going through airports. And our TSOs had no either experience, protection, and they were becoming infected by the dozens. And many died. And so, breaking news today. This is a breaking news story. This legislation now comes to remedy and solve the problem of which we have needed to fix really since 9/11 and the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. Specifically, the bill within 180 days eliminates personnel authorities of the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Transportation governing the conditions of employment of TSA employees, thus making TSA employees subject to the personnel management system applicable to other federal employees. Justice, fairness, the removal of injustice, sets forth transition rules that protect the pay rates, leave rights, and other rights of TSA employees, and requires DHS to consult with the labor organization certified by the Federal Labor Relations Authority to carry out the conversion of such positions. Let me be very clear. Those persons sitting at desks, they may wind up in some airport in the midst of crisis. How do I know? During Hurricane Harvey, tens upon tens of TSA and TSO officers flew into Houston because our officers were desperate, suffering from this catastrophic flood and rain. And so it should be across the board. It is fair. It should be no different from other federal employees. And the bill directs the TSA to consult with public and private entities associated with the Federal Air Marshal to address concerns regarding federal air marshals, including mental health and suicide rates. Absolutely imperative. I went to the offices of federal air marshals when they were under stress. They thought that they were imploding. And the atmosphere of flying, the lack of the hours, the lack of sensitivity of those hours drove mental health cases among the federal air marshals. And I went to tell them that they were important and that we were going to work on this. How long must we wait? It prohibits TSA employees from using or installing the social media video application TikTok on U.S. government-issued mobile devices. Cleaning things up requires DHS to prioritize the hiring of veterans, including disabled veterans, and directs the TSA to ensure its employees are provided proper guidance regarding prevention and protections against the coronavirus. But what it also does is retention. Do you know how much rotation goes on these TSOs? We bring them in young. And every time I go to airports across America, they're the ones that I stop and talk to. How long have you been here? And I applaud them when they say, we came in 1 year after, we came in the same year. I said, you're lifers. Thank you for your service. And we try to encourage the younger persons to understand that they're on the front line saving lives. Because as our chairman said, every day they're picking up guns and various other things that can be a danger to the traveling public. It is crucial that we recognize this, and I acknowledge this.
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for an additional minute.
I thank the distinguished gentleman and speaker. And I acknowledge again this shooting incident of Geraldo Hernandez, who became the first officer killed in the line of duty, and the machete attack at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport that resulted in injuries to Senior Transportation Security Officer Carol Rochelle. So this bill represents longstanding priority. It is breaking news. And I stand with TSOs and I stand with the TSA, and it's long overdue. And they saved us after 9/11. They came in and stood in the gap. And we must fix the morale. We must get rid of the allegation of mismanagement and wasteful procedures, retaliation about whistleblowers, low morale, and security gaps within the agency. This will do that. And so I ask my colleagues to support it. I'm on the Budget Committee, and it is paid for. And this is going to be the pathway of professionalism at the airport, saving lives, protecting the public, and ensuring that we have this professional, young, and growing team that is going to be part of America's front lines. I ask my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I yield back. Thank you so very much.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Thompson reserves. Mr. Guest is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague from Texas for stating so eloquently what I, and I believe everyone in this chamber agrees with, and that's that the TSA agent, the men and women who work for the American people at the airport are protecting our nation. They're on the front lines, which is why I'm rising today to urge my colleagues to do something very simple, and that is to protect Americans from terrorists and dangerous criminals when they fly, and to assist the TSA by taking away a very dangerous policy that they have enacted from the top, that they're encouraging and forcing these agents on the front lines to deal with. And that policy is one of allowing illegal aliens onto commercial aircraft without proper identification. It was confirmed to me from the TSA administrator that migrants are allowed to use arrest warrants and warrants for deportation to board flights alongside everyday travelers. This was confirmed to me before Christmas last year. And despite my demands and those of many of my colleagues, the Biden administration has done nothing to stop this. Anyone in this country illegally or with a warrant for arrest should be detained and brought before a judge, not permitted to travel to the city of their choice. This should be a common sense request. I will remind my colleagues that the TSA was created in response to the September 11th attacks, but it seems as if we've forgotten that. The lax policies by the TSA that allow unvetted aliens to board flights without identification present a serious national security threat each and every day, and it jeopardizes the lives of the American people. My constituents, and I would venture to argue that those of my colleagues, perhaps some of my open border friends across the aisle, would agree that our constituents deserve to fly in a safe aircraft. My constituents have to pull out an ID to board a flight. But this TSA has said that if you have an arrest warrant, that's good enough to get through security. I think that's crazy, and I think the American people do as well. I've introduced this motion to recommit to protect our skies, verify the identity of travelers, and notify law enforcement if someone is in our country illegally. There is zero excuse to delay when the ongoing border crisis is putting every single community in our nation at risk. In just 10 months, the Biden administration allowed over 45,000 non-citizens to fly without an ID, nearly 160 passengers each and every day. We also know this administration is allowing people on the terrorist watch list into our country, and we have no clue who is boarding these flights. I urge my colleagues to protect our airways and prevent another tragedy like 9/11 from occurring by adopting this motion. Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Homeland Security to consider my amendment to H.R. 903 to prohibit the TSA from accepting documents such as an arrest warrant or notice to appear as a valid form of identification. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Good yields back. Mr. Guest reserves. As a point of information, Mr. Thompson has 8 minutes, and Mr. Guest has 18 and a half minutes. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the record, Title V will prevent misconduct we've seen at TSA, such as senior managers awarding each other over $90,000 in bonuses. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Guest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that all Republicans support increasing the pay of our TSA frontline workers. We know that they are crucial to our traveling security of the public. But this bill that we're here debating is not a bill that deals specifically with that. If that was the case in markup, Ranking Member Katko's amendment, an amendment that would have provided a $3,000 immediate salary increase to all frontline workers, 5% raise on top of that year one, year two a 3% raise, year three a 3% raise, year four a 4% raise. This bill that we're talking about today is a bill that is not just to increase pay, which we all agree on, but this is instead a labor bill. This is instead an attempt to unionize an entire federal agency. Mr. Payne spoke about that a little bit when he got up a few moments ago, when he talked about the Blue Ribbon Committee that was established and said that there was not one labor leader on that committee. We shouldn't be putting labor leaders in the position of putting them on committees where we are talking about protecting the traveling public. That committee that he referred to in 2019, TSA received a report from that bipartisan committee, and I want to stress that it was a bipartisan committee, the Blue Ribbon Panel on Human Capital Service Delivery. The panel composed of former officials from both Democrat and Republican administrations and included the Chief Human Capital Officer for DHS under former President Obama. It says that they strongly, not just recommended, but they strongly recommended against moving TSA personnel under Title V. And then this is a quote directly from that report. And it says here, one recommendation the panel heard repeatedly from employees was moving TSA into the General Schedule, or GS. The panel does not agree. The General Schedule is a 70-year-old classification and compensation system from the last century and is the subject of countless studies and recommendations from good government organizations who consistently find it is too inflexible to meet the needs of a 21st century workforce. A better course of action is to use existing ATSA flexibility to improve the TSA system so that it operates at a level superior to the GS system. Those are not my words. Those are not the words of Republicans. Those are the words of a Blue Ribbon Committee who was established to study this very thing. And here we see that Congress is going to completely ignore the findings of that committee. We're going to ignore a committee made up of TSA workers, employees, personnel, supervisors who served on a committee that was established to look at this very point. And we're going to completely ignore that. And we're going to now do exactly what this committee recommended against. And we're doing that not because we want to increase the pay of the frontline workers, which again we all agree on and we all support, and we would support a bill today that would do that without putting everyone under Title V. But what this bill is this is an attempt to unionize an entire federal agency, and a bill which would make the traveling public less safe. I reserve at this time.
Mr. Guest reserves. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the record, Title V is not a union. It's a personnel system. It means that if you have rights as an employee of the federal government, you know what those rights are. That's not a union. Now, for TSOs who voted to have a bargaining unit, and they chose the American Federation of Government Employees to be their bargaining unit. That's all. In America, people have choices. Our TSOs decided that they wanted to have union representation, which in America, in a democracy, is their right. And I respect that right, and they've done it. Now, we have to treat them like all other federal employees. And that's just what this bill does. There's nothing else here. It's just put them under Title V, just like every other national security-related law enforcement agency, and we're in good shape. So they can pay their mortgages, they can pay the rent, they can do for their children like other federal employees. Plain and simple, not a big deal. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, a subcommittee chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't need 5 minutes because this is essentially common sense legislation, and I rise in strong support of this measure. Title V, unions. What's wrong with unions? Our Border Patrol officers are unionized. Our local police officers are unionized. Our local sheriffs are unionized. And countless other public safety officers are unionized. TSA employees, 911. It's been more than 20 years. But people like me, I still remember 911. I still remember those pictures of firefighters and police officers unionized, running into those burning buildings in New York City. Those officers and firefighters knew they were going to perish that day, but they ran in to save American lives. We don't want another 911 to happen again, heaven forbid. But this is what the TSA officers are all about, preventing another 911. Every time I get on a plane, every time my family gets on a plane, you hope to God that those TSA officers do their jobs. Make sure that nothing terrible gets on a flight. Make sure that there's order. And you want that officer on that line, on that front line, to do their job correctly. You want an experienced officer. You want an experienced officer that's been there for years. You don't want an officer that's been there a few months waiting for another job because that job doesn't pay him enough. You don't want that officer to look for another job because he's not trained correctly. You want a trained professional workforce. And that's really what this measure is about. Preventing another 911. How? Making sure that those frontline TSA workers, employees, are prepared, trained, and know what they're doing. Common sense legislation. I ask my colleagues to please support safety in the skies, safety for our families. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Thompson reserves. Mr. Guest is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close at the request of the majority.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close, but I'll reserve.
Okay. Gentleman reserves. Mr. Guest will begin his closing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by thanking the men and women of TSA, especially the screeners, air marshals, and other frontline workers. The debate we're having today does not impact the sincere appreciation we have for the tremendous job they do each and every day to secure the transportation system. While we disagree on the best way forward, we all share the same goal of improving the pay and morale for TSA frontline workforce. It's important not only for the success of the agency, but for the security of our nation. Unfortunately, this bill is not the answer, and therefore I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 903, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Mr. Thompson is recognized to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the policies with reference to flying on planes have remained consistent under successive administrations of both policies, including the Trump administration. These passengers have their identities verified through CBP and ICE and received enhanced screening. If the individuals are on the terrorist watch list and they are not U.S. citizens, they are transferred to ICE for Title 8 processing and detention. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the robust debate we've had today for this legislation and the amendments my colleagues will be offering to seek to improve the bill. But in simple, you can't spend thanks. If I told a TSO, thank you for your service, almost to the person, they'd say, then give me a raise. Treat me like all other federal employees. As our country emerged from what we hope is the worst of COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot forget about the TSOs, air marshals, and others within TSA who never paused their work in service of our national security. With estimates that the number of passengers who travel through airports in fiscal year 2023 will exceed pre-pandemic figures by 4.5, we are again asking them to do more than ever and not pay them any additional money. Treat them like everybody else. Passage of this legislation will send a clear signal that we acknowledge their commitment and agree they deserve the compensation and workplace protection that reflects that. In this country, you pay for what you get. Pay our TSOs what they deserve and treat them like all other federal employees. A 30% increase is what this bill would do for our TSOs, and they deserve it. They've earned it. I thank my colleagues for their support and urge passage of H.R. 903. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-320, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 1097 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Homeland Security or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117-320, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. Shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman, Mr. Thompson, rise to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 1097, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
Amendments en bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of these amendments which seek to improve the work experiences of TSA employees, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I appreciate some of the issues my majority colleagues seek to address in this en bloc amendment, the bottom line is there is nothing that will improve the bill or address the multiple concerns I have with it. Nothing in this en bloc amendment will preserve TSA's flexibility authority to implement immediate security procedures in the face of national security threats. Nothing in this en bloc will ensure that screeners who commit gross misconduct are immediately relieved from their duties. Nothing in this en bloc will protect the rest of the Homeland Security from having its key mission areas like border security, cybersecurity, and counterterrorism vetting from being rated to pay for this massive unfunded mandate. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this en bloc amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Guest reserves. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Ms. Tlaib from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman Thompson and, of course, Chairwoman Maloney, and, of course, the committee staff for really working on these two important amendments that protect our federal employees within the TSA. My team are proud to have worked with many workers on the ground at our Detroit Metro Airport, one of the most busiest in the country, including Gregory Simpkins, as well as coworkers that met with me about these really important items. And so the amendments deal specifically on their lived experience as TSA employees. So they brought attention some of the issues. So our major issue that we brought up in an amendment is that TSA is one of the most diverse federal agencies in our country at its lower level, but its leadership is far less diverse, and the agency has struggled with employee retention and promotions from within. So thanks to our leadership of Chairman Thompson and others, our amendment takes a step towards addressing the issue by directing that we examine the current promotion policies and leadership diversity at the TSA and provide recommendations aimed at improving the diversity of TSA leadership, as well as strategies for how the TSA can better retain and promote current employees into leadership positions. Another major issue brought up by many of the members of the Local 778 of AFGE specifically was the shocking levels of harassment, Mr. Chair, and violence experienced by TSA employees in their workplace. So we address it with an amendment before us that requires that we examine TSA's efforts right now to ensure the safety of its employees with regard to harassment and assault in the workplace, including incidents where the alleged perpetrator is a member of the general public, and develop recommendations of how TSA can better protect its employees. This amendment would center its review process around the employees themselves, documenting their experiences, getting the feedback to really truly improve the safety of their workplace and factor into it the final recommendations that we would hopefully bring to this body. I urge my colleagues to truly make this a safe place for many of our neighbors, many of them, again, working in these sometimes challenging experiences at the airports and at these ports. So I urge my colleagues, again, to support these two common sense amendments, and I yield back my balance of my
Ms.
time.
Tlaib yields back. Mr. Thompson reserves. Mr. Guest is recognized.
I reserve.
Mr. Guest reserves. Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Weston.
Ms. Wexton from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the job of a federal air marshal is exhausting and isolating. Data from the Air Marshal Association show that air marshals are at high risk of extreme fatigue due to long hours they spend on planes and their irregular sleep schedules. Many marshals also report mental health issues and a reliance on medication and alcohol to fall asleep. Tragically, several marshals have died by suicide in the last decade, including 3 officers in the last 3 years who were assigned to the Washington, D.C. field office and served out of National Airport. We here in Congress know firsthand how important it is to ensure that law enforcement officers have access to mental health and peer support, and I'm very glad that H.R. 903 includes provisions that will allow TSA to work with air marshals to address mental health and suicide rates. My amendment simply ensures that work schedules, rest periods, equipment, and training are also a part of that conversation. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Wexton yields back. Mr. Thompson reserves. Mr. Guest is recognized.
I reserve.
Mr. Guest reserves.
Speaker,
Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this en bloc amendment consisting of amendments from my colleagues from Michigan, Virginia, Indiana, New Jersey, and New York. These amendments, like the entire bill, requires TSA to engage its workforce, hear employee concerns, and make improvements in the service of our homeland security. As we've heard today, morale and retention at TSA are alarmingly low. This is even more alarming when considering the fact that TSA is a majority-minority workforce with more than half its workers identifying as people of color. It is important that TSA employees have a safe workplace, free of harassment, and that agency leadership reflects the diversity of its workforce as well. These amendments offer solutions to real problems faced by TSA employees, such as commuting challenges at airports as they go about their critical mission to keep air travel secure for the American people. I thank my colleagues for offering these amendments, and I urge the House to join me in supporting them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Thompson yields back. Mr. Guest is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the en bloc amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider. Gentleman has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this are postponed. For what purpose? It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-320. For what purpose does the gentlewoman, Ms. Kamek from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the gentlewoman from Florida and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment is simple. It prioritizes national security at TSA. I have concerns about the underlying bill, including its expansion of collective bargaining that could put our national security at risk by subjecting new procedures or requirements imposed by the administrator of the TSA to collective bargaining. This amendment, like I said, it's simple. It would just clarify that the administrator of TSA is not limited in his or her ability to swiftly respond to national security and/or public safety threats under this bill. Specifically, the amendment ensures that any procedures or requirements shall not be constrained by collective bargaining. The very nature of airport security requires that TSA remain agile and flexible to new and emerging threats. It is for this very reason that Congress exempted TSA from Title V when it stood up the agency just 2 months after the terrorist attacks on 9/11. It is imperative that the administrator continues to have the authority to swiftly make these changes to ensure public safety in response to national security threats and risks. Now, this amendment would ensure that the administrator does not have to negotiate with union representatives whenever changes would impact the TSA workforce, regardless of the national security implications. It adds language that specifically preserves the administrator's authority and exempts changes to security screening procedures from collective bargaining. We all are exceptionally grateful and appreciative for the work that our TSA officers do and the national security service that they provide, which is exactly why we need this amendment to ensure our national security. I urge my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to support this clarifying amendment to ensure that national security threats are addressed immediately at TSA, their prime mission, and not let collective bargaining get in the way of our national security. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment, which is unnecessary and failed on a bipartisan vote during the Homeland Security's committee markup of this bill. Law enforcement across federal government as well as state and local have benefited from collective bargaining representation without any harm to national security. This amendment seeks to have TSA treated differently from other Department of Homeland Security components with union representation, like U.S. Customs and Border Protection. This amendment is inconsistent with the goal of the underlying bill, which is to ensure that TSA workforce is treated like all other federal employees equally. Further, this amendment is unnecessary because under Section 7106 of Title V, the administrator is already granted this power, and I quote, to take whatever actions may be necessary to carry out the agency's mission during emergencies, close quote. This same provision would preserve TSA's authority to hire, remove, or assign work employees to fulfill an agency's mission. So if the law is clear, why is this amendment being offered? The answer is simple. Many here want to avoid talking about the real issue, which is the need to improve compensation and benefits for frontline TSA workers. And I would propose an untrained, inexperienced frontline TSA worker is not good for our national security. Collective bargaining adds to our national security. Unions like those representing CBP employees would protect the rights of dedicated TSA employees who have come to work without pay during the COVID-19 shutdowns. If we as a society respect these workers, we'll give them the right to collectively bargain and treat them like we should, that is, trusted, professional workforce that protect us and our families on an everyday basis. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
California reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is, or gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest is. Oh, Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes from the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Mr. Guest is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, these arguments go to further what we talked about earlier. This bill is not about pay increase for our frontline workers. This is not a bill about protecting the traveling public. This is a bill about unionizing an entire federal agency. My friends across the aisle say that TSA already has the authority to do what Representative Kamak's amendment sets forth. What is the harm of putting that in the body of the legislation itself? Should it not be clear to everyone who reads the legislation that collective bargaining should not hold up improvements to security? Should that not be made clear? Should we not set forth that they already have that? What harm does it do in setting forth again? Again, we all want to see that our TSA frontline workers get the pay raise that they need and deserve. What we oppose on the Republican side is the complete unionization of this federal agency. I will tell you that this is a critical amendment to our national security. Historically, we look back when Congress stood up TSA in the wake of 9/11, they deliberately provided flexibility to the agency to deal with the evolving threats to our transportation system. It is imperative that the TSA administrator maintain that authority to make immediate changes to screening procedures when addressing national security threats. The amendment, my good friend from Florida, simply preserves that authority and makes it clear that the administrator has that authority and exempts security procedures from the collective bargaining process. Without this critical amendment, security changes like those made in response to the 2006 liquid explosive or the 2017 personal electronic device plot could be significantly hampered or delayed if subject to collective bargaining. We simply cannot afford to put our national security on the bargaining table. I thank the gentlelady from Florida for leading this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Kamak reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Pardon me?
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close when the majority is ready.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate the commentary from my colleague and friend, Representative Guest from Mississippi. What is the harm of this amendment if what you say is true? If you believe that it is currently in place, why are the majority opposed to codifying it, to ensuring that national security remains the top priority? It seems very simple to me. This is a simple amendment. This is not a partisan amendment. This should be an American bipartisan amendment that we can all agree that national security comes first. That is the role of TSA. So my question and statement as I close is, why not codify it? Why not accept this amendment? I just feel that sometimes we're so hyper-partisan in this chamber that we can't see the forest through the trees. So with that said, I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support and adopt this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I want to thank my colleagues from Florida and Mississippi for this good debate. And let me answer their question directly to the point. They talk about priorities, national security. But this amendment only applies to TSA employees. It doesn't apply to other federal employees or other members of Homeland Security. So if this amendment was really about national security, you ought to have it apply to all federal employees, not just TSA employees. That's why this is a red herring. Bottom line, again, I'm going to repeat. Section 7106 of Title V grants the power to administrators of these agencies, the power to, open quote, take whatever action may be necessary to carry out the agency's mission during emergencies, and close quote. Bottom line, this is an anti-union amendment, is unnecessary and insulting to the dedicated professional employees of the Transportation Security Administration. TSA employees should not be treated differently from other federal agency workers who have the right to collectively bargain. Those advocating for this anti-union amendment forget that for the Border Patrol agents and the Bureau of Prison employees who have similar security and screening functions, they're also unionized. TSA itself has told us many times that this bill does not create security problems. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, just as my colleagues did when it was rejected in committee. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, all time having expired pursuant to House Resolution 1097. The previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the nays and yeas.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. But pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 117-320. For what purpose does the gentleman, Mr. Guest from Mississippi, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mr. Guest of Mississippi.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the gentleman from Mississippi and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes Mr. Guest from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
My amendment would sunset the requirements of H.R. 903 at the end of the fiscal year 2022 if Congress does not appropriate sufficient funds to carry out the bill. With H.R. 903 having an estimated cost to taxpayers of nearly $2 billion or $8 billion if you use TSA's own estimates, it is critical that the bill does not simply become an astronomical unfunded mandate. This amendment will remove this bill's requirement to move TSA to Title V if sufficient funding is not appropriated specifically for those requirements. This will protect other critical homeland security missions like cybersecurity and border security from being rated to pay for this legislation. In TSA's feedback on H.R. 903, they explicitly stated this: implementation of H.R. 903 without additional adequate appropriations would have dire impacts upon the TSA mission and negatively impact national and economic security. Let me read that again. It said that without proper appropriations, it would have a dire impact upon the TSA mission and negatively impact national and economic security. That's from TSA itself. Those are the words of the agency that we are looking at changing, and they are warning us, they are warning Congress that if we do this and then we don't follow through with the funding, that we are putting the traveling public at risk. If this is not clear enough, I don't know what is. With this, I urge all members to support this physically responsible amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Mississippi reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. As was the case when my colleague offered this same idea during our committee markup, this amendment attempts to bring implementation of H.R. 903 to an abrupt halt if Congress fails to enact a Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill before the end of the fiscal year. Plainly stated, this amendment would put in place an unrealistic condition for implementation of this act that funds be appropriated to carry out this act by the end of the fiscal year or else transportation security officers lose their rights. Republicans already forced TSOs to work without pay for weeks on end when they shut down the government a few years ago. Under this amendment, if Republicans shut down the government again, TSOs would not just struggle to put food on the table, they would lose basic workplace rights too. This is nothing more than a poison pill. Congress should, as we all know, pass funding bills on time. But we have not passed full appropriations, annual appropriations, before the start of the fiscal year in 14 years. That's on us. It shouldn't be on TSO officers. It's preposterous that finalizing fiscal year 2023 appropriations even a day or two late could cause workers to lose their collective bargaining rights, access to the Merit System Protection Board, and other protections. Considering that we have bipartisan support for this bill in the House, including from 14 of my Republican colleagues, I am hopeful that after we enact this bill into law, we can work together to secure the necessary funding to fully implement it. If we encounter delays, we can work together to readjust timelines. We don't just throw in the towel on delivering fair and appropriate compensation, benefits, and protections to the TSA workforce, as this amendment would require. The beleaguered frontline screener workforce should not be punished because Congress cannot do its job in a timely way.
From New York, reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield. We have no more speakers, so we're prepared to close when the majority is prepared.
Gentleman is recognized for his closing.
Thank you. In closing, I want to refer back to the words of TSA. These are not my words. These are not the words of the Republican caucus. These are the words of TSA, who was tasked with a critical mission. And the words of TSA are words that we should take into account when we are debating this amendment and debating this bill. The words of TSA: implementation of H.R. 903 without additional adequate appropriations would have dire impacts upon the TSA mission and negatively impact national and economic security. This amendment is simple. If we're not going to fund this, we cannot put our national and economic security at risk, and this should be sunsetted. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi yields back his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for closing.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment represents a new frontier in legislative dysfunction. It hinges the rights of TSOs on Congress's ability to pass a completely different bill. This is not serious legislating. It is a bad faith gimmick and unworthy of support. There is no justification for making the rights of the TSA workforce contingent on the broken annual appropriations process. This amendment sends the message to the TSA workforce that their fundamental rights have an expiration date. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, just as my colleagues and I did when it was brought up in the committee. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back, all time having expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'll request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: en bloc Amendment Number 1, Amendment Number 3, Amendment Number 5, motion to recommit if it is offered, passage of the bill if ordered, Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 91, H.R. 92, H.R. 207, H.R. 209, and H.R. 3508. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments en bloc number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-320, offered by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
Amendments en bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Mississippi. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
So it'll be for what purposes?
Yeah.
California.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
from New Hampshire seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the members designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on agreeing to en bloc number 1 offered by Chairman Thompson. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Chairman Thompson, Representative Carter, Representative Evans, and Representative Surfulis McCormick, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
What's that? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Spartz of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Spartz will vote no on block number 1.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on M block number 1. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on M block number 1.
Next up. I was waiting for her to look at me. For what purposes, gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the en bloc.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purposes, a gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote nay on en bloc number 1.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by John Curtis and Chris Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote nay on in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no on en bloc 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote no on en bloc 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote nay on en bloc number 1.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the? It's not on. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
From Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Antonio Delgado of New York, Federica Wilson of Florida, Richie Torres of New York, and Emmanuel Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on Thompson en bloc number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson vote nay on en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members from Texas, Representative Cuellar, Representative Castro, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the en bloc number 1.
From Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Lowenthal, Mr. DeSagne, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
On this vote, On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 198. The amendments en bloc are adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-320, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose, gentlewoman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Colorado, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on Amendment 3.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on the Kamek amendment number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on Amendment 3.
For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on agreeing to Amendment 3 offered by Representative Kamek. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on amendment number 3. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on amendment number 3.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Sheeler, Sophillis McCormick, Representative Evans, and Representative Carter, I inform the House these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote aye on amendment number 3.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connolly, Ms. Moore, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Lowenthal, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote yes on the Kamek amendment.
Yeah. If you want to check with the clerk, but yeah. Okay.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garamendi, I inform the House Mr. Garamendi will vote no on the Kamek Amendment.
Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek Amendment.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, I inform the House that the Chairwoman will vote no on the Kamek Amendment.
got to vote. Flip 4.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Frederico Wilson, Antonio Delgado, Emmanuel Cleaver, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Kamek amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 216. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 5, printed in Part B of House Report 117-320, offered by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-320, offered by Mr. Guest of Mississippi.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio's series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on Amendment 5.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connolly, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Garamendi, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Lowenthal, DeSagne, Garamendi, all of them. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote no on the Guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on Amendment number 5.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no on the Guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on Amendment number 5. as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas. I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on amendment number 5.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on amendment number 5.
For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on agreeing to amendment number 5 offered by Representative Guest. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on amendment 5.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on the guest amendment.
We go till the last minute.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by the following members: Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Castro of Texas, Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on Amendment 5.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers 8 will vote yes on the guest amendment number 5. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Sheila Sir Phyllis McCormick, Representative Davis, and Representative Carter and Representative Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
Florida seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
Purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frederica Wilson of Florida, Antonio Delgado of New York, Richie Torres of New York, and Emmanuel Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the guest amendment.
For what purpose? Gentlewoman from Missouri seek
Mr. Speaker, as a
recognition.
member designated by Ms. Wolodarski of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Wolodarski will vote aye on amendment number 5.
For what purpose? Gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote aye on amendment number 5.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 200 and the nays are 221. The amendment is not adopted.
Be in order. The House will be in order. The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of at least 1 million Americans who have passed away from the COVID-19 virus. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The third reading.
a bill to enhance the security operations of the Transportation Security Administration and stability of the transportation security workforce by applying the personnel system under Title V United States Code to employees of the Transportation Security Administration to provide screening of all passengers and property and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Motion to recommit offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 903 to the Committee on Homeland Security.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it.
Madam Speaker,
Is not gentleman from Texas.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. And this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina from the House of Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
The gentlelady from Missouri rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Sparts of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparts will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Delgado, Mr. Cleaver, and Mr. Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
What purposes the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members: Representative Correa of Texas, Representative Castro of Texas, Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York rise?
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Evans, Representative Carter, and Representative McCormick, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote no on the motion to recommit. Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Connolly, Mr. DeSagne, Mr. Lowenthal, and Mr. Garamendi. I inform the House that these 5 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question now occurs on passage of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSagne, Dr. Lowenthal, and Mr. Garamendi, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I will inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote nay on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Texas rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Castro of Texas, Representative Maxine Waters of California, and from the House that all of these members will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote nay on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 903.
Nebraska. For what purpose is the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote no on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparts of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparts will vote no on H.R. 903.
What purpose is the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 903.
What purpose is the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on H.R. 903.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 903. Thank you.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, from the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 903. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, and from the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, gentleman from Utah rise?
Okay. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote nay on H.R. 903.
This is gentlelady from Delaware rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, gentlelady from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote nay on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on H.R. 903. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairman Scott, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representative Carter, Representative Evans, and Representative McCormick, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
This is the gentleman from Florida rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 903.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Frederica Wilson of Florida, Mr. Antonio Delgado of New York, Mr. Richie Torres of New York, and Mr. Emmanuel Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 903.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays on this.
Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner voted no.
This vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 201. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the ordering of the yeas and nays on motions to suspend the rules be vacated to end that the motions stand disposed of in accordance with the earlier voice votes thereon, and the motion to reconsider be laid on the table with respect to the following: H.R. 91, H.R. 92, H.R. 207, H.R. 209, H.R. 3508. These 5 suspensions have been reviewed. They're non-controversial, represent 5 war heroes, and we thank them greatly for their service and sacrifices.
Is there objection to the gentleman's unanimous consent request? Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I object, but we could make this House more efficient if we eliminated proxy voting.
Objections heard. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 91, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 91, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 810 South Pendleton Street in Easley, South Carolina, as a private first-class Barrett Lyle Austin Post Office building.
The House suspend the rules and pass the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. From New Jersey rise.
I'll mention it to her.
Joe has the talk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 903.
Right?
For what purpose, gentlemen from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on H.R. 91. Thank you, sir.
For purpose, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
From Utah seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 91, and I thank Mr. Desjardins for his effort at comity in the House.
For purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina from the House, Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 91.
For purpose, gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For purpose, gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Staba from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Staber will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Torres, Mr. Delgado, and Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Wisconsin seek
Mr.
recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Ms. Wolodarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolodarski will vote aye on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connolly, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSagne, Ms. Lowenthal, and Mr. Garamendi. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, from the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes, H.R. 91. Member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, from the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 91 to designate the private first-class Barrett Lyle Austin Post Office Building. Thank you.
For what purpose, a gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 91.
For what purpose, a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar and Representative Castro, I inform the House that both members will be voting yes on H.R. 91, and also that Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California is a no on H.R. 91. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As the member designated by Representative McCormick, Chairman Scott, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representative Evans, and Representative Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 91.
The yeas are 412, the nays are 3, and 2 are recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 92, on which the yeas and nays are recorded. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 92, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 110 Johnson Street in Pickens, South Carolina, as the specialist for Charles Johnson Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Recognize the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 91.
Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar, Representative Castro, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on H.R. 91, and I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters of California is a no on H.R. 91. No, 92. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware, be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Iowa, be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Virginia, seek to be recognized?
As the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose does gentlewoman from North Carolina seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on H.R. 92. Thank you.
For what purpose does gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany vote aye on H.R. 02.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek to be recognized?
As the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 92. And as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I thank the gentleman from Tennessee.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 92. Member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Connolly, Ms. Moore, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Garamendi, Dr. Lowenthal, and Mr. DeSaulnier, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For purpose, gentleman from New York seek to be recognized.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative McCormick, Representative Carter, and Representative Evans, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Colorado seek to be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek to be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Missouri seek to be recognized.
As a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote aye on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek to be recognized.
As a member designated by Mr. Torres, Mr. Delgado, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 92.
For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts seek to be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes to rename the post office the Special for Charles Johnson Post Office. Thank you.
Vote. The yeas are 405, the nays are 3. 2 are recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 207, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 207, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 215 First Avenue in A. Marie, Mississippi as the Command Sergeant Major Lawrence E. Rabbit Kennedy Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what recognition does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
What does woman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Quaver to Castro, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207, and also that Representative Maxine Waters of California will vote no on H.R. 207. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wlodarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wlodarski will vote aye on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 207. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 207. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis and Mr. Stewart will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Garamendi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Swazi, and Mr. Connolly, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on H.R. 207. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote aye on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Virginia, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Evans, Representative Carter, Representative McCormick. I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 207.
Next. No. For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 207.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Torres, Mr. Delgado, Mr. Cleaver, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 207.
members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 3. 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 209, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 209, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 305 Highway 15 in North Patotoc, Mississippi, as the Lance Corporal Mark Lewis Tucker Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 209.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar and Representative Castro of Texas, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on H.R. 209. And also, I'm informing the House that Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California is a no on H.R. 209. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Iowa, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Virginia, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland from Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Nebraska, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pete Staba from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Staba will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 209. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 209. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Not the way to build esprit de corps.
Sammy? For what purpose does a gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany vote aye on H.R. 209.
Red. For what purpose, gentlewoman from Missouri, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote aye on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote yea on H.R. 209. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Torres, and Mr. Delgado, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson and Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 209.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Carter, Representative Evans, and Representative McCormick, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 209.
He was the member. For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Lowenthal, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Conley, Mr. Swazi, and Ms. Moore. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 209.
The yeas are 406. The nays are 4. 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3508, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3508, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 39 West Main Street and Honeyoke Falls, New York, as the CW4 Christian J. Koch Memorial Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Mr. Mfume of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar and Representative Castro, both of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508 and that Representative Chairwoman Maxine Waters of California will vote no on H.R. 3508. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote yea on H.R. 3508. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Torres, and Mr. Delgado, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Pete Staba, I inform the House that Mr. Staba from Minnesota will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on H.R. 3508. Member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparks will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 3508. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek to be recognized?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Representative Carter, Representative Evans, and Representative McCormick, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolodarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolodarski will vote aye on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Connolly of Virginia, Mr. DeSaulnier of California, Dr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Garamendi of California, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon. Inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 3508.
On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 3, and 2 are recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title of H.R. 903 is amended. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address a serious problem on the U.S. Supreme Court. Justice Clarence Thomas refuses to recuse himself from cases where he has clear conflict of interest. Thomas's wife, Jenny Thomas, is a conservative right-wing zealot activist, and she is reported to have worked to stop the legitimate election of President Joe Biden. Now Justice Thomas will rule on cases that protect our elections and strengthen our democracy, the same democracy that his wife wants to overthrow. Unfortunately, the Constitution was not written for such conflicts of interest. It was written by men who never imagined that justice would put personal interests over the interests of our nation. So I ask Justice Thomas to make the patriotic decision to recuse himself from cases involving the January 6th criminal insurrection, the 2020 election, and topics that conflict with his wife's far-right personal work. Every day he refuses lowers the credibility of the court for more and more Americans. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Savannah Paper Mill as it celebrates its 85th year in operation. My father worked at this paper mill. In fact, I worked at this paper mill, originally known as Union Bag, then Union Camp, then International Paper, and now International Paper. And I have the utmost respect for anyone in that line of work. At the height of the 1950s, the Savannah Paper Mill employed up to 5,000 people. As the years have passed, the same location now owned by International Paper has modernized and trimmed the workforce down to about 650 employees. Some of them come from a generation of paper mill workers that have been there from the start. The Savannah Paper Mill has always been a visual landmark in the city, long before the hospitality industry became the city's #1 market. In the 50s, the mill could produce 1.25 million tons of kraft paper and linerboard on any given year and quickly became one of the largest mills in the state. Its proximity to fruitful timber produced optimal conditions for the mill to operate at its highest level, and it remains true today. Like the rest of Savannah, the paper mill contributed greatly to the war effort in World War II as well, producing paper packaging, a critical war material. I'm proud to be the son of a paper mill worker, and I thank the Savannah Paper Mill for the many years of industry and hope for continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute and ask for revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate one of my constituents, Rain Free, founder and CEO of Red Door Catering in Oakland. Rain founded Red Door in 2006 as a socially conscious company aiming to bring communities together over delicious food with a special clientele focused on minority-owned businesses and youth development-focused organizations. It's worth noting that Red Door also has an annual grant budget of $10,000 to help nonprofit clients defray some of their catering costs. In recent years, Red Door has become a fixture in my East Bay community, having catered events for former President Barack Obama and Vice President Kamala Harris at their commercial kitchen in West Oakland. In line with her commitment to advancing equity, Wayne provides opportunities for other Black entrepreneurs via the Black Culinary Collective, through which Red Door shares a 5,000 square foot culinary space in West Oakland with 10 other Black food entrepreneurs. Furthermore, as the pandemic raged on, Red Door partnered with several local organizations to feed those most deeply impacted by COVID-19. Altogether, this effort fed about 80,000 community members. So on behalf of California's 13th Congressional District, I want to thank RAIN for working tirelessly to create a closer-knit, more equitable community. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the leak of Associate Justice Alito's draft opinion on Dobbs v. Jackson was clearly illegal. That's why more than 20 Republican members of the House joined me in calling on Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Wray to open a criminal investigation into a potential violation of U.S. law. Title 18, Section 2071 of the U.S. Code states in part, quote, "A person who willfully carries away any document filed or deposited with any clerk or officer of any court shall be fined or imprisoned, or both," close quote. Anyone trying to criminally undermine the division of power in our government should be held accountable to the full extent of the law, especially as the leak is already proving to be dangerous as justices are facing harassment outside their homes. Our country is built on the fundamental respect for law and order. It is clear to me and my Republican colleagues that the law was clearly violated. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today during the solemn occasion of National Police Week to recognize the law enforcement officers across our nation who've lost their lives in the line of duty. Every day, police officers across our nation put on their badges and go into their communities to carry out their mission to protect and serve. Tragically, some do not return to their families at the end of the day. This year, the names of 619 officers have been added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., including 4 from Ohio. They are Toledo Police Officer Brandon Stalker, Cleveland Police Officer Shane Bartek, Hamilton County Sheriff's Deputy Donald Gelraith, and Ohio Department of Natural Resources Officer Jason Legore. Their legacies will live on in the hearts of all Americans and at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C. We are perpetually indebted to them for their service, courage, and patriotism. Today and always, let us honor their service, their memories, and hold their loved ones close in our heart and prayers. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request to address unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Montana's police force for National Police Week. Montana law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day to keep our community safe and protect those who cannot protect themselves. They don't do it for money. They don't do it for recognition. They do it because they feel called to protect those around them. The absence of law enforcement means our communities are less safe, enables crime to surge, and thugs will roam the streets freely without consequence. I stand here tonight to say thank you to the Montana police officers for their sacrifices and for willingly putting their lives on the line to protect our neighborhoods. Without reservation, I back the blue and will continue to do everything I can to get them the resources that they need to do their jobs and keep America safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, it will pose the greatest threat to reproductive freedom we've seen in half a century. But let's be very clear. Although many states are passing radical laws banning abortion, contraception, and criminalizing health care, right now, Roe is still the law of the land. Abortion is health care, and abortion is still legal. Abortion is an integral part of reproductive health care and should be safe, legal, and accessible to all. Right now, clinics and funds are able to support people to access abortion health care with compassion and care. One organization in my district, the Delaware County Women's Center, serves more than 1,600 patients annually. I want to thank the staff at the Women's Center, especially Lizbeth and Jen, for their commitment to accessible reproductive health services. If a right-wing extremist court overturns Roe, we will not go back. A strong majority of Americans are stepping up to support the freedom of every person, regardless of where they live or how much money they have, to make their own decisions about their health, their bodies, and their futures. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Police Week and thank our men and women in law enforcement. Every day, law enforcement officers put on their uniform and go to work to protect and serve the citizens. However, their service does not come without danger. Just this year, 123 officers have been shot in the line of duty, which is 46 more officers than were shot this time in 2020. Supporting our police and assuring public safety for our citizens should not be a red or a blue issue, but a red, white, and blue issue. This morning, I joined Leader McCarthy, Republican members, on a Back the Blue bike tour alongside 40 Capitol police officers, where after we honored our nation's fallen police officers. One officer along the way did, however, express to me that he was honored to serve. However, it was difficult as he was pointed out by some and called terrible names while in uniform. He stated he could take it, but he lacked a confident tone. As the son of a former police officer, Madam Speaker, I know the tremendous stresses on our officers and their loved ones, and we all must back the blue. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if you're looking for a place to start at stamping out corruption, you need to go no further than the old post office building just down the street. Yesterday, workers began removing Trump's name from the property, ending an era of corruption. While in office, former president was both landlord and tenant of this establishment, which raised numerous ethical questions. After reviewing thousands of pages of records, Chairman DeFazio and I found that the GSA failed to both enforce the lease, which forbade involvement of any elected official of U.S. government, and failed to conduct oversight on possible violations of the Emoluments Clause. To prevent this from happening again, I introduced the Outlease Reform in Public Buildings Act to prohibit any president from maintaining a GSA outlease and to establish congressional review of the outleasing program. I urge my colleagues to get this signed, sealed, and delivered to the president's desk, and I hope we don't have to look at that Trump sign any longer. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, last week a draft majority opinion from the U.S. Supreme Court that would overturn Roe v. Wade was leaked. Now, this is troubling and unprecedented. All Americans should be concerned about this betrayal of trust in our nation's highest court. My position on life has always been clear. You can't be a champion for the future of this great country if you're going to limit its potential. For the majority of the last 50 years, Democrats have controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. In that time, they have failed to codify Roe v. Wade. Today, we are witnessing calls from the extreme left to end the filibuster in the Senate and pack the courts. This radical stance neglects the unborn and continues to ignore the struggles of hardworking American families who are trying to cope with soaring inflation, out-of-control food and energy prices, and the failed policies of the Biden administration. Madam Speaker, I will always use my voice here in Congress to defend our most vulnerable and protect the unborn. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The leaked Supreme Court document
shows a complete disregard by the court majority for the fundamental right to control one's own body by having access to safe abortion care. In Wisconsin, the end of Roe v. Wade would drag us back to 1849, when our state law banning abortion was enacted and is still on the books. In 1849, in Wisconsin, the first telegraph was received. There was a 6.5-cent tax on every vehicle drawn by a single horse, and railroad tracks were constructed going west for the first time outside of Milwaukee. My constituents, like the vast majority of Americans, don't want to go back. They want health care decisions to be made by laws that weren't passed when slavery was legal. They want women to have full access to modern health care, and that means access to safe abortion care. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the Conference Committee for the American Competes Act begins to meet, I rise today to encourage my colleagues to meet to work in an urgent, bipartisan, diligent fashion on behalf of the American people. This legislation is critical to addressing our nation's inflationary challenges and supply chain pressures. Indiana's 1st Congressional District is home to an incredible manufacturing, steel, and auto and industrial complex. The American Competes Act will have a direct impact on their ability to compete and succeed in our global economy. Of particular consequences when there is a chip shortage in the automobile industry, they stop making cars, the automobile industry, the contractors, the steel industry, tens of thousands of workers are impacted within my district. I want to make sure that today I stand up for the American worker, I stand up for American manufacturing, I stand up for the national security issue, and today I want to make sure that we look forward to the final product of the American Competes Act, which will invest in the American innovation and demonstrate the greatness of our nation. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today because reproductive health care is a human right, but it is under threat. For nearly half a century, the fundamental right to abortion has been upheld by courts. Now the Supreme Court appears poised to roll back this precedent and steal away the rights of 170 million American women to make their own health care decisions. This ruling will create health care deserts across the country where women will not have access to the reproductive health care they need when they need it. We cannot allow this to happen. The House passed the Women's Health Protection Act, which will codify the Roe v. Wade decision and protect abortion access in the United States. The Senate must follow our lead. We must abolish the filibuster to end minority rule and guarantee basic rights and access to reproductive health care. We cannot rely on the Supreme Court to uphold Roe, and so I call on Congress to do so. I yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1 minute speeches? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
I thank the Speaker very much. It is not often America seems to be stunned by an action of this government. They may be disappointed, they may disagree, but I can assure you they may not be stunned. In the leak of the Supreme Court decision, America overall, over 70%, are stunned by the idea that women no longer are equal in this nation. They do not have women's rights, human rights, or reproductive rights. And the tragedy for those of us who are lawyers, who understand the Constitution, is that when settled law has been announced, that that is your belief, to see that that is no longer the standard of the highest court in the land, we are stunned, and yes, we are frightened. Roe v. Wade must be codified, reproductive rights must be protected, and the vigilante stalking bill to stop individuals from stalking women who are simply seeking health care and abortion
The
should be
gentlewoman's
passed
time has
by
expired.
the House of Representatives. I yield back. We must stand for human rights and women's rights. I yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1-minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
It has been, Madam Speaker, nearly 2 weeks since the world saw the Supreme Court's draft decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. We all had suspected it was coming, so I rise today to oppose that decision and to oppose what has become the tyranny of the Republican minority, a minority that has worked for decades to restrict the rights of women and minorities. The extremist Republican minority has worked systematically over the years to politicize the Supreme Court by packing it with activist ideologues who hold views in line with the demands of these extremists. And now this Republican minority, after successfully packing the court with ideologues, they now seek to use this decision to return women to a dark time, a time when a woman had no right to decide for herself, to a time when abortions were illegal. But let's be clear from the start, this whole argument is not really about whether or not there will be abortions in this country, for there have always been, and there will always be abortions in this country and around the world. The only question is, will those abortions be safe and legal? In 1973, the year of the decision, I marched with many women and fought for Roe v. Wade. On the day in 1992 that Planned Parenthood versus Casey was announced, that decision, I announced that I was running for Congress because I objected to the restrictions they were putting on women. I wanted equal rights for women and more pro-choice legislators fighting for women in Washington. So I ran for office and won. And yesterday, I marched with my Democratic colleagues to the Senate in support of maintaining Roe v. Wade. Madam Speaker, I joined the majority of women in this country in strongly opposing this decision. The injustice, this march back to a darker time, and I will join them in marching, fighting, and legislating until our rights to control decisions about our lives and our bodies are secure. Because I believe there is no democracy if women cannot make their choices, their own choices about their health care, their bodies, including reproductive health care. Because if this draft Supreme Court decision takes effect, hundreds of millions of people in 26 states would be deprived of their right to choose, of their right to abortion. People of color, the LGBTQ+ community, young people, people with disabilities, low-income Americans, those that are the most marginalized will suffer the most. If Roe falls, state so-called trigger laws, end quote, already passed in 13 states, will immediately ban abortion in those states entirely. Also deeply troubling, this decision lays the groundwork for the court to tear down other fundamental rights, like the right to use contraception, marriage equality, and so many other rights. And all of this from the Republican Party that proclaims itself to be the party of smaller government, except when it comes to making decisions over a woman's life. So yesterday I marched again. I marched to the Senate with my Democratic colleagues and urged my Senate colleagues to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, like we passed here in this House earlier. This bill would establish a statutory right to abortion care across our country. But as they did earlier this year, the Senate came up short because there are not enough pro-choice senators to protect abortion rights for women. This is unacceptable, and every senator who voted against the Women's Health Protection Act must be held accountable by the American people, by their constituents. Madam Speaker, yesterday's vote has made one thing clear. The Senate is so far out of step with what most Americans believe. 80% of Americans agree that the decision to have an abortion should be left to a woman and her doctor, compared to just 9% who agree it should be left to politicians and the government. The Senate should reflect the will of the people and protect the right to control our own bodies, which is why we need to fight for a pro-choice Senate to protect our rights. We can and we must do everything we can to ensure that reproductive rights are the law of our land. Our lives, the lives of our children, and future generations depend on it. And I am happy now to yield to Representative Jayapal, who is the head of the Progressive Caucus, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Maloney, for your tremendous leadership on so many issues, including reproductive rights, and for holding a hearing earlier in your committee on abortion and inviting several of us to testify before you. And I'm very proud to be here as the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. This is our special order hour, and I couldn't be more proud to be dedicating this special order hour to this critical issue of women's freedom, because that's what we're talking about, is women's freedom. The leaked draft opinion from the Supreme Court represents an unprecedented, unlawful, and unjust attack on our constitutional reproductive rights. Reproductive rights groups and black and brown folks on the front line of this fight have been sounding the alarm for years that this day would come. The leaked draft opinion is a culmination of decades of insidious work from the extreme right who have rigged the system in their favor. I speak to you, Madam Speaker, today as one of the 1 in 4 women in America who have had an abortion. And for people to understand how I ultimately decided to have an abortion, I have to start with the birth of my first child, Janak. Janak was born at 26.5 weeks while I was on a 2-year fellowship in India. She weighed only 1 pound, 14 ounces, and upon birth, she went down to a weight of just 21 ounces. Janak was so small, she fit into the palm of my hand. She was no bigger than a medium-sized squash. And for 3 months, we did not know if Janak would live or die. She needed multiple blood transfusions, she had to be fed drop by drop, and she constantly had her heart stop and restart. We returned to the United States after 3 months, and in those early, intensely difficult years, Janak had hydroencephalitis, water in her brain. She had seizures, and she returned repeatedly to the emergency room because of life-threatening pneumonia. The fact that Janak is today a 26-year-old beautiful human being is a true miracle and the greatest gift in my life. At the same time that Janak was born, I was also fighting to keep my legal permanent resident status, married to a U.S. citizen and with a U.S. citizen child, and yet without the ability to return with the same status that I had. In the end, I was able to return to the United States with Janak, provided that I started from scratch to qualify for citizenship. As a new mom, taking care of a very sick baby and recovering from major surgery myself, I was struggling. I experienced severe postpartum depression and post-traumatic stress disorder that was only diagnosed after I contemplated suicide and realized that I needed to seek help. My marriage did not survive. We split custody of Janak, and I was a part-time single parent. Shortly after, I met a wonderful man who is my husband today. I knew I was not ready to have another child, so I religiously took my daily contraceptive pill. Despite that, I became pregnant. I consulted with my doctors, who told me that any future pregnancy would likely also be high risk to me and to my child, similar to what I had gone through with Janak. I very much wanted to have more children, but I simply could not imagine going through that again. After discussions with my partner, who was completely supportive of whatever choice I made, I decided to have an abortion. 2 decades later, I think about those moments on the table in the doctor's office. A doctor who was kind and compassionate and skilled, performing abortions in a state that recognizes a person's constitutional right to make their choices about their reproductive care. For me, terminating my pregnancy was not an easy choice, but it was my choice. And it really shouldn't matter if it's difficult or hard of a choice. That choice, that freedom, is what has to be preserved for every pregnant person. A freedom that cannot be dictated by people in the minority pushing their extremist agenda on everybody else, the Supreme Court included. Until 2019, so for 15 years, I never spoke publicly or privately about my abortion. In fact, I didn't even tell my mother about it. Some of it was because, as an immigrant from a culture that deeply values children, and in a society that still stigmatizes abortion here in the United States, I felt ashamed that I never should have felt. But 2 years ago, I decided to tell my story as a member of Congress because I was so deeply concerned about the abortion ban legislation that was coming out from states across the country. And I became only the second member of Congress to publicly talk about my abortion. Today, as we are on the cusp of a horrific decision from the Supreme Court to criminalize women's rights and the right to an abortion, we all have to speak out to tell our truths if we are able. I want you to know that there are so many different situations that people face in making these choices. And whether the choice to have an abortion is easy or hard, whether there are traumatic situations or not, none of this should be the issue. It is simply nobody's business what choices we pregnant people make about our own bodies. And let me be very clear, I would never tell people who don't choose to have an abortion that they should have an abortion, nor should they tell me that I shouldn't. This is a constitutionally protected, intensely personal choice. I did not suffer the economic issues that so many poor people suffer. I did not suffer from living in a state that doesn't allow pregnant people to make these choices. And I was very privileged to live in a world post-Roe v. Wade, where abortion had been established as settled law as a constitutional right. Today, abortion is still the law of the land, and providers remain hard at work to give the care that so many desperately need and deserve. But it is clear that the Supreme Court, a majority on the Supreme Court, who were appointed by 2 Republican presidents who did not win even the majority of the popular vote, that the Supreme Court is poised to overturn this fundamental right to choose. And the communities that will pay the steepest price are our low-income communities, our black and brown communities, our LGBTQ communities. The Progressive Caucus and our members have been at the forefront of protecting these rights and ensuring that we in the House passed the Women's Health Protection Law, that we work to repeal the Hyde Amendment, and that we remove the stigma around abortion care and reproductive health choices. This is existentially urgent, and we will not allow the Supreme Court or the United States Senate, the people that voted against the codification of Roe v. Wade, to win in this battle. We will fight to the very end for our freedoms. Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, and I yield back.
I want to thank Representative Jayapal for your leadership of the Progressive Caucus and for your strength in sharing your very personal and painful story. It has given me more strength to fight this battle, and I hope it will inspire many, many more as we fight for our basic rights. I would now like to recognize a leader in the Progressive Caucus, Representative Mondaire Jones, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, it is absurd that in the year 2022, I have to speak to defend every human's right to make their own health care decisions. But because 6 far-right Supreme Court justices are set to impose their unpopular views on everyone in this country, I stand here to urge my colleagues to do everything we can to protect the right to abortion, including expanding the Supreme Court. I stand here for people in my family and folks in my community who could soon have their rights stripped away. People who, if they aren't able to get the abortion they need, will be trapped in a cycle of poverty. Folks who will no longer be able to work their job or get the education that they fought so hard to get. For me, this is personal, because it's people like my single mother who worked multiple jobs just to provide for our family, black and brown folks, and the poorest people in our society who will suffer most from the extreme decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. 50 years of settled precedent out of the window because Republicans on the Supreme Court want to interfere in people's health care decisions. Yes, the Senate must follow our lead here in the House and pass legislation that will secure the right to an abortion. But let's not fool ourselves into thinking that the 6-3 far-right court, which is preparing to overturn a 50-year-old Supreme Court precedent, and which has spent the last decade dismantling the Voting Rights Act, is all of a sudden going to start respecting the will of Congress. That's why we've got to pass the Judiciary Act of 2021 to add 4 seats to the Supreme Court, to restore balance and finally respect the will of the American people who overwhelmingly support Roe v. Wade. I want to now read an abortion story from a resident of Westchester County, New York, Lisa Hofflick, into the record. Lisa writes, "For almost 30 years, I could count on one hand the people who knew that I had an abortion. One was my boyfriend, and 2 were the nurse and the doctor who performed the procedure. Until now. I'm finally sharing a story I never thought I'd tell, one that I've kept personal and private because of the fear of judgment and stigma I thought I'd receive from the outside world. I was barely 20 years old and a college junior dreaming of becoming a television journalist. My boyfriend and I had been dating for only a few months. Like many women, my cycle was irregular, and so by the time I realized I was pregnant, I was 8 weeks along. I was terrified that my very strict parents would force me to quit school, move back home, and have the baby. I couldn't do that. I was a baby myself. It took me 2 weeks to save up the $500 in cash and finally get an appointment with a doctor to perform the abortion. I will never forget that day, the fear and the guilt I was made to feel. After learning that I was 10 weeks pregnant, the nurse shook her head and asked, "Why did you wait so long? Why did you wait so long?" Those words pierced me then, and they still haunt me to this day. My heart breaks for all the women and girls who still suffer in silence from the shame imposed on them. I eventually married that boyfriend, and we now have 5 beautiful children. But I know that if I had not gone through with that abortion, these children and the wonderful life my husband and I built for ourselves would not exist. I made the right choice, and I have no regrets. I made the right choice because it was my choice to make. As our fundamental rights over bodily autonomy come under siege, we can't afford to be silent any longer. I'm sharing my story to bring abortion out of the shadows and into everyday dialogue so that we can ensure they remain safe, legal, and accessible for every person. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 40.5 minutes remaining.
I want to thank Representative Jones for sharing that story. It was very moving. And others that are watching, if you want to share your stories, send them to us so we can read them into the congressional record and share it with other Americans about the need to save a woman's right to choose. I now recognize one of the leading voices in Congress for women's rights and consumer rights, Representative Schakowsky, for 5 minutes.
I want to thank my sister and my colleague, Congresswoman Maloney, for taking the lead always on issues to protect women's rights. Thank you. I want to declare right now that women are not going back. Women will not tolerate being second-class citizens. I will not tolerate that my granddaughters will not have the rights that women have today. That fundamental, basic, threshold right in the United States of America in the 21st century will be snatched away is something not only unthinkable, but something that doesn't need to happen. Let me tell you my story, or a story that was told to me. I have a dear friend who told me, he's an adult man, about his mother, Shirley. When he was 11 years old, his mother, Shirley, was told that if she was going to carry to term the fetus that was in her womb right now, she would not survive. This tragically was just before Roe v. Wade was passed, just a couple months before Roe became the law of the land. The only place that abortion was legal was in New York. This single mom had to put the money together to finally get herself to New York, and she did. She scrounged that money, she saved, she borrowed. But when she got there, she was told at the clinic, too late. You were too far, she was too far gone in the pregnancy. She came home and celebrated the 4th of July with her children, and when she went to deliver, she died, leaving an 11-year-old son and 2 little girls to be orphans. I have a button that I've had for a long time that I wear that says, Roe was not the beginning of women having abortions. Roe was the end of women dying from abortions. Do you think that in this country the majority of Americans support the idea of allowing women to die? We know they don't. We know that the majority of Americans, the vast majority of Democrats, the 3/4 of independents, and yes, a majority of Republicans say no, that Roe v. Wade, the right to access an abortion, may not, should not be overturned. We have an opportunity right now in the United States of America, and it's called the vote. The vote. You know, we have what I would consider a rogue Supreme Court right now, that the filibuster was eliminated, the requirement for 80 votes, in order to get the current members of the Supreme Court there so that they could do this dastardly deed. But if we just go to the polls, we can change that. Not in the someday in the future, but in this next election. Hopefully we can get the Senate to do it, but I want to tell you that Mitch McConnell has already said what he wants to do is to suspend if they were to win the Senate, to suspend the filibuster, the 80-vote requirement, and make a prohibition on abortion the law of the land, not just for the states to decide. I want to tell you something, this is not going to happen. There's a tsunami out there of opposition to this. And it's not just women, it is men and women alike. It is about families who don't want to see a 13-year-old child, that has been raped, to be forced to carry that pregnancy to term. Are you kidding me? So I'm putting out a warning right now and a invitation to all people who think that women deserve that right to control their own bodies, to say, no way, hell no, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the Representative Omar for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
And I join my colleagues in thanking you for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak against the cruel and unconstitutional leaked Supreme Court decision overturning settled law of the land, Roe versus Wade. To be clear, controlling decisions about our bodies is a basic human right. The government has no right to regulate what we can do with our bodies. Overturning Roe v. Wade is about control. It's about religious supremacy, and it's about harming women. It would fly in the face of decades of precedent and the overwhelming majority of public opinion if this decision is to hold. We know this decision will fall hardest on the most vulnerable in this country, women who have been abused, women who are the victims of incest, those who have been raped. But its consequences will even be more far-reaching than we can imagine. This will be a blow to everyone who believes in the 14th Amendment, to anyone who believes there's limit to how much the government can control the decisions we make in our private lives. We will be leaving our children and the next generation in a world with less freedoms than we have enjoyed ourselves. But it's shocking to me that all of this is being championed, and it's coming from a party that believes in small government, a party that talks about freedom, liberty. And this is the party now that wants to do everything that they can to tell women what decisions they can make about their reproductive rights. They want somebody like Senator Ted Cruz regulating your uterus. They want Senator Chuck Grassley having authority over your body. We have to say no. We have to stand up and we have to fight back. If you care about women's rights, you should be outraged by this decision. If you care about a woman's right to choose, you should be outraged. If you care about women having access to health care, you should be outraged by this decision. If you care about economic justice, you should be outraged by this decision. If you care about our basic freedoms, you should be outraged by this decision. It is heartbreaking to hear some of the stories shared by my colleagues, to hear about some of the stories shared by my constituents. But it will be even more heartbreaking to hear about the stories that will be shared if we do not protect a woman's right to choose. I think about many countries that I've visited where women are locked up serving 20 years in jail for having an abortion, where we hear about stories of women who die in back alleys because their families force them to have that baby. We hear about the stories where rape victims are forced to carry their babies to full term. This is shocking. And it is shocking because those stories are about to become the stories of young women in the United States of America, a country that is supposed to be a symbol of freedom, a country that believes and exports what it means for women to be celebrated as an equal, a country that talks about how glorious its Constitution is in guaranteeing the rights of its citizens. Now, this is about to become a country where women are crying out in pain because their freedoms are being impeded by Republicans who only say they believe in freedom but does not want to guarantee freedoms to women in this country. As an immigrant, I am proud to be an American. I am proud to be a woman living in this country. I am proud to be a mother of 4 children and give birth to 3 of them. I am proud to have been given the ability to make choices for myself that I might not have been allowed in the country that I was born in. But it pains me today to know that those who believe in religious superiority, those who don't believe in the fundamental rights for people to choose as they please in this country, might have the last laugh, and we might not be able to do anything about it. Not only do we have a narrow window of enshrining and codifying Roe v. Wade into law, but we also only have a couple of more months to make sure that this body and the Senate is not lost to religious extremists and our country be in their hands as they govern us to the gutter. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Newman for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Maloney. So glad to be here tonight and so proud that you put this together for all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, to say that I'm deeply disappointed is really an underestimate. I have to tell you, many people in our country think that the word abortion is taboo. Shouldn't be said, shouldn't be uttered. And the Republican Senate reiterated that this week. But worse, it told women, we don't matter. It told women that we don't trust you. We told women that you should not have agency over your body. And I have to tell you, I haven't spoken about my personal abortion ever publicly until this week. And the reason is because of all of those reasons, is that you are shamed wherever you go, even in this day and age. In 2022, women are still shamed. We have to stop that. 1 in 4 women in this country have an abortion. It is a common and something that people do actually every day. It is a common health procedure. You know, when I was 19 years old, I was barely halfway through college, I found out I was pregnant. I was working 2 jobs, scrubbing floors and tables to get through college, did not have the wherewithal, but more importantly, I did not have the emotional ability to be supporting a child. Not only did I not have the infrastructure and the financial resources, but I didn't have the wherewithal. And I recognized that. And it was a good decision, but it was still a difficult decision. And so when Republican senators tell us that we shouldn't have agency over our bodies, it just reaffirms this taboo and this shame. And I've had enough. All done. I will not allow people to shame me or anyone else that has had a standard medical procedure called an abortion. And I'm going to use that word a lot more than I have in the past, I will tell you that. But you know, I have greater concerns. In addition to having an abortion and having concerns about agency over body, I have real concerns for my trans daughter. She came down the night that that opinion was leaked and said, "Mom, what does this mean?" And you know what? I didn't have a lot of really great words for her. So when these reckless decisions are made by reckless people called Republican senators and extremists in their various religions, they don't understand that they affect real people. So that is the reason why I sent personal letters to all of the Republican senators plus Mr. Manchin, who is in that boat of saying that everything is taboo and we should be shamed and we shouldn't have agency over our body, and let them know that we are people. My daughter and I are people. And we are all going to speak up. And I just want to say one more thing about being people. We need people in this body that have the lived experience and have been fighting this fight for a long time. So it is really important that we all speak up, but it's really important that we mobilize as a country and that all these leaders in this body speak up. I have to tell you, I'm so disgusted that I haven't slept very well this week at all. But here's what I do know. I cherish everybody, all of my colleagues, my pro-choice colleagues. I cherish Chair Maloney, our Progressive Caucus, but all of our Democratic colleagues. And I'm so proud to be here, but we cannot let this happen. I know I'm mobilizing. I know everybody in this body is mobilizing. But I refuse to receive shame or be told that I should have shame or that I am a bad person because I had a regular medical procedure. I refuse to allow anyone to tell my daughter that she doesn't have agency over her body. So with that, I thank Chair Maloney for this opportunity tonight, and I thank all my colleagues. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Representative Levin is recognized for 3 minutes and will be followed by Jackson Lee. Barbara Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Maloney, for hosting this really important session. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern for the more than 2.2 million Michiganders who will lose access to abortion if this extremist Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. If this draft ruling holds, Michigan will return to a 1931 law that makes it a felony to perform or facilitate an abortion. We must call laws like this what they truly are: violations of human rights, bodily autonomy, and an egregious attack on essential health care providers. It must be affirmed in this House that abortion providers are essential and valued. They provide high-quality, compassionate, and necessary health care and deliver this care courageously despite pressures, restrictions, political interference, and violent threats to their personal safety. In March, I was proud to join a group of my incredible colleagues, Representatives Pramila Jayapal, Barbara Lee, who's going to speak next, Diana DeGette, Cori Bush, and Nikema Williams, to introduce the first ever resolution in Congress honoring abortion providers. We recognized Abortion Provider Appreciation Day in the memory of Dr. David Gunn, who was tragically murdered outside his abortion clinic in Pensacola, Florida, by a white supremacist, anti-abortion extremist in the first known instance of the murder of an abortion provider. Unfortunately, it was not the last. I thank Representatives Jayapal, Lee, and Bush for coming forward and sharing their own stories with abortion, and Representative Newman, who just did so. Not only have they demonstrated that people make decisions to have an abortion for an array of reasons, they've also empowered other women of color and people with lived experiences to stand by abortion providers in this critical moment. So today, I want to let all abortion providers know that they are valued. And I especially want to recognize two incredible abortion providers and tireless advocates in my district, Renee Chelian, the founder of Northland Family Planning, and her Dora Lara. I salute the work these women do in spite of the anti-abortion extremists who have put Northland in the headlines locally and nationally. Beyond its impact on providers, of course, this ruling will have devastating consequences for women, transgender, and non-binary people in their communities all across Michigan and this country. Simply stated, the government has no business interfering in the private health decisions pregnant people make about their own bodies and lives in consultation with their doctors. Let us proclaim loudly and proudly, abortion rights are human rights, and we must work towards a future where access to abortion is liberated from restrictions and bans universally. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Barbara Lee, Representative Lee, for 5 minutes. And I thank her for her leadership on this issue.
Well, first, let me thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for your tremendous leadership. But also, I just have to thank you for your encouragement for myself, Congresswoman Jayapal, Congresswoman Bush, to really step out and talk about something that I personally have never talked about ever, because it was my own personal business. As my mother told me, that's a decision that I made between her and myself. As now, which it looks like that liberty could be taken away. But even in the day, and this was way before Roe versus Wade, I had an abortion, and you gave me a chance to talk about it, which is something I would not do because of what I just said. It was a private decision. But once these draconian laws started passing in the states, and once these trigger laws were put into place, and once I saw what was taking place, I was compelled to talk about it, because once we tell these stories, what I learned, Congresswoman Maloney, was that there's so many people who have similar stories, men and women who came to me, people I've known for 30, 40 years came to me, whispered to me, I had the same experience. I was afraid to talk about it. And what I'm finding now is that more people are beginning to share their experiences. And I tell you one thing, it was, in addition to the privacy issue, it was about stigma. I mean, you know, I was raised in the Catholic school, in the Catholic Church. And of course, this is a huge decision anyone has to make. Nobody wants to have to go through this trauma. But I did, and so many others have. And so thank you for giving us a chance, because that helped me personally. And now we've come for such a time as this to really help others and to really highlight why the end of Roe could poise us to see the abandonment of 50 years of precedent, and the first time a constitutional right has ever been taken away. That's unbelievable. It would deny millions of Americans access to abortions. We need to, however, reassure Americans tonight that Roe is still the law of the land. Abortion is still legal. But the threat of this draft opinion highlights why Congress preemptively should enshrine Roe into federal law by abolishing the filibuster, yes, and by passing the Women's Health Protection Act. This really is about our personal liberty and our reproductive freedom. Nothing less, quite frankly, can be tolerated in a democracy. There's a whole generation of people who do not know life before Roe. Again, going back to the day when I was in the 11th grade, I know a life before Roe. My mother fortunately had a friend, and I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, and her friend, we had moved to California. She flew me to Texas because once I made that decision, her friend knew a clinic in Mexico. And so let me tell you, I was fortunate enough to survive the procedure, Chairwoman Maloney, but it's not lost on me that so many women who look like me were dying. And afterwards, I thank God that I survived because I knew so many people hadn't. Abortion bans affect everyone, but their impacts, they fall the hardest on people of color, people working to make ends meet, young people, the LGBTQ community, people in rural communities, people who just can't have or don't have enough money to travel, to go to another state. Study after study has shown that denying people access to abortion has devastating and long-lasting implications for their lives. So I reiterate, people with money will also have access to abortions. But we're here tonight because everyone, no matter where they live or how much money they make or their background or their race or their gender identity, everyone should be able to make their own decisions about their bodies, their lives, and their futures. And finally, I'll just say another part of this that is just outrageous is the fact that these decisions about our own health care could be criminalized. Can you imagine if that would happen? The thought of this is chilling. It's chilling. And so even though it's a terrifying moment, it's an urgent moment. The public supports Roe versus Wade. And now's the time to rise up, yes, to galvanize and to raise our voices about our constitutional rights that are about to be taken away if we don't do what we need to do. But also, it's a slippery slope because, as I've been saying, if they come for me today, they're coming for you tomorrow. And this is the beginning of the erosion of the rights, such as voting rights, disability rights, LGBTQ rights, you just name it. But that's not going to happen because I have a lot of hope in the American people. And this may be a time when we just have to regroup and fight harder. And that's exactly what we're doing. And I want to applaud all of our organizations out there who have been so adamant and so vigilant and prepared for this day. We couldn't be here tonight talking about what next if it weren't for them. And so I just have to take a moment to salute all of our grassroots groups who have been working day and night, helping people, providing access, raising money, doing everything they can do to make sure that everyone who decides to have an abortion has access to safe and legal abortion. So thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you for holding this because it's a moment that we all have to speak truth to power. We have to tell the truth about what's at stake, but also it gives us a chance to tell the truth about who we are. As members of Congress, we are people who have been through many of the same challenges that everyone has been through. So thank you again.
Thank you for your leadership and for your courage. I now, Representative Chu is now recognized, and may I inquire of the Speaker how much time is remaining?
The gentlelady has 12 minutes remaining.
Ms. Chu, Representative Chu is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during a dark time in our nation's history when the right to an abortion, the fundamental right to decide what happens to your own body, is under threat. So today, I rise to tell the stories from patients and providers in my district. The stories I am about to tell provide a glimpse as to what life will be like if Roe versus Wade is indeed struck down in the final decision of the Supreme Court. These stories come from my local Planned Parenthood, Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, which offers high-quality health care from STD testing to contraception and abortion care. But since the Supreme Court decided to allow state-based abortion bans to remain in place, it has become such an incredible resource, not only for my constituents, but for those living in other states where abortion is not as accessible. Just last month, a mother of 4 and her husband drove all the way from Houston, Texas, to the Planned Parenthood Health Center in Pasadena, California, in my district. Because of Texas's draconian vigilante law, SB 8, she was unable to get care at home because she was 7 weeks pregnant. This was just 1 week past the state limitation. So she did not have options in Texas. But she and her husband knew that another child was not the right choice for them. So they put all 4 of their children in the car and drove for 20 hours to Pasadena. They came to Pasadena because after searching everywhere in surrounding states, the appointment in Pasadena was the soonest one she could get. She was not wavering in her decision. She was sure she wanted an abortion. She and her family spent a day and a half driving to California, a day in California when the procedure was done, and then had to spend another day and a half driving home. The time, the expense, and the time off work to have a 3-minute procedure done is an undue and egregious burden that people are already facing when trying to access safe and routine abortion care. This mother was in and out of her appointment within 2 hours from start to finish, but had to spend over 40 hours of time and money to access health care that should be readily available to anyone who needs it. Another patient from Texas came to Planned Parenthood in Pasadena in March of this year. She had originally scheduled to go to Oklahoma for a medication abortion, but felt that she needed more time to decide if terminating her pregnancy was the right choice for her. After taking a few days to think about her decision, she lost that appointment in Oklahoma. So she flew to California to receive a medication abortion at 9 weeks pregnant. She and her support person had to incur the cost of the flight to Los Angeles and an overnight hotel stay, as well as time off of work to access abortion medication. These are just 2 stories out of the hundreds of patients that Planned Parenthood Pasadena sees every day, but it illustrates what we are talking about with regard to the right to an abortion. We mean real people, and real women with lives and jobs and families whose right to decide what to do with their own bodies and their own futures have been taken away by politicians looking to score political points. It's wrong, it's cruel, and it's unjust. I will not stop fighting to enshrine abortion rights into federal law and for passage of my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, which this body passed in September of 2021 by a vote of 218 to 211, making it the most supported abortion rights bill in the history of Congress. I will continue to fight for these patients, to fight for these women, and to fight for the hundreds of patients like them every single day who deserve quality health care. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and I thank Representative Chu, the founder and chair of the Aspire Caucus, for her leadership on this issue. She is the author of the Women's Health Protection Act, which we supported and passed in this House, and which we hope to pass in the Senate, and which we will fight with all of our strength to pass eventually. I want to thank all of my colleagues for sharing their stories, the stories of their constituents, and ask the public to send us your stories so we can read them into the record as we talk about the need to protect the freedom of women to make choices about their own health care. I firmly believe that there is no democracy if the women in this country, half the population in this country, cannot make basic decisions about their own bodies, their own health care, their own choices, including reproductive health care. I thank all of my colleagues that have reached out and said they wanted to be here tonight, but they couldn't for other reasons. We hope to have future speak-outs, future special orders, and at this point, I am closing and yielding back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your statements.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials. Today, I stand here to recognize and honor...
Without objection.
Oh, thank you. Today, I stand here to recognize and honor the service members of the National Guard and Reserve components. Over the last few years, our National Guard soldiers have been more in the spotlight than ever before. These men and women proved true to their motto of always ready, always there, as they face some of our nation's toughest times. We have seen Guardsmen from all over the country help in ways we never thought would be needed or possible, from a 5-month deployment to defend the U.S. Capitol to assisting in an attempt to secure the southern border, to aiding our healthcare workers in the delivery of COVID-19 vaccinations and other COVID-related assignments. These men and women left behind their loved ones and livelihoods to assist all Americans when we most need it. Today is an opportunity for members of the House to thank these brave soldiers for the tremendous work and sacrifice our Guard and Reserve service members have endured since the first muster of militia forces to present day. There are a lot of issues that divide our nation and Congress, but I know for certain that support for our National Guard and Reserve continues to be bipartisan, and I'm proud of the work we are doing to assist these soldiers, their families, and the mission. I've said this before, but not all members have a military base, but almost everyone has a National Guard, Armory, and National Guardsmen in their district. I look forward to hearing from more of my colleagues today as we take this moment to thank them for their service. I now recognize the gentleman from Hawaii and the co-chair of the National Guard and Reserve Components Caucus, Mr. Kahale. Well, here, you can come here.
Mahalo, Congressman Palazzo, for organizing this special order hour to celebrate the achievements of the National Guard across the nation. I am proud to be co-leading the Bipartisan Guard and Reserve Caucus with you this year. Today I'm here to recognize the Hawaii National Guard and highlight its growing role in our nation's competitiveness and strategic level defense priorities. In my now 21-year career of service to our state and nation, I've seen the Hawaii Air National Guard transform from a quiet, off-the-radar C-130, F-15, and KC-135 squadrons out in the Pacific to a lethal and almost full-time composite associate squadrons. The Hawaii Air National Guard's 154th Wing and their flying squadron serve alongside active duty counterparts flying C-17s and F-22s, as well as the KC-135, each and every day. Active duty pilots flying with Guard pilots side by side, deploying overseas. An important aspect of my job is to listen and hear from our men and women in the National Guard. And many of my policy proposals are the result of hearing directly from our Guardsmen. For example, members of the Guard contacted my office last year to raise their concerns about the number of days a reservist can serve on active duty. As a result, my colleagues and I authored the 1095 Rule Amendment Act, legislation that increases the maximum number of days that reservists can serve on active duty to maintain mission readiness. We are pleased that this legislation was signed into law and took effect last month. This is a huge victory for National Guardsmen across the nation and ensures the full capability of our most talented reserve component members without affecting end strength limitations. Now, I believe we can all agree that the success of our National Guard, is directly linked to the strength of our leadership. The Hawaii National Guard is positioned as a key strategic defense priority for our military in the Pacific. And for that, I would like to personally thank the Adjutant General of the Hawaii National Guard, Kenneth Hara, for his direction in leading the Guard in Hawaii. General Hara has been central to our state's early success with the COVID-19 pandemic. He and his team have been pivotal to the coordinated effort between our states, counties, and community organizations. Finally, mahalo nui loa. Thank you to our airmen and soldiers for being the best and most diverse National Guard organization in the nation. The important work that each and every one of you do makes our country strong. I also want to thank your families for their sacrifice and enduring support of your important work. Your commitment and participation to the Hawaii National Guard Association and National Guard associations throughout the nation is vital to its success and advocacy in Washington. Mahalo nui loa and onipa'a mauloa. Mahalo, and I will yield my time back to my colleague and co-chair of the caucus, Ms. Palazzo.
I want to thank my co-chair, Representative Kahale, for his remarks. Also, to be noted, the representative is an Air Force veteran, and he's also a current Air National Guardsman. He served in multiple theaters, including Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom. So we appreciate his service to the nation, not just as a representative, but also as a veteran. At this time, I would like to recognize my colleague and good friend from the state of Mississippi, who has spent 36 years in the Mississippi Army National Guard, and he's currently serves as a Major General. Throughout his deployments, he has also earned 2 Bronze Stars, the Combat Action Badge, and the Bronze and Silver and Gold DeFleury medals for his service. And he also serves on the Armed Services Committee, where he's a huge asset for our nation.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud and honored to recognize the accomplishment and sacrifices of our National Guard and Reserve component men and women. The history of the National Guard and Reserve predates the birth of our nation. In Mississippi, we have the 6th oldest active regiment, the 1st Battalion, 155th Infantry Regiment, the Mississippi Rifles. For over 250 years, brave Americans have answered the call to service to protect both our homeland, democracies abroad, and to conduct disaster response or support to civilian authorities during a crisis. Our reservists and Guard members bring a unique skill set to our armed forces, leveraging their expertise and real-world experiences from the civilian workforce to bring an exceptional and innovative perspective to our national defense. In addition to deployments overseas, Guard and reservists are employed across the broad and diverse mission set, whether it is responding to civil unrest in our nation's capital, defending our borders, providing relief from hurricanes or other natural disasters, as well as responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. I will tell you, the Guard did a yeoman's work in the COVID response, and it was much less by building testing sites, by giving vaccinations, by helping with all the logistics. It would not have gone as smooth without our Guard. As of today, the Mississippi National Guard has forces deployed in support of 4 combatant commands around the world. During the pandemic, the Mississippi National Guard activated approximately 1,700 service members that administered more than 765,000 vaccinations, 226,000 tests, and processed more than 109,000 lab samples supporting the Mississippi Department of Health. Our logistics professionals traveled more than 665,000 miles throughout our state to deliver more than 58 million pieces of personal protective equipment to our hospitals, long-term health care facilities, clinics, and testing sites. Since the global war on terror, the Guard has shifted from a strategic reserve force to an operational reserve, deploying in support of the same conflicts fulfilling the same mission sets and seeing the same combat against our enemies as the active component. Within this service has come great sacrifice, and I would like to honor the fallen Guard heroes who gave their lives in service of our country and its ideas in the global war on terror, in addition to the countless other Guard lives lost in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and the Persian Gulf. One of these heroes is Sergeant First Class Sean M. Cooley, who I had the privilege of serving alongside in the 155th Brigade Combat Team in Iraq, who was killed in an action in Iraq February 3rd, 2005. In his memory, I introduced and had passed the House resolution that led to the Congressional Gold Star Family Fellowship Program Act, named for Sergeant First Class Sean Cooley and Specialist Christopher Horton, both who were Guardsmen. In closing, it has been my life's honor to serve in the Mississippi National Guard for over 36 years, and I'm committed to working with my colleagues in Congress and within the Department of Defense to ensure that our National Guard components are resourced appropriately, maintain a high level of readiness, and receive the same benefits that they have earned in their service to our great nation. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Kelly, and thank you for your remarks, and especially thank you for your service. At this time, I would like to recognize our colleague from Texas, Representative Babin is a former Texas Army Guard and U.S. Army Reserve officer. He has over 7 major commands and over 25,000 guardsmen in your great state. I know you're a huge supporter of him, so I yield as much time as you need.
Thank you so very much, my good friend from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo. Thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize those who have faithfully served and are serving in our National Guard units. Dating back to 1636, the Guard has a proud history and has shaped and defended our great nation. In my home state, 199 years ago, home state of Texas, Stephen F. Austin formed the Texas Militia, now known as the Texas Army National Guard. And then 100 years later, the Texas Air National Guard was established. And since their inception, these courageous service members have been the first responders to many natural disasters, many in my own district, where we have routinely seem to have hurricanes. They have helped to maintain civil order, and they have deployed to the southern border to protect our sovereignty. But their service doesn't stop there. The Guard augments our active duty military, offering complete warfighting capability at only 30% of the cost. At a moment's notice, they respond to the call of our country. In Southeast Texas, you'll find the 147th Attack Wing at Ellington Field, where they fly the MQ-9 Reaper and are combat mission capable and proven, ready to provide critical ISR and air-to-ground strike capabilities. Additionally, they have responded to the crisis at the border and played a vital role in storm preparation and recovery. The 147th is a prime example of the benefits of the National Guard. And I have no doubt that this wing will continue to succeed and lead into the future. And speaking of the future, we must create a Space National Guard mirroring the newest branch of our military, focusing on missile warning, space intel, electronic warfare, satellites, and many other capabilities. The collaboration between active duty and Space Guard would seamlessly provide ops and mission support from above. As a former member of the Texas Army National Guard, I stand firmly behind you Guardsmen who are willing to be called upon at any moment with every capability to do any job, including in space, and I offer my heartfelt admiration and appreciation. And so with that, I would yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babin, for your service, not only in the military, but also in the U.S. House of Representatives. And also thank you for what your Texas National Guard is doing to try to secure our border in Texas. And so at this time, I would like to recognize Representative Mike Carey. Mike Carey is also a former Army Guard officer. He represents 18,000 guardsmen. I mean, actually, Ohio has 18,000 guardsmen and 9 major commands, Army and Air. And so we thank you for your service, and we thank you for participating tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman. For nearly 400 years, the U.S. National Guard has served as a vital component to our nation's warfighting and peacekeeping capabilities. Guard members are stewards of equipment, resources necessary to assist in times of need, and are always ready to respond to our nation's challenges, both at home and abroad. As a former officer in the Army National Guard, I know that the Guard is so much more than a weekend a month and 2 weeks a year to those who serve. It is about service to our nation and always being ready to answer the call. It is about our neighbors helping neighbors, ready to respond to anything from a natural disaster, drug seizure, or even a cyber attack. Members of the Guard are essential to provide the capabilities to accomplish the state and national priorities that we have. In the Buckeye State, the Ohio National Guard is always ready, always there. Since 9/11, more than 25,000 Ohio soldiers and airmen have been deployed all over the world. Over the last 2 years, just as the Guard members across the country have done, the Ohio National Guard members have been lifesavers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 2,000 Ohio National Guard members were deployed at 18 testing centers and 62 hospitals across Ohio as part of critical and general support teams. They prevented a crisis of care by providing patient monitoring, transportation, staffing, administration, testing, and vaccinations, and even food distribution. I saw their work firsthand as I drive through a testing site in Columbus where Guard members collaborated with The Ohio State University to ensure that more than 1,000 Ohioans per day could be tested during the national testing shortage. It was an amazing operation that could not have worked without the experience and the efficiency of our National Guard members. In conclusion, we cannot thank our National Guard members enough for what they have done to keep us safe and what they will continue to do throughout their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Carey. I know the state's very proud of your support of the Ohio National Guard and all the military services that you have there. At this time, it's a huge honor to recognize Burgess Owens. He represents Utah's 4th Congressional District. We're a state that has 11 major commands and over 7,500 guardsmen. Fortunately, Representative Burgess serves on the Judiciary Committee and the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security. So I know you appreciate our guardsmen and our service members, and you're looking out after the homeland. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I rise today to honor the National Guard members in Utah and across our great nation. Since 1636, members of the National Guard have proudly served our communities and our entire nation. Today and every day, we are incredibly thankful for their commitment to serving others and keeping us safe. These past 2 years have been especially challenging for the airmen and soldiers of the National Guard, who have stepped up when the nation called and provided much-needed support to our communities. From Logan to St. George, they have provided direct hospital support during the height of COVID-19, helped fight firefighters across the American West, and provided a calm and collected response to recent episodes of civil unrest. They have performed under some of the most serious and difficult conditions in recent memory, while also balancing their responsibilities as parents, spouses, employees, and even business owners. I've had the privilege of meeting many of these fine men and women, from the officers of the NCOs of the 19th Special Forces Group to privates assigned to the 67th Field Artillery Brigade. I've been impressed by their selfless service and commitment to duty. Utah is truly blessed to serve as the proud home of Camp Williams and over 7,000 of these remarkable airmen and soldiers. These brave men and women are always ready and always there. Utah has one-of-a-kind spirit of service, and the members of our National Guard are no exceptions. Each and every day, they faithfully live out their mission to provide military forces to assist our state and federal authorities in times of emergencies. They stand ready to protect Utahns and Americans from enemies, both foreign and domestic, and to react quickly in the face of national disasters or emergencies. Thank you for serving Utahns and Americans safe. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Owens. At this time, I'd like to recognize Congressman Bergman for Michigan's 1st Congressional District. Representative Bergman was a Lieutenant General in the United States Marine Corps, so Semper Fi, sir. And he's also notably the highest ranking combat veteran to have ever served in the House of Representatives.
Well, thank you, fellow Marine and fellow Guardsmen. Mr. Palazzo, your dedication to being one of the co-chairs of the Guard and Reserve Caucus reminds me of continued service that members of the Guard and Reserve do every day in communicating to the general public the value of what it means to have a ready Guard and Reserve, but also here in Congress, the continuing education for all of our members so that they understand in their states that the importance of maintaining a ready Guard and Reserve. You know, May is National Military Appreciation Month. So is June, so is July, so is August, so is September. I would suggest to you we should be thankful continually for the men and women who always are standing by at the ready when our country needs them, whether it's a humanitarian assistance mission, a disaster relief mission, a border security mission, a mobilized go to the fight kind of mission anywhere in the world. Our Guard and Reserve stand ready. But in that readiness comes the requirement to properly fund the Guard and Reserve. And in the military, it is always a competition for resources. But I believe the combination of states, because the governor of every state is the commander-in-chief of their Guard units. Reserve units, different story, they're under the command of the different services. But the readiness and the support that is offered by each state and its governor to ensure that their Guard units are ready to go, whether they're Army Guard, whether they're Air Guard, no matter what it is essential to not only the state readiness, but the overall readiness that we need as a country in the very complex world in which we live. But a special thanks tonight to the families of those Guardsmen and Reservists, because those Guardsmen and Reservists, they work a Monday through Friday job, let's say, and on Friday night, when a lot of their peers leave their jobs and go home to go play golf or go fishing or whatever, they're packing their kits and going to a drill weekend or a 2-week annual training or whatever it is. So the sacrifice of time that the Guardsmen and Reservists make at the expense of their family time is something, again, we should never take lightly and always remember, because it's those young children who wonder why mom and dad is not around on Saturday and Sunday, but then they see the picture of them wearing the uniform and doing the kind of duty that we need in the United States of America. We cannot thank the family enough. And having said that, in thanking the family, the commanders of the units know very well that good training time means that you're busy, you're doing good things, and if there's nothing to do, secure and go home and spend time with your families, because it's the family that keeps everybody together. And speaking of keeping things together, employers a lot of times don't understand the sacrifices that their men or women are making on the weekends. They just see them, as good employees Monday through Friday. So I thank the employers. And there's a group called the Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve. They've done a great job across the country to ensure that the relations between the Guard and Reserve and the employers are such that there's no misunderstanding of why a person may ask for a day or two extra to leave for extra guard duty, to do a longer drill weekend. So my thanks to the employers as well. On a little personal note, when it comes to Michigan, in fact, today I met with the Adjutant General of the Michigan Guard, and as a state, Michigan has some very, very, very unique and productive training areas. We're a state with a lot of water around us. We got a lot of woods. And Camp Grayling, in kind of the central part of lower Michigan, really is an example of what a National Guard base, training base, could and should look like around the country. Multinational exercises every year, Exercise Northern Strike, the Alpena Combat Readiness Training Center. We are one of the few areas where the fighters have unfettered access to unrestricted training areas to do live ordnance. And we need to have our pilots and our air crews and all our shooters ready to go. And I'm proud to represent that part of Michigan that houses Camp Grayling. And of course, Selfridge Air National Guard Base down kind of closer towards Detroit. It is a base with a future because it's one of the few bases that is not a joint base where you have military and civil aviation going together. So the ability of the Air Guard, of the Air Force Reserve, of any of the reserve components that fly to put capabilities at Selfridge Airport, Selfridge Air National Guard Base is a win-win for not only our defense posture, but, quite honestly, for the state of Michigan when it comes to providing bang for the buck in the defense dollar. I could tell you about a lot of stories over a long time, and in my command, my last command as the commanding general of the Marine Corps Reserve, whether you're a Marine, a sailor, an airman, a soldier, soon to be Space Guardians in the reserve component, Coast Guard, the men and women who serve, the missions that they are ready to do, give me confidence that our ability as the United States military to not only go to the fight, but to do the things that are the humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, we're in good hands because of the commitment of the men and women who wear the uniform. So, my friend Congressman Palazzo, thank you for leading this. Thank you for calling attention to the fact that without our Guard and Reserve, we are less ready as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, General Bergman. I appreciate it. Being over the 4th Marine Division gives you insight that many people don't understand, and being able to connect the relationships between the actual serving member, their family, and their employer is extremely important. At this time, I would like to recognize my colleague from the great state of Mississippi. He represents Mississippi's 3rd Congressional District. Michael also serves as the vice-ranking member on Homeland Security, so he definitely takes Homeland Security and national security very seriously. And he loves the Guard so much, he even hired a retired adjutant general to serve on his staff. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. The people of the great state of Mississippi are grateful for the service of the 12,500 National Guard service members of our state and for the leadership of General Durr Bowles. Our Guardsmen are dedicated to keeping Mississippi safe by providing response to disasters and by serving our nation on domestic and foreign military missions. During floods and hurricanes, our Guardsmen transport and rescue civilians inundated by high waters. And after the storms, National Guard engineers repair infrastructure and utilities and provide logistic support to citizens. With 65 readiness centers statewide, the Mississippi Army National Guard can quickly respond to any number of events at a moment's notice. And the Mississippi Air National Guard, operating from the 186th Air Refueling Wing, the 182nd Air Wing, and the Combat Readiness Training Center, provide access to services across the globe. On behalf of the people of Mississippi, I want to thank every man and woman who serves in the Mississippi National Guard for their dedicated service to our state and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Guest. And at this time, I would like to recognize Congressman Clyde from Georgia's 9th District. Congressman Clyde has served as a U.S. Navy officer for over 28 years, 3 combat deployments to Kuwait and Iraq, and we appreciate you being here to support our National Guard and our reserve components. So thank you.
Thank you to my friend Congressman Palazzo. Mr. Speaker, Americans are blessed to have brave men and women protecting our precious freedoms, including the more than 400,000 members of the National Guard.
These service members selflessly put their lives on the line in defense of our nation. Today and every day, we honor their service and sacrifice. Guard members serve a unique mission, safeguarding our country as a whole and protecting the individual states that make up our nation, including my home state of Georgia. From assisting at COVID-19 testing sites and maintaining law and order during violent demonstrations to helping out during extreme weather emergencies, the Georgia Guardsmen always answer the call to serve. And this service regularly extends beyond the Peach State, such as at the southern border, where there are over 100 Georgia National Guard troops assisting Border Patrol agents in handling President Biden's out-of-control border crisis. Additionally, Georgia currently has combat forces at all 6 geographic combatant commands, serving our great state and our nation around the world. In fact, members of the Georgia Air National Guard's 165th Airlift Wing were deployed to Europe in response to Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine. Georgians are tremendously thankful for their service in this vital mission, and we continue to pray for their safety overseas. Our nation is forever grateful for all of the past, the current, and the future men of the National Guard, and we thank you for your duty to our nation and dedication to our freedoms. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Clyde. At this time, I'd like to recognize Congressman Elsie from Texas's 6th Congressional District. He's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, flew H-60 helicopters, F-4 Tomcats, F-A-18 Hornets, and Super Hornets, served 5 combat tours in Afghanistan and 2 in Iraq. And if I may just note, since you're a graduate of the Naval Academy, I actually happen to serve on the Board of Visitors for the Naval Academy. But my best experience was in 2011. A little team called Southern Miss, Golden Eagles from Harrisburg, Mississippi, was able to travel up to Annapolis and put a beat down on the Naval Academy. It only happened once, but it's once in a lifetime is good for me. So, Congressman,
once is more than enough for us, but I'm sure that it was. I'm sure it was a well-earned victory, and I appreciate having my friend Mr. Palazzo give me this time today. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I come before the House of Representatives to honor and recognize those who have chosen to serve our country as members of the National Guard and those enlisted in military reserve units. The National Guard's mission began on December 13, 1636, when the Massachusetts Bay Colony organized 3 militia regiments to defend its people. And since that day, they've been continuing their mission of always ready and always there. In 1775, during the American Revolution, they were there. In 1918, during World War I, they were there. In 1941, during World War II, they were there. And of course, on September 11, 2001, they were there. And they're here today. Right now, there are over 6,500 Texas National Guard members stationed on our southern border. Why are they there? To protect us, as always. They're there to defend every man, woman, and child in this country. We should not have to rely on these brave men and women to secure our border as National Guardsmen, but we do, and they do. They're there to stop the cartels from tracking drugs that are killing our young people by the hundreds of thousands, 105,000 last year, dead by fentanyl. They're there to save the women and children that are being brought into this country for the purposes of the sex trade, modern-day slavery. For many National Guard members, their love for country is a calling to protect it, and that attributes to years of service. Just like Red Oak resident and veteran Captain Henry Sterling. Henry joined the Oklahoma National Guard shortly after graduating high school and marrying his wife, Billy. In 1951, Henry received orders to serve in Korea, and he answered the call to be there. And he's still with us today and still married to Billy after 73 years. While Captain Sterling's story is a remarkable one, it's not uncommon. We have outstanding men and women all over this country who dedicate their lives to protecting those who can't. History has always taught us that we can always count on the National Guard and those enlisted in our military reserve units to always be there. So thank you. Thank you for what you do for this country. What you do for this country can't be understated. It cannot be overlooked, and we would not be here without you. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Congressman Elsie. At this time, If I may inquire of the speaker how much time we have remaining.
The gentleman has 26 minutes remaining. 26.
This time I'd like to recognize my good friend and Congressman from Oklahoma's 1st Congressional District, Kevin Hern. He has 5 major commands and over 10,000 guardsmen. From his actions and deeds, he's truly supportive of not just our active duty, but our Guard and our reserve components. So thank you for being here tonight.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Mississippi for hosting this special order tonight. You know, the National Guard is a special group in every one of our states. They are the everyday citizens, your neighbors, your co-workers, and your friends who choose to use their free time to serve their community and protect their fellow Americans. The Oklahoma National Guard is an exceptional group of men and women who have responded to the call of duty time and time again. Over the past few years, the Oklahoma National Guard has shown their dedication to our country numerous times, from supplying our states with necessities as we navigated the pandemic to assisting our border agents at the southern border and even representing Oklahoma in Washington, D.C. I'm proud of the work they've done on behalf of our state. I can't mention the Oklahoma National Guard without honoring the memory of an important constituent of mine, Technical Sergeant Marshall Roberts, who served in the Oklahoma National Guard and was deployed to Camp Taji when his team came under a rocket of fire on March 11, 2020. He was killed in the attack, making the ultimate sacrifice for his nation. The day Sergeant Roberts' body landed in Tulsa was a day I'll remember forever. The nation had just shut down due to the pandemic, but that didn't stop Tulsans from lining the streets at the airport by the thousands. A solemn show of gratitude and honor for Sergeant Roberts, his wife Christy, and his daughter Peyton, and the entire Roberts family. I'm glad to have this opportunity to share Sergeant Roberts' story again on the United States Congress House floor, and join my colleagues in honoring and celebrating the incredible National Guardsmen and women who serve across this great country. I'd like to thank my colleague again for doing this, and I yield back.
Hey, thank you, Congressman Hern. And at this time, I'd like to recognize a colleague of mine, Congressman Klein from Virginia's 6th District. He has 7 major commands and over 9,000 guardsmen. And I'd like to note he serves on the Appropriations Committee. And many of the guardsmen, over about, I want to say 92% of all funding that they receive comes from the federal government through your committee. So, Congressman Klein, the floor is yours.
I want to thank Mr. Palazzo for hosting this special order this evening and recognize the tremendous service and sacrifice of the brave men and women of the National Guard and the reserve components of our armed forces. I'd also like to thank the gentleman for his service in the Mississippi Guard. It's certainly fitting to honor these often unsung heroes as we celebrate Military Appreciation Month. While the National Guard was founded in the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1636, the Virginia National Guard traces its history and tradition of citizen soldier service to the founding of Jamestown in 1607. There's been a military presence defending Virginia ever since. The Virginia National Guard's current strength is 7,200 soldiers, 1,200 airmen, 300 Virginia Defense Force members, and 400 federal and state civilians, and they bring more than $250 million in annual income into the Commonwealth. The Virginia National Guard currently has more than 2,000 personnel serving on federal active duty, with units conducting missions in the United States, Middle East, Horn of Africa, and Kosovo, the most since 2007. The 29th Infantry Division has the most divisional soldiers on federal duty since World War II, with units deployed from Virginia, Kentucky, and Maryland. Currently, Virginia Air National Guard pilots and maintainers assigned to the 192nd Wing from Joint Base Langley Eustis are currently supporting the 1st Fighter Wings deployment Al Dhafra Air Base, United Arab Emirates, to provide short-notice air superiority to U.S. Central Command amid a series of recent attacks in the region. Approximately 120 Virginia National Guard soldiers assigned to Stanton-based 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team Headquarters are on federal active duty to take responsibility for the NATO-led Kosovo Force Regional Command East, and approximately 140 soldiers assigned to the Sandston-based 2nd Battalion, 224th Aviation Regiment, 29th Infantry Division are mobilized to serve as their aviation task force.
NATO KFOR troops conduct peace support operations, contributing to a safe and secure environment for all people in Kosovo, while healthy political dialogue continues between Kosovo and Serbia. Approximately 300 National Guard soldiers assigned to the Norfolk-based 1st Battalion, 111th Field Artillery Regiment, 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team are on federal active duty, conducting training to provide personnel on site protection using the Counter-Rocket Artillery and Mortar System, or CRAM, in the Central Command Area of Operations in the Middle East. Approximately 1,000 Virginia and Kentucky National Guard soldiers assigned to Lynchburg-based 1st Battalion, 116th Infantry Regiment, 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team are on federal active duty as Task Force Red Dragon as a security force in support of Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. Approximately 80 soldiers assigned to the Virginia-based 329th Regional Support Group are currently on federal active duty in the Central Command Area of Operations under the operational control of Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, serving as the base operating support integrator for multiple installations. And finally, approximately 500 Virginia and Maryland National Guard soldiers assigned to the Fort Belvoir-based 29th Infantry Division are currently on federal active duty in the Central Command Area of Operations as Task Force Spartan to provide leadership, command, control, and in-depth staff analysis for Operation Spartan Shield. As we celebrate Military Appreciation Month, let us never forget those who are serving and who have given their last full measure while wearing our nation's uniform. Those who are still on the front lines in places both known and unknown, and the families who are asked to carry the burden while their loved ones are away. May God continue to bless our troops and the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
Congressman Klein, thank you so much for your remarks. At this time, I'd like to introduce Congressman Carter from Georgia's 1st Congressional District, where they host 8 major commands in his state and over 16,000 patriotic guardsmen.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for sponsoring this tonight. It is extremely important and timely at that. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure today to recognize the members of the United States National Guard that call our district home. The 1st Congressional District of Georgia is home to every military branch, every branch of the military in America. Home to Moody Air Force Base, Kings Bay Naval Base, Hunter Army Airfield, and Fort Stewart. All of those in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. And make no mistake about these great installations. They were placed here along the 110 miles of pristine coastline for a reason. It is because of our great weather, and it's because of our proximity to the Port of Savannah and the Port of Brunswick. In addition to those branches of the military and to those military bases, we also are home to the Combat Readiness Training Center at the Air Dominance Center in Savannah. The Air Dominance Center is home to the Air National Guard here in Savannah, and unfortunately, the President in his budget for fiscal year 23 has proposed closing the most efficient, the most utilized Combat Readiness Training Center here in America, the one located in Savannah. And oh, by the way, the one that is about to complete a $24 million hangar built for stealth fighters. Unbelievable. In fact, they've invited me. They've invited me to the ribbon cutting that's to be held in September, the 1st of September, with the intention now of this administration wanting to close it down the 1st of April of next year. No wonder taxpayers get so upset about wasteful government spending. This is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard. On top of that, think about the world stage that we're in right now. Madam Speaker, do you realize that we are potentially on the brink of World War III? Think about it. Russia has attacked Ukraine. An errant missile, a mistake, and they hit a NATO country. All of a sudden, it triggers Article 5. All of a sudden, we're in World War III. And this president and this administration are talking about closing a combat readiness training center? You got to be kidding me. We ought to be opening more. This is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. The Savannah Combat Readiness Training Center represents the most uniquely cost-efficient taxpayer investment thanks to the shared airfield between the National Guard Bureau and the 165th Airlift Wing. This can't be allowed to happen. This has got to be stopped. And I'm prepared to do what it takes to ensure that it doesn't. I'm here today to say that I appreciate, that I value members of the Georgia National Guard, and members of the United States National Guard, and that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the Combat Readiness Training Center in Savannah stays open. God bless our country, God bless our troops, and God bless the National Guard.
Thank you, Congressman Carter, for those wonderful remarks. At this time, can I inquire of the Speaker how much time remains?
The gentleman has 16 minutes remaining.
16 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a former Marine Corps reservist and current member of the National Guard, I am proud to represent my fellow Mississippi Guardsmen in Congress. It is no secret that Mississippi has a continued history of support of our armed forces. The South Mississippi community understands what backing our military every step of the way truly means. I'm proud to have been able to lead the way on a project that directly benefits the Guardsmen in Mississippi and across America. The mobilization and annual training equipment site, MATES, located at Camp Shelby, would update the current MATES facility that was built in 1984 and was designed to handle smaller models of armored vehicles. This new facility would construct 52,000 square feet of maintenance training bays and supporting facilities that are currently being utilized to maintain the equipment that supports the readiness of 2 heavy brigade teams. As a member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm happy to have been able to assist our Guardsmen in securing funding for this project and fiscal year 22 omnibus bill. The MATES facility at Camp Shelby is a crucial asset to South Mississippi and our national defense. These funds will make the work of our National Guard at Camp Shelby safer and more efficient, as well as boost the surrounding economy. The National Guard and Reserve Caucus is committed to pursuing legislative and policy initiatives that ensure the National Guard and Reserve components have strong representation on policy, procurement, force structure, and utilization within the Department of Defense. This caucus is one of the largest and most bipartisan caucuses in the House. As co-chair of this caucus, I'm excited to highlight a few of the caucus's legislative priorities and recent policy wins for our Guardsmen. H.R. 3626, the National Guard and Reserve Incentive Pay Parity Act, was included in the final version of the NDAA and was signed into law on December 27, 2021. This legislation would require the military to provide Reserve and National Guard service members incentive and special duty pay at the same rate as their active duty counterparts. I'm also thankful for the previous co-chair, Tim Ryan's leadership on this bill that will ensure Guardsmen are receiving pay parity. Additionally, I was proud to see our current co-chair, Representative Kahili, 1095 Rule Amendment Act included in the most recent NDAA that recently went into effect. This law will strengthen the National Guard and Reserve by increasing the maximum day reservists can serve on active duty. Thank you, Congressman Kahili, for your steadfast work on this victory that directly benefits all Guardsmen. Going forward, the caucus will continue to push on legislative priorities that will benefit our Guardsmen and reservists. I encourage all my colleagues to join the caucus and receive monthly updates on legislation that benefits the National Guard and Reserve components, and also share with the caucus success stories of their own National Guard. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm about to close, but I have one more gentleman I'd like to yield my time to. The floor is yours, Congressman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time is left?
The gentleman from Mississippi has 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Okay, well, I can go slow then. Thank you. Okay. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of country music legend Mickey Gilley. Mickey Gilley passed away Saturday, May 7th in Branson at the age of 86. Born on March 9, 1936, Mickey was a native of Natchez, Mississippi, where he grew up around his 2 famous cousins, Jerry Lee Lewis and Jimmy Swaggart. In his career, Mickey earned 39 top hits and 17 #1 songs. With 6 Academy of Country Music Awards, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and a member of the 2011 Texas Country Music Hall of Fame, Gilly was also one of only a few artists who have also received the Academy of Country Music's Triple Crown Awards. But it was the opening of a country dance club bearing his name that changed the world of country music forever. It was 1971 when Mickey Gilly officially opened the doors of his famous honky-tonk, Mickey Gilly's. Gilly's reputation grew so much that Hollywood even took notice with the hit movie Urban Cowboy. Some of y'all probably seen it, where he even made an appearance along John Travolta. Mickey made an appearance along Deborah Winger and Johnny Lee. Inspired by the real-life romance of a pair of the club's patrons, Urban Cowboy put Gilly's on the map, revived music careers, launched other careers, introduced two-stepping to a whole new audience, and created a lifestyle that's been adopted by millions. Following his role in Urban Cowboy, Mickey Gilly found himself performing in the main showrooms in places like Las Vegas, Reno, Tahoe, and Atlantic City, and even traveling to Europe to perform. Gilly even performed for Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Over the decades, Gilly appeared in a number of popular television series, including The Fall Guy, Fantasy Island, Dukes of Hazzard, Murder, She Wrote, and Chips. Not only will Mickey Gilly's music live on in the hearts of so many that loved his music, but his cultural influence cannot be understated. Urban Cowboy became an American phenomenon, and it was influenced by the real-life stories of Gilly's patrons, Dew Westbrook and Betty Helmer. Urban Cowboy told the story of a West Texas farmhand new to the area and working his job at a refinery. This film introduced country western dance to America and created a lifestyle adopted by millions. Even more surprisingly, it directly resulted in the most unlikely outcome of all: country western music becoming mainstream. Once considered outdated hillbilly attire, cowboy hats and belt buckles were back in and they became high fashion. Recently, on Saturday, July 29th, Mickey Gilly came to the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce's celebration, quote, the 50th anniversary of Gilly's and the 42nd anniversary of Urban Cowboy, end quote. It was a great celebration with thousands, and Mickey sang for us, delighting the crowd. We even presented him with a copy of a tribute I did to him on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives and a plaque commemorating the event. Mickey Gilly will be missed, but his legacy will live on not only in the hearts and minds of those who loved his music, but also in America's love for country music. Western Wrangler jeans, country boots, and pickup trucks, they'll all be remembered because of him. Mickey Gilly has even been featured in the popular Texas Hot Country magazine. Gilly was preceded in death by his wife Vivian, who passed in 2019. He is survived by his wife, Cindy Love Gilly, his children Kathy, Michael, Gregory, and Keith Ray, 4 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and his cousins, Jerry Lee Lewis and Jimmy Swaggart. My deepest sympathies go out to his family. Thank you, Mickey Gilly, for introducing our way of life to the world. You will forever be a legend. And Madam Speaker, I have one more that is notable who has passed in our great district, so I'd like to commemorate him. I rise today to mourn the loss of our great Galveston County Precinct 4 Commissioner, Ken Clark. He was Galveston County's longest serving elected official. Ken had become a commissioner in 1998, and he's been an active member of our community for even longer. Ken has been an instrumental community leader for several decades and a dedicated public servant. In his time, he has served as the State Republican Executive Committee. He has served on Sergeant-at-Arms of the Republican Party of Texas. He has served as Galveston's Municipal Utility District President and received the Galveston County Republican Party's Volunteer of the Year Award. Ken also worked extensively with a wide variety of community organizations and tirelessly worked to improve the lives of those who lived in Galveston County. I first met Ken when he worked on former Congressman Steve Stockman's campaign. Ken was a go-getter, a great conservative, and a great Republican back then and even more so now. Ken was a devoted public servant, a husband, a father, and a mentor. He loved Jesus Christ and it showed. Commissioner Clark, you will sorely be missed, but we will see you again. Meantime, our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your wonderful wife, Sherry, and your all 7 children. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back. Thank the gentleman.
I want to thank the gentleman for his remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to host this special order today. It was great to hear from each of my colleagues on the importance of our guardsmen and reservists. Thank you to all those who participated, and I look forward to working together on the issues that lie ahead. Finally, I would like to say thank you to all our National Guardsmen, our reservists, and their families. The work you are doing is making America better. You're making America safer, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, we're going to be taking some time to talk about life. I know today on the floor of the People's House, we observed the 1 millionth death from COVID. When I came to work today, I looked at the flags were at half-mast, and I didn't know why they were at half-mast, and then I found out why. It was because we were observing the loss of life during the time of COVID-19. Loss of life is always a critical issue in the People's House and in the United States of America. At this time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize my good friend from Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District and the young man who I stood with today as we did take that moment to observe the 1 millionth death. Mr. Keller from Pennsylvania 12, in as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my friend, Mr. Kelly, for allowing me to speak on such an important issue. And as my colleague mentioned, and my friend, any loss of life is tragic. What's even more tragic is the loss of life that could have been prevented. I want to make sure that there's no doubt where I stand when it comes to defending human life, especially the life of the unborn. That is why every day I wear this pin on my collar that represents the size of a baby's feet at 10 weeks after conception. A baby that has a heartbeat, a baby that is alive. I have 2 children and 3 granddaughters. And after holding each one of them in my arms for the very first time after they were born, I know what we all know, that before they were born, they were children. They're human life, and they deserve the opportunity for that inalienable right of life. When 2 healthy individuals go to the doctor for a procedure and only 1 life comes out of that procedure, that's not health care. In fact, it's the exact opposite of health care. We hear a lot of people talking about reproductive rights, and I'm all about people being able to exercise all of their rights. But when an individual exercises their reproductive rights, the baby, the child, deserves to be born. The left has said many times that overturning Roe v. Wade is radical. Well, what the decision we've heard about simply puts it back into the legislatures of the states. Allowing abortion, and overturning Roe v. Wade is not radical. What is radical is allowing abortions up until the day of a baby's birth. That's radical. One thing that I want to be remembered for when the good Lord calls me home is the fact that during my lifetime, if nothing else I remember for it, I remember the thing that I fought for life. I fought to defend those babies before they were born. The chart that we see over here says that there's 327,649 abortions so far this year. That is almost 2,482 abortions per day in the United States of America. I call that a pandemic. And that's one that is preventable. I think we should be doing everything we can in the people's house to make sure all the babies in the United States of America have that constitutional right, that unalienable right to life. I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I think today as we look at this, and I know it's become such a horrible thing to even talk about. And so when we enter this floor, the people's house, and we're not willing to talk about an issue like this and do it civilly, but it erupts in some type of an anger that just quite frankly is just, it's not understandable. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm sure many of the folks watching at home know the Supreme Court is in the midst of one of the most important cases in American history, but many folks might not fully understand the issue before the court. So I wanted to take a moment to lay out the facts. In 2018, the state of Mississippi passed a law protecting life after 15 weeks in the womb. After this law was passed, the Jackson Women's Health Organization, the last remaining abortion place in the state of Mississippi, filed suit against the state alleging the 15-week protection was unconstitutional. The Jackson Women's Health Organization believes there is a constitutional right to an abortion. A right legal experts has said for years that doesn't really exist. But despite this, the Jackson Women's Health Organization has persisted in arguing their case. So after years of trials and multiple rounds in the federal courts, the Supreme Court decided to step in and settle the question once and for all, which brings us to today. Now, the question before the court fundamentally is whether there exists a constitutional right to an abortion. We believe the answer is clear, and Justice Alito and his colleagues appear to agree. The Declaration of Independence affirmed our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nowhere in the Constitution is there a right to abortion. I know there's times that in our lives it's inconvenient for the birth of a child, but the right to life is fundamental. One last thing I think is worth noting about this Supreme Court, the case was brought by the Jackson Women's Health Organization, which is the last abortion clinic remaining in Mississippi. The organization, which has devoted itself to aborting lives, unborn lives, chooses to call itself a women's health organization, despite the fact that more than half of all the lives they end each day are female. Little boys and little girls are aborted each day within those walls, yet abortionists who work there continue to fight for their right to abort. That's the point we must never forget. Abortion is not health care. It's the only medical procedure, as my friend Mr. Keller just pointed out, where at least one of the patients always dies. Ultimately, the leak at the Supreme Court was unacceptable, and we need to get to the bottom of it, but we shouldn't let that leak distract us from the real issue here. That's the victory, the possible victory for the unborn. The truth is, we don't really know how many babies die each year from abortion, but the best estimates are that 906,000 babies will die in the United States this year alone. That's nearly 2 babies per minute. And we are engaged in this great observation of what's taking place in Ukraine. And we talk every day about the loss of lives, and we talk about how could the Russians be so cruel to bomb a hospital where there's expectant mothers and end the life not only of the expectant mother, but also of the unborn child. But that's what we worry about. So we turn our eyes to Ukraine, and we shade our eyes from what's happening in the United States of America. Because if we don't see it, we don't have to admit that it's happening. Look, about 870,000 babies are estimated to have been aborted last year. And that number keeps getting higher and higher, but this statute doesn't capture the true numbers. Some states don't report accurate information or require abortionists to collect data. The CDC doesn't properly catalog this information either. Chemical abortions further complicate the picture because these are drugs that can be taken at home with no doctor's oversight and no data reporting at all. Totally unrecognized, totally uncounted, totally ignored. All of this results in an incomplete patchwork of abortion data that hides the true number of deaths. Contrary to the claims of the abortion industry, chemical abortion drugs are not safer or easier for expecting mothers. Women experience severe pains, heavy and prolonged bleeding, vomiting, and infections that can become as severe as sepsis. These complications can be deadly for expecting mothers. One study found that 1/5 of all chemical abortions result in complications. It also found that chemical abortions are even more deadly than regular abortions. So, chemical abortions are not safe. They're not safer. Yet the abortion industry keeps promoting them to women as an easier alternative to eliminate the life of an unborn baby. Isn't it great to put it as an easier alternative? Now, despite this evidence, in December of 2021, the Biden administration announced it was removing the requirement that chemical abortion drug mifepristone be dispensed to a pregnant woman by a health care provider. Look, this change does possess a serious threat to women across America and has serious implications for the unborn. So many on this side have always been champions of life, all life, from its conception to its natural end. I have a piece of legislation called the Heartbeat Act, which was introduced by former Representative Steve King. And this is a very simple bill. No abortion can be performed if a heartbeat is detected, except in cases where a mother's life is directly in danger. And I hear people tell me, listen, that's not really, you shouldn't be using that as an indicator. Yet any time I've ever gone in for any medical procedure, either the doctor or whomever there is helping them, the first thing to do is grab my wrist and try to see if my heart's beating and do the number of calls, or they put a stethoscope on, and I'm assuming they're trying to find out, is this guy still alive? And the way they do it is by listening to my heart through a medical device. So we worry so much about life. We worry so much about protecting life. We worry so much about this horrible type of activity that's taking place all over our globe, and we're more concerned about what the Russians are doing in Ukraine than that what we're doing right here in the United States of America. The numbers pale in comparison to what we are doing. Now, we can continue to ignore this, and we can continue to argue over this, but we can't defy the one basic fact, and that we are eliminating a life. It is undebatable. Now, I think as Republicans, we always believe in the sanctity of life, and I will guarantee you that people on the other side of the aisle, many of them feel the same way. They're just limited on that which they can speak. And it goes back to the old adage, there's no secrets in our house. There's just a lot of things we don't talk about. Now, we can never compromise on this. Now, I tell people all the time, look, I know there's times in your life where this is an inconvenient pregnancy and that the birth of this child could be an inconvenient burden on the family. That's why we have the adoption option. That's why we have foster care. We have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of loving families that would love to take in this new little baby girl or this new little baby boy. It isn't that there's not a home for them. And while it may be convenient at the time, there's nothing more precious than life. So Mr. Keller referred to this board that we brought in and said abortions as of May 12, 2022, 327,649. Now, we went a little step further, so we're talking about these are deaths by decision. So since we started this talk, 17 more lives have been ended. So the 327,649, more accurately, should read 327,666. I would ask all of our colleagues to stop and think about what we have done. And some of us fight for life, and other of us fight for another issue, and I'm not sure I ever understood it, because usually what it ends up is a screaming match as opposed to a debate and saying, what in the world are you thinking? And why do we allow the slaughter of these innocents? Now, I know people don't like it because they say, you know what, I don't like you describing me as that, and I don't like being accused of that, and so what I'd rather do is not talk about it at all. I had the honor, when I first got elected to Congress, to have lunch with Justice Scalia. We talked about the life issue. Justice Scalia looked at me and he said, you know what, Mr. Kelly, I find it abominable that 50 states who have the responsibility and the jurisdiction choose to give the issue to 9 former lawyers to make a decision for them. On this issue, we should never, ever cower away from it. We should never, ever deny that it's happening. We should never, ever say that my personal preference is for life. But the Supreme Court deemed that it was their responsibility. The real test will take place if the decision goes back to the states. And the states and their elected officials make the decision. At that point, I would expect those who say, well, my personal preference would be to stand up and defend life, because the Supreme Court is no longer your barrier, no longer your excuse, and won't be taken into consideration. So, Madam Speaker, we have these conversations from time to time, and we find them very uncomfortable. And we talk about things like, well, words matter, words hurt. Can't we just avoid this? By doing so, we're ignoring the fact that we are ending human life. And I just tell all the members that I come in contact, aren't you glad that your parents were pro-life and you had the chance to actually weigh in on it in your time and make a difference? It's an issue I don't think should ever go away, and I think it's the most important issue that faces us today. I'm very concerned about what's going on in Ukraine. I'm more concerned what's happening in the United States of America and our fellow citizens looking at us to say, you need to make a decision. And we're saying to them, your individual states with the people you elected should have that debate, and they should make that decision for you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my remaining time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Chair for the opportunity and the time, joined by my friends here this evening to talk about the impending decision of the Supreme Court and, of course, the things surrounding it, including the unfortunate, unprecedented leak of the information from the court, as well as the I think, heretofore unprecedented protesting at the homes of the justices, which can only really legitimately be described as an attempt to influence and change their decision. And we're going to get into all that, but at this moment I want to recognize my good friend, the kind gentleman, Mr. Dan Bishop, for some comments on this subject.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and he's right. You can't help but notice and perhaps be distracted in an unseemly way by the stream of insidious attacks on the institution of the United States Supreme Court that began with ideas about packing the court, the well-known threat by the majority leader in the Senate that you won't know what hit you, to the justices of the Supreme Court, followed by that unprecedented leak, unprecedented in the history of the United States Supreme Court, for a draft opinion to leak to the public. But we weren't done then, because in the ensuing 2 weeks, the leak of the online publishing of information about the residences of the justices of the Supreme Court and the appearance of mobs outside their houses to intimidate them. And we're not done then. Last night in the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives, the most unseemly attacks on the institution of the court. And we can look forward, and we're still not done, because because that committee, the Democratic majority of that committee, has scheduled for next week a hearing on the Dobbs case as it pens for decision on the calendar of the court. Another unprecedented trampling of institutional norms by a majority who reminds us constantly of their desire to protect democracy. But as I say, all of that threatens to cover over what should be a hopeful moment for this nation, in which we may, for the first time in 49 years, set aside a regime that has resulted in the loss of 61 million innocents. We may soon see in this nation that no longer will tiny babies, at the instant of their formation and their first weeks of growth, when their formative heart begins to beat and they can sense pain, be forcibly ripped limb from limb as they're extracted from their mother's womb by an abortionist. We can aspire now, given the hope that emerges from what was intended for evil but God may use for good. This opinion that says no longer will the deficient logic and willful action of a Supreme Court majority in 1973 dictate the course of this nation and commit us to a continuing abomination against the most innocent. The aspiration that it may come to pass that the abomination of Roe v. Wade will join Dred Scott and Plessy versus Ferguson and Korematsu on the ash heap of history, a stain upon the history of the United States, to be sure. But one that the nation and those who have the good fortune to live within her confines may yet live to see redeemed. Aspiration, hope, faith that this nation may yet indeed see the living out of its creed. That's what I aspire to tonight. And I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and those are indeed inspiring and hopeful words as we stand ready to hear the court's final decision, not trying to leak it, not trying to persuade it unduly, doing the work of democracy, of a representative republic, speaking on behalf of the people that we represent, our bosses, so that they can decide, not just a few folks across the street here in robes making decisions for the whole country. With that, I'd like to recognize the kind gentleman, the good gentleman, Mr. Ralph Norman.
Thank you, Congressman Perry. Thank you for getting this colloquy together. You know, Dan Bishop put it well. America is getting a front row seat to a left unhinged group that on an opinion that was leaked that is illegal on its face can inspire people before the decision is even rendered to go to the homes of the Supreme Court justices and attempt to change their minds. It is illegal. It's in federal statute. It's punishable by a year in prison. Merrick Garland, we call on him to enforce the law, to start arresting people. When is it going to end, folks? When is it going to end when a decision that the left doesn't like, in anticipation, is going to the houses of the Supreme Court justices and all the neighbors and disrupting a complete neighborhood and disrupting the lives of justices who are not political figures? They're elected for life. When will we see fences stop being putting up around the Supreme Court? Who would imagine? The founders would have never guessed that this would have been come into effect. You know what's so appalling? The comments from this administration and from its supporters, quote by one person who is on the abortionist side, if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. Another quote, the time for civility is over, man. Being polite doesn't get you anywhere. This is just a replay of the vandalism that took place all across this country. Over 537 cities torn up, and a decision has not even been rendered. Folks, it's time for a change. It's time for this to stop. It's time for all Americans to voice their opinion and displeasure over this. The killing of a child. When you follow the money, that's where you know where the priorities are. For Title X funding, in the 23 budget, this administration is putting forth $400 million. $400 million, $113 million increase to fund abortions that goes to Planned Parenthood. In the United Nations Population Fund, going to countries overseas, over 56 million of the taxpayers' dollars are going overseas. When we can't get baby formula, we can't get supplies that Americans need. The inability of a parent to tell a child that's crying in the middle of the night, I can't get your formula, falls directly on this administration. So, General Perry, I want to commend you for doing this. This voice has got to get louder, and Americans are simply tired of it. And to do this at this time in history has got to be stopped, and I think it is. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you, gentlemen. Of course, while I'm being joined by some of my other colleagues here, you know, Mr. Norman, Congressman Norman mentioned the baby formula. We're here to talk about the stain of abortion on our country, but you know, we're watching what's happening. We're talking about children that need their formula. The mothers need to feed their babies. They can't get it at the store, but yet we see the shelves are full down on the southern border, full of baby formula. What about America's babies, ladies and gentlemen? What about America's babies? Look, you don't have to take our word for it. We're here to talk about the stain of all the lost lives of the innocent over these 49 years. But don't take our word for it. Don't take Republicans' word for it. How about Democrats? How about Governor Bob Casey in the Abortion Control Act of 1982, where he had to go to the Supreme Court and fight against Planned Parenthood for things like parental consent prior to a minor undergoing an abortion? What a novel concept. Oh, so striking. How about yesterday, the Washington Post, not known as a bastion of conservatism, saying that, yes, experts say protests at SCOTUS Justice homes appear to be illegal. Because Title 18, Section 1507 of the U.S. Code says it is. Cannot try and influence the decision of the court. But the left doesn't care. Every single day when you wake up, you say to yourself, I don't know how it could get much worse. I can't believe what's happening, and I don't know what else could get worse than it is, but then every single day something else unprecedented happens. And yet today, that is occurring yet again. And if you don't believe me or the Washington Post or Bob Casey, Governor Bob Casey versus Planned Parenthood, by the way, I'm not sure how Governor Casey would feel about his son's actions in the U.S. Senate when they voted for the most extreme position, which would make abortion legal at any point during the pregnancy, including up until the minute of birth. Voted for that. His father fought the good fight. But what about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, celebrated leftist on the court, celebrated believer in abortion and protector of abortion, who said that the law, the 1973 law, did too much too fast, said that doctrinal limbs too swiftly shaped may prove unstable. She knew this was a stain on our humanity. She knew. With that, the great gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jody Hice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful to have you chairing the Freedom Caucus. We're grateful for your leadership and for having this special order tonight. I want to take a moment in my opening remarks to say thank you to those Supreme Court justices who right now are experiencing tremendous and unjust treatment and intimidation from a radical left mob that's absolutely out of control. And many of us have been in the battle for life for decades, and we are grateful finally that this horrendous stain on America's history is potentially coming to an end, and those who have stood for our Constitution, Supreme Court Justices Alito, Coney Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas, we all take a moment to say a huge thank you to them for standing up for the Constitution, for standing up for the unborn and doing the right thing. And we want them to know that we and millions of others, Americans, are standing with them in deep gratitude this evening. Never should anyone in this country, but at this point, our Supreme Court justices, never, ever, ever should they be afraid of the leftist mob, because they are doing their job as Supreme Court justices to stand for the Constitution and to correct unconstitutional law, in this case, as it comes their way. And yet now they are facing great intimidation by the radical left agenda. And we, millions of Americans, are absolutely disgusted by what we are watching on television as a result of what has already been described tonight, an unprecedented and I believe to be probably an intentional leak of Justice Alito's decision, a majority decision in this case of Dobbs v. Jackson. And how in the world does that leak happen? We hopefully will get to that, the bottom of that, with some investigations in the future. But the behavior now of the left is unacceptable. It is illegal. It needs to be dealt with. There needs to be accountability. This is absolutely bringing out the worst of the radical left in this country, and I hope every American sees it. Now, if they see it for what it is, here's the Supreme Court justices doing their job. We have three branches, equal branches, separate branches. And this branch, the judicial branch, and in this case the Supreme Court, doing their job and facing the wrath of radical leftists simply because they don't like the decision. Look, we have fallen so far as a country, how far we've come to the point that now we're willing to end innocent life and rip little baby boys or girls from their mother's womb. I mean, here we have 5 weeks, the child has a heartbeat. 10 weeks, arms, legs, fingers, toes. 15 weeks, a fully developed heart and capable of feeling pain. It is a child in the womb. It's absolutely amazing. Enough is enough. It's time that we hold these people accountable. It's time that we come behind our Supreme Court justices. Whether anyone agrees with the decision or not, they are doing their job. We obviously agree with the decision, but they're doing their job and they need to be protected. We cannot allow the highest court of our land and our Constitution to be put in jeopardy as it is now. And again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for leading this time, this special order, giving each of us an opportunity to stand for our Constitution, to stand for our Supreme Court, and to stand for life. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the good gentleman from Georgia, and he's reminded me, as I said, you don't have to believe us Republicans. You reminded me that President Biden said this is a child. What we've known all our lives, right? But even don't believe us if you don't want to. Believe your president. He said it's a child. So we know, right?
Absolutely.
And we are so grateful. We have, as people that love life, love the protection of life guaranteed in the Constitution, we have suffered and prayed for 49 years. We didn't like the decision 49 years ago in 1973. We didn't like it, but we didn't do the wrong thing. We used the system appropriately as it was designed by the founders and the framers of our great country to remove the stain of the loss of innocent life from our laws. And we are on the edge of that. But the point is that there's a right way to do things. Even though we disagree on occasion, we are a country of laws. And if it's going to be okay to break the law just because you disagree with the decision, well, that's not a country that's going to endure very long. With that, I'd like to now recognize the kind, great gentleman, Matt Rosendale from the great state of Montana.
Thank you so much to our tremendous chairman of the Freedom Caucus, the tip of the spear for this body, the conscience of the conservative movement here in Washington, D.C. And I'm proud to stand here with you to be a voice for life today. It is painfully ironic to me as I look back that in 1973, the same year that the Endangered Species Act was passed to protect endangered plants and animals, our Supreme Court made that terrible, flawed decision in Roe v. Wade, allowing abortions to take place. Now, I don't know how many wolves or how many bears have been saved since 1973, but I can tell you that 63,000 children have been killed. 63 million children have been killed since that day. Roe v. Wade created abortions on the basis of a supposed right to privacy under the 14th Amendment, but they forget about the guarantees in our Constitution to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The very first promise that we have from our Creator is life. The Dobbs decision would suspend the federal protection of abortions and finally return this question back to the states. So when we leave here, after this decision is finally released, and we all are very optimistic that it's going to overturn Roe v. Wade, let us not rest, folks. Let us not rest. We are still going to have to go back to our respective state legislatures and give them the support and give them the guidance that they're going to need to make sure that they protect the lives of the unborn. Let's be very clear about this. Democrats, not Republicans, are the ones who are out of step with the American public. The rest of the world, they are out of step with them. Today, they continue to push for taxpayer-funded death on demand, Let's call it what it is. We are no longer talking about yanking an unborn child from a mother's womb. The Democrats are so out of step, they are literally having discussions about whether they will kill a child once it is outside of its mother. This is taxpayer-funded death on demand is what they are trying to push forward. And I am so proud that all of the members are standing here to fight against that today. Roe v. Wade was outdated and was made before scientific advances helped us understand the clear humanity of the unborn child. An unborn life is a separate, unique individual with its own DNA. Let's follow the science. That's what they always say, General. Let's follow the science. Our friends to the left, well, let's follow the science. That child has a separate and unique DNA. It is a new person. Let's protect it. I've always been a staunch supporter and defender of the most vulnerable, especially the children. My wife and I have participated in pro-life marches across the state of Montana in many, many different cities and municipalities. And I will tell you that this is the first year that we were able to join many people here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, and the encouragement and the enthusiasm amongst the tens of thousands of people to protect life was overwhelming, I will tell you. I can remember, I have 3 children, I have 3 sons, and I can remember the first time that I held my children, each and every one of them, and I looked at their faces to see if they matched mine, to see if they had that little dimple in their chin. I looked to see if they had all 10 of their fingers and 10 of their toes. And then I will tell you that I thank God that each one of them was a healthy human being that He had gifted to my wife and I, and gave us the responsibility to nurture that child. I now have the experience of doing the exact same thing with a granddaughter, to look into her face and see this precious individual and look at my son and my daughter-in-law and know that this child is dependent upon them for safety, for food, for protection, and know that they're going to do the exact same thing that I have been blessed to be able to do with them. Every life is precious. Not perfect. Every life is precious. And that's what we need to remember today. And we have an obligation to protect each one, healthy, imperfect, or infirmed. And I pledge to you, God as my judge, that I will do that just as long as I'm able to take in air and breathe. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman. Indeed, life is precious. It's a blessing. It's a gift. As a parent, there is nothing like it. And we have lamented these last 49 years and the loss of these innocent lives. And that our country could stand for that and support that and not only just support it, but go out and campaign for it with our tax dollars, with our rhetoric, with our policies around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States of America where you're guaranteed by your Creator and ordained in the Constitution the gift of life, the blessing of life, the first gift, the first blessing. With that, I'd like to recognize great gentleman, great representative from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Perry. Thank you for leading our House Freedom Caucus, and thank you for leading this special order. You know, the Declaration of Independence, what an incredible document that was. That was truly the birth certificate, I believe, of our nation. It was the promise, I would call it, and the Constitution was the fulfillment of that promise. And in the Declaration of Independence, it says, and you've heard this mentioned tonight, but I want to echo it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The very first among those unalienable rights is life. life. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So who is responsible for securing that right of life? Well, that's the government. And they derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That's us. That's the American people. That's who consents to the government. That right of life is endowed by our Creator, by God. You know, God gives you a right. Who can take it away? I don't think anyone can take it away. But our Declaration recognizes that some people will try. And so our government is supposed to protect that right. And I'm so thankful that our Supreme Court, which is one of our co-equal branches of government, that they actually stood up after 49 years to defend that right to life. And so I want to echo my friend Congressman Jody Heiss from the great state of Georgia, from Georgia's 10th district, just a little bit below mine. I want to echo his sentiments in thanking the justices that stood for life. Justice Samuel Alito, who actually had to be moved from his residence because of the threats. Justice Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. You know, I think we as a nation should be telling these justices, thank you, and thank you. How many millions more lives will be saved because of this decision that, though it's not final, we believe will be final, will come out in a month. We need to encourage them for standing up and defending life. I think that's so very important because what we have seen so far has been absolutely despicable when it comes from the radical left and their threats to the Supreme Court. You know, there's a reason that the Supreme Court justices are confirmed for a life on the bench, and that's so they're not intimidated. But here we have someone in the Supreme Court that leaked a draft decision with what I believe was the intent to intimidate. So maybe one of those justices would change their mind. Well, I am praying that they don't, and from what we see, they will not, and thank God for that. With that, I yield back to the chairman of our Freedom Caucus.
Well, I thank the good gentleman. I thank all my colleagues. Our time is almost over, but I just want to reiterate that we, these members here and many others on this side of the aisle in particular, stand for life. We stand for the Constitution, which guarantees that life. We stand for the rights enumerated in the Constitution that are given to us by God, granted to us by God, and as my friend said, can't be taken away. Even though some will try, when God gives them to you, they can't be taken away. That is all by design. And we stand for the rule of law enshrined in the Constitution, that folks that would wish to subvert the rule of law, try and color the court's decision, they should be held accountable. Where all men are created equal under the law. But apparently, under this administration, some are more equal than others. Ladies and gentlemen, that is, Madam Speaker, that is the recipe for anarchy. We thank this opportunity to speak to our bosses, our employers, the ones who rule over us, the good Lord and our constituents. This evening, Madam Speaker, we thank you for the time to speak on this very important issue. Stand for the Constitution, stand for the law, and importantly, stand for life. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. I write to respectfully tender my resignation as a member of the House Agricultural Committee. It has been an honor to serve in this capacity. Signed sincerely, Julia Letlow, Member of Congress. The Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. I write to respectfully tender my resignation as a member of the House Committee on Education and Labor. It has been an honor to serve in this capacity. Signed sincerely, Julia Letlow, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignations are accepted. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.